Read by Armin Schultz.
Mitch Rapp stared through the one-way mirror into the dank subterranean cement chamber. A man, clothed in nothing more than a pair of underwear, sat handcuffed to a small, ridiculously uncomfortable-looking chair. A naked light bulb hung from the ceiling, dangling only a foot or so above him. The stark glare of the light, combined with his state of near total exhaustion, caused the man's head to droop forward, leaving his chin resting on his chest. He was dangerously close to losing his balance and toppling over, which was exactly what they wanted. Rapp checked his watch. He was running out of time and patience. He'd just as soon shoot this piece of human refuse and get it over with. But the present situation was more complicated than that. He needed the man to talk. That was the point of this endeavor. They all talked eventually, of course. That wasn't the problem. The trick was to get them to tell you the truth. The CIA counterterrorism operative hated coming to this place. It literally made his skin crawl. The facility, as it was called, was a relic from the Cold War. It was located near Leesburg, Virginia, and from the outside looked just like all the other horse farms dotting the countryside thereabouts. Inside, the facility was not a pleasant place, but it was a necessary evil in a world chock full of sadistic deeds and misguided, brutal men. This was something Rapp was more than aware of, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Rapp had killed more men than he could even attempt to count, and he'd employed his craft in a variety of imaginative ways that spoke to the sheer depth of his skill. He was a modern-day assassin who lived in a civilized country, where such a term could never be used openly. Instead, he was called an operative, so as not to offend the sensibilities of the cultured people who occupied the centers of power in Washington. Rapp didn't like torture, not only because of its effect on the person being brutalized, but for what it did to the person who sanctioned and carried it out. He had no desire to sink to those depths unless it was a last resort, but unfortunately, they were quickly approaching that point. Lives were at stake. 2 CIA operatives were already dead, thanks to the duplicitous scum in the next room, and many more lives were in the balance. Something was in the works, and if Rapp didn't find out what it was, hundreds, maybe thousands of innocent people would die. The door to the observation room opened, and a man approximately the same age as Rapp entered. Bobby Akram was one of the CIA's best interrogators. He was a Pakistani immigrant and a Muslim who was fluent in Urdu, Pashto, Arabic, Farsi, and, of course, English. Turning to Rapp, he said, "It shouldn't be much longer." "I sure as hell hope not," grumbled Rapp. Mitch Rapp was many things, but patient was not one of them. Akram smiled. He had great respect for the legendary CIA operative. He checked his watch and asked, "Are you ready?" Rapp nodded and looked again at the exhausted, bound man in the other room. He was Colonel Masood Haq of the dreaded Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence, or ISI. Without telling anyone at Langley, Rapp had hired a team of freelancers to snatch the man and bring him here. The brutal murders of 2 CIA operatives and a growing fear that Al-Qaeda had reconstituted itself had given Rapp the impetus to take action without authorization. Akram pointed at their prisoner as he began to nod off. "He's going to fall over any second. Are you sure you want to go forward with your plan right now?" Rapp answered firmly, "My patience has run out. If you don't get him to talk, I will." Akram nodded thoughtfully. "All right. When I get up and leave, that's your cue." Rapp acknowledged the plan and kept his eyes on the bound man as Akram left the room. The prisoner had no idea how long he had been here, how long he had been in the hands of his captors, or who his captors even were. He had heard only one man speak, and that was Akram, a fellow Pakistani by birth. Akram entered the room with 2 assistants. While they righted the prisoner, Akram pulled up a chair. He told the assistants to remove the man's restraints. When the prisoner was free to move his arms and legs, Akram handed him a glass of water. "Now, Masood," Akram said in the man's native language, "would you like to start telling me the truth?" The man glared at his interrogator with bloodshot eyes. "I have been telling you the truth. I am not a supporter of the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. I am not the man you say I am." Akram gave Haq an almost paternal stare. "Would you say that I have been kind to you? Have I laid a hand on you since you've been here?" Haq shook his head reluctantly. "Well, All of that is about to change. Akram studied his subject intently and added, There is someone here who would like to see you. Hawk looked up, his eyes glimmering with hope. Akram shook his head and laughed ominously. No, I don't think you want to see this man. In fact, Akram stood. He is probably the last person on the planet you want to see right now. He is someone who I cannot control, and someone who knows for a fact that you are a liar. With that, Akram and his assistants left the room. Hawk grew more agitated by the minute, until finally the bright overhead lights came on, and Rapp entered silently. The look on Hawk's face was at first one of disbelief, then of dawning horror. The arrival of the infamous American intelligence officer changed everything. Pointing at the uncomfortable chair, Rapp barked, Sit! Hawk did so without hesitation. Rapp grabbed a small square table by the wall and dragged it over, placing it in front of the Pakistani. He laid a letter-sized manila envelope on the table, and then slowly took off his jacket, revealing his holstered 9mm Beretta. He draped the jacket over the back of the chair and began yanking at his tie. Do you know who I am? Rapp placed the tie on top of his jacket. Hawk nodded and swallowed nervously. Rapp retrieved 2 photos from the envelope and laid them on the table. Do these people look familiar to you? He began rolling up his sleeves. The Pakistani intelligence officer looked reluctantly at the photos. He knew exactly who the 2 people were, but also knew it was exceedingly dangerous to admit such a thing. Slowly he shook his head. No. Even though Rapp had anticipated the answer, it still infuriated him. He placed his right hand on the table and brought his left hand around with blinding speed, slapping Hawk so hard he knocked him out of his chair and sent him sprawling across the floor. Wrong answer! Rapp screamed as he stepped around the table, his closed fist raised and ready to come down on Hawk like a sledgehammer. Hawk lay stunned on the floor. All right, I know who they are, but I had nothing to do with their deaths. Rapp grabbed him by the throat, and even though Hawk was a good 20 pounds heavier, he yanked him off the floor and slammed him into the chair. Sit your ass back down and look at those photos. Rapp circled around behind him, his fists clenched and his face flushed with anger. Now, Masood, I'm only going to ask you this one time. Did you have any hand, either directly or indirectly, in the murder of these 2 CIA employees? I don't know, Hawk said nervously. This is a dangerous part of the world. People disappear all the time. Yeah, like you stupid piece of crap. Rapp placed 3 small photos on the table in a very deliberate fashion. One was of an infant, and the other 2 were toddlers. Any idea who they are? Hawk shook his head nervously. They are the children of the 2 men you had killed. Rapp let his words hang in the air uncomfortably, so the reality of what Hawk had done could sink in. Then, in the same manner as before, he placed 5 more photographs on the table. They were black and white surveillance photos, the cute faces of Hawk's 5 children, framed perfectly in each one. Rapp stared down menacingly at the man and watched in silence as Hawk began to weep. Through sniffles and sobs, Hawk pleaded, Please, I beg of you, don't do anything to my children. This is my fault, not theirs. Rapp's face twisted into a grimace of disgust. I don't kill children, you piece of shit. Tapping the photos of the 3 American kids, he said, They will never see their fathers again. Rapp began circling the table. Look at their faces. Tell me why your kids should ever see you again. Hawk fingered the photos of his children and began sobbing uncontrollably. While Hawk continued to weep, Rapp drew his FNP-9 and began screwing into place a thick black silencer. So, what's it going to be, Masood? Do you want to go to work for me and see your children grow up? Or do you want to die? The 44-foot Italian-made Riva Rivarama power yacht thundered its way through the calm morning water at 25 knots. The boat had left Havana at sunrise for Grand Bahama. Thomas Scott was the captain of the vessel, and as per his days in the British Royal Navy, he was dressed in starched white shorts and a matching shirt. He stood behind the wheel looking out over the windscreen at the open expanse of blue water. Scott had left his home port of Georgetown on Grand Cayman the day before. It was only the 2nd time he'd captained this specific vessel, and he jumped at the chance when asked. The Italian-made boat was a true example of expert craftsmanship. But Scott had great respect for the sea. That's why he wore a small harness around his neck and strapped across his chest. The tiny personal flotation device was no thicker than a bicycle inner tube. It was so small, really, that Scott often forgot he had it on. But if he went overboard, the device would inflate in less than a second and turn into a full-size life jacket. Scott always made sure to show his passengers where the regular life jackets were stowed, but rarely did they put them on. The guy he was ferrying today was so rude, he hadn't even had the chance to give him the safety lecture. The dark-haired man had showed up at sunrise with a single bag, and in clipped English told the captain to get underway. The man had gone straight down to the cabin and closed the door. Now, an hour and a half out of port, Scott was beginning to wonder if he planned to stay below for the entire voyage. In his cabin, Mustafa al-Yamani was prostrate, his arms stretched out in front of his head. He was in a near trance-like state as he supplicated himself to his creator, asking for guidance and bravery. This was quite possibly the last chance he would have to pray properly before he became a shaheed, a martyr for his people. Al-Yamani had worked diligently to avoid the counterterrorism net of the United States intelligence community and its allies. He had first flown to Johannesburg, South Africa, and from there to Buenos Aires, Caracas, and Havana. That was where the boat had been waiting for him, along with provisions and a captain whose only instructions were to ferry the passenger to Grand Bahama. As for the boat itself, a wealthy sponsor had arranged for the use of it. The 41-year-old Saudi Arabian had been preparing himself for this mission since the age of 9, when he had been sent to a madrasa in Mecca to study the Quran. By the age of 15, he was fighting in Afghanistan against the godless Soviets, and honing his skills as a mujahid, a warrior who fights for Islam. Al-Yamani finished his supplication and moved into a sitting position, placing his hands on his thighs. In a voice not much more than a whisper, he proclaimed, "Allahu Akbar, God is great." Al-Yamani repeated himself 2 more times and then rose to his feet. It was time. He rubbed his chin, clean-shaven for the first time since puberty. He straightened his clothes, the clothes of a wealthy vacationer. With a deep breath, he straightened his shoulders and headed for the cabin door. He would make this quick, no games. The captain was a non-believer. He meant nothing. Up on deck, Al-Yamani walked toward the captain. Moving past the helm, he slid his right hand under his floral shirt while he brought his left hand up and placed it on the shoulder of the captain. He leaned in as if he was going to ask a question, and as his lips began to part, his left hand clamped down tightly on the captain's shoulder. His right hand came thrusting upward, sending a 6-inch stainless steel blade into the man's back. Thomas Scott arched his back in pain, his mind scrambling to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, he was yanked away from the helm and spun across the deck. Before he had time to react, he was up against the side of the boat and losing his balance. He could feel himself going overboard. Blue sky filled his vision, and then he hit the water hard. Al-Yamani watched the Brit disappear under the boat's churning wake, and then scrambled to the helm. After scanning the horizon quickly, he began slowly turning the wheel, bringing the boat around on a new northerly heading. The new Joint Counterterrorism Center, or JCTC, was located near Tyson's Corner, west of downtown Washington, D.C. The facility housed the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, the FBI's Counterterrorism Division, and the newly created Terrorist Threat Integration Center. Rapp slid into the high-tech conference room and tried to keep a low profile, which was not easy considering his reputation. The long table was ringed with directors, deputy directors, and assistant directors from various key federal agencies and departments. Every single one of them knew of Rapp's exploits to one degree or another, and he made many of them nervous. At the moment, some woman from the Department of Justice was railing against the Patriot Act and warning everyone that it was only going to cause them problems down the line. Rapp caught his boss's eye and gestured for her to step into the hallway with him. When Director Kennedy had joined him in the hallway, she asked, "What's up?" Rapp looked around suspiciously. "I don't want to talk about it out here." "Understood." Kennedy led him to the elevator where they went up several floors to the CIA's portion of the building. After passing through several cipher locks, they entered a vacant conference room and closed the door. Rapp handed Kennedy a file. "I think you're going to find this very interesting." Impatiently, Rapp watched her read the hastily compiled file. Colonel Hawk had given Rapp the information he was looking for, and then some. The man had proved himself a virtual fountain of intelligence, and for that reason alone he was still alive. In the end, he had even given Rapp the location of Al-Qaeda's base of operations. In a sense, for Rapp, the planning and execution of his next step were easy, but getting permission for that next step in a town like Washington, with all of its competing interests, was a bit trickier. Kennedy continued to read. When she finished the last page, she flipped it over and closed the file. "You're convinced this is accurate?" "Yes. You could say I obtained it firsthand. Give me the green light, and I'll tell you within 72 hours exactly what they're up to." It was a familiar refrain from the director's top counterterrorism advisor. Action. Rapp had spent 12 rough years in the field operating without official cover in some of the most inhospitable places in the Middle East and Southwest Asia. Despite his relative youth, at 34 he was a throwback, a believer in putting boots on the ground and taking risks. But it was up to her to weigh the risks versus the rewards. "Irene," Rapp pressed, "opportunities like this don't come along very often." "I know," said Kennedy. Many of the president's fears would be allayed by Rapp's involvement. "And your wife?" she asked. Rapp almost told Kennedy that was none of her business, but managed to resist the impulse. "She left yesterday for her family's cabin in Wisconsin." "I know that, Mitch, and I also know about the promises you've made her, as well as the ones you've given me." Kennedy locked eyes with him to make sure there would be no misunderstanding on this point. "So, no more cowboy crap this time, all right?" "Yes, ma'am," Rapp replied, with a healthy bit of aggravation in his voice. Kennedy ignored his tone and his intentional use of the word ma'am. At 42, she was only 8 years older than Rapp. "You have my approval," she said, standing. "Get moving. And, please, bring yourself back unscathed." "And the president?" asked Rapp. "I'll take care of the president. Just make sure you get what we're after, and then get the hell out of there." The corner office she was heading for was perhaps the most impressive in all of Washington, even more impressive than the oval-shaped one just up the street. The tall blonde walked right past 2 administrative assistants and the security detail and entered without asking permission. Once inside, she closed the heavy wood door and approached her boss's aircraft carrier-sized desk. The woman had a definite air of confidence about her, a sense of purpose in each step. She was as aware of her surroundings as she was of herself. There was no middle ground for Peggy Steele. She'd graduated from the University of Washington's law school 13 years ago, and she'd been fighting ever since. While some men found her irresistible, there were perhaps an equal number who found her harsh and a bit intimidating. She was a statuesque 6 feet tall with the legs of an all-American 400-meter hurdler and the cheekbones of a Nordic goddess. Still in her 30s, Steele was now the Deputy Assistant Attorney General in charge of counterterrorism, and she was standing before the man whose job she planned on someday having. She listened to the Attorney General's phone conversation long enough to ascertain that he was talking to neither the President nor his wife, and then made a very stern gesture for him to hang up the phone. Attorney General Martin Stokes frowned at his subordinate, but did as she wished and cut the director of the FBI off in mid-sentence. He set the handset back in the cradle and hoped this would be brief. Before he could ask what was on her mind, she started in. "This Patriot Act is a fucking disaster." She chopped her hand through the air as if she was about to cut his desk in half. "And if you're still holding on to that fantasy of yours that you're going to occupy the White House someday, you'd better get your shit together and figure out that it makes you look like a goddamn fascist." There it was. She'd got it all out in one breath, and he was nodding at her encouragingly. "Your timing couldn't be better," he said in a firm voice. "I've been sweating over what's going to happen when one of these cases gets kicked up to the Supreme Court. What do you think we should do?" Dr. Irene Kennedy stood off to the side and watched as the photographers clicked away. It was a beautiful spring day in the Capitol, and the president was in an extremely good mood. He was posing for a photo with World War II veterans, members of the congressional leadership, and 2 of Hollywood's most influential stars. They were all gathered in the Rose Garden to kick off a week of festivities that would lead up to the dedication of the new World War II memorial on the National Mall on Saturday. The cheerful weather and festive mood only served to heighten Kennedy's sense of foreboding. The warning bells had started to go off on Friday of the previous week. At first, there was a spike in phone and email intercepts, hinting that something big was in the works. And then there were some strange trends in the financial and currency markets. And then Rapp showed up in her office confirming her worst fears, that Al-Qaeda had something in the works. The director of the CIA relaxed slightly as the president's press secretary stepped in and told the photographers that the event was over. Kennedy stood patiently while President Hayes shook some hands and thanked everybody for coming out. He laughed, slapped a few shoulders, and then waved goodbye as he walked up the lawn toward the Oval Office. As he approached Kennedy, his expression turned a bit more serious. "Aren't you a little early this morning, Irene?" "Yes, sir." Hayes frowned. He doubted she was here to report good news. He continued up the slight slope and waved for her to join him. Kennedy hesitated for a second and looked past the president in search of his chief of staff. She was pleased to see her hanging back in order to bask a while longer in the aura of the two Hollywood big hitters. Valerie Jones and Rapp couldn't stand each other. Kennedy had little doubt that, given the opportunity, Jones would use every ounce of influence to dissuade her boss from signing off on the operative's aggressive plan. Kennedy followed the president into his office, past the Secret Service agent standing post by the door. Hayes walked straight to his desk and looked at his schedule. After a moment, he said, "You've got 10 minutes. Let's hear the bad news." They sat on a couch near the fireplace, and Kennedy brushed a strand of brown hair behind her ear. "As you know, since 9/11, we've developed some fairly elaborate statistical models for tracking certain economic indicators." Hayes nodded and crossed his legs. "So, what have you noticed that has given you cause to worry?" "It started at the end of Friday with the financials. When we began to look at the specific institutions that we think have ties to terrorism, some unsettling trends showed up." Kennedy pulled a piece of paper from a folder and handed it to the president. She pointed to the first line with her pen. "The jump in gold on Friday was started by a bank in Kuwait that sold $280 million in U.S. stocks and bonds and dumped all of it into Swiss gold. Over the weekend, we discovered 4 other accounts at various institutions that had liquidated their U.S. investments and purchased gold. Those accounts represented nearly $200 million. The president studied the sheet of paper. "What are the chances that all 5 of these accounts are getting the same financial advice?" "It is a remote possibility, but it assumes that there is a respected financial advisor out there who would suggest a wholesale conversion of assets at a time when there are no economic indicators that would necessitate such a drastic move. My people tell me the chance of this is extremely unlikely." Hayes frowned at the sheet of paper. "So we have the fact that 5 flagged accounts all placed bets last Friday that the U.S. economy is about to take a hit? Is there anything else?" "Yes." Kennedy cleared her throat. "Mitch has come across some very valuable intel." From her bag, Kennedy retrieved the file that Rapp had given her only hours ago. She laid it on a glass coffee table and opened it to display a sheet with the faces of 5 bearded men on it. "I know you've been shown these photos before, but to refresh your memory, they are all on the FBI's most wanted list. They represent what we think is the reconstituted leadership of Al-Qaeda." Kennedy flipped the page, revealing a map of the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. "For the last 6 months, we have been tracking several of these individuals as they have traveled through the mountainous region of Pakistan. A few weeks ago, 2 of them met up in Gulistan." Kennedy pointed to the city on the map. "From there, they were tracked to a small village 18 miles to the west." She turned the page again to a satellite photo that showed a village of approximately 100 dwellings plus outbuildings. "The village has been watched day and night for the last 5 days. Yesterday, this convoy pulled into town." A new image appeared, showing 8 pickup trucks and several SUVs. 4 of the pickups had large anti-aircraft guns mounted in the beds, and all of them were overflowing with heavily armed men. 4 hours ago, we had a high-altitude reconnaissance drone circling at 40,000 feet, and we were lucky enough to get the following pictures. These 3 individuals getting out of the trucks we believe to be Hassan Izzaldin, Wahid Ahmed Abdallah, and Ali Saeed al-Hori. All of them had a hand in 9/11. The president picked up the black and white photograph and stared at the 3 faces circled in red. "They're in this village right now?" "Yes, sir." The president grinned. "So I assume you want me to call General Musharraf and get him to go clean out this rat's nest." Kennedy shook her head emphatically. "Absolutely not, sir. General Musharraf is a good man, but he has too many radical fundamentalists in his government." The president suddenly saw where she was going, and his demeanor turned cautious. "Are you suggesting we handle this without talking to the Pakistanis?" "That's correct, sir." Mitch thinks we can conduct the bulk of the operation without being noticed, but at some point the Pakistanis will certainly find out, and when the general calls, I'm sure that if you explain the circumstances and possibly offer him a little more economic aid, he'll understand." Hayes grinned and shook his head. "You know, you're probably right, but there's a couple of thousand people over at the State Department who would disagree pretty vehemently with you." "The State Department has different, less immediate concerns than I do," Kennedy said. The president gave her a half-smile. He knew he could handle Musharraf if things got ugly. In fact, the general would probably thank him for keeping him out of it. "So, you want to go in and grab these guys? What's your time frame?" "Mitch is already on his way over, and he's in contact with the task force commander on the ground. The plan is to hit the village in 36 hours. The president thought about it. "I don't know, Irene. This thing is a big gamble." Kennedy had intentionally held back one card. "There is something else you need to know, sir. Mitch has an asset that says these men are meeting to discuss what to do after a bomb is detonated." Hayes didn't speak at first. The word bomb could mean many things. "What type of bomb?" She shook her head. "We don't know. That's why Mitch wants to go in with the task force and see what he can find out." Hayes took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. "This isn't the first time I've been told an attack may be imminent," he said. "I know," Kennedy agreed. "But I have a feeling that something very serious is about to happen, sir. I think we need to do something decisive. We need to make our own luck, and we need to do it quickly." Hayes paused and then said, "You have my approval, but tell Mitch to get in and out as quickly as possible. I'd like to be able to play this off as a border skirmish rather than a full-blown operation." The Qantas 747-400 floated downward, flaps extended, its four powerful General Electric engines throttled almost all the way back. The tarmac at LAX shimmered in the May heat as planes maneuvered to and from the gates, picking up and disgorging passengers. From the air, it looked like absolute chaos to Imtaz Zubair. He was a wreck. Even though he was a man of science, he hated flying. But the touchdown was so gentle, he didn't even realize they were on the ground until the front landing gear was rolling along the tarmac, and the large plane began to slow. He opened his eyes, and his thoughts turned to his next obstacle. Imtaz Zubair's native country had forsaken him, so he had returned the favor. A math prodigy, Zubair was educated at Pakistan's finest schools, and then sent on to Canada and China for his postgraduate work. He was on the path to greatness, but he found that politics and family connections were more important than talent. His deep devotion to his religion was already causing jealousy among his peers when Musharraf came to power. Musharraf was a secular pig and a lapdog of the Americans. Bowing to pressure from his patrons, Musharraf set about to cleanse true believers from the Pakistani nuclear scientific community. Zubair had been one of the first to go, exiled to the dreadful Kesnup nuclear power plant in central Pakistan, where he was worked like a dog, 70, sometimes 80 hours a week. He was near his breaking point when Providence intervened. A messenger from Allah had traveled to the remote region for the sole purpose of contacting him. Allah had a mission of great importance for Zubair, and he was to leave with the stranger immediately. It had been the beginning of a pilgrimage that had taken him to Iran and the Caspian Sea, Kazakhstan and a poisonous desert, and then on to Southeast Asia, Australia, and America. Now, as the plane rolled to a stop, Zubair felt his stomach start to churn. The passengers began standing, opening compartments and gathering their things. Afraid to move and give away his nervousness, Zubair was in no hurry. Once most of the other passengers were gone, he retrieved his computer bag and made his way down the narrow stairs to the main body of the plane. Two female flight attendants with whorish makeup and skirts that were far too short stood by the door. Despite what his trainers had told him, Zubair ignored the women, refusing to look them in the eye. Fortunately for him, his diminutive stature made him seem shy rather than hostile. Zubair was just 5.5 feet tall and weighed a svelte 142 pounds. With his mustache shaved, he easily passed for someone 5 to 10 years younger than his 29 years. At passport control, Zubair got on one of the lines being handled by a man. As long as he had the choice, he would not deal with a woman. When it was his turn, he stepped up to the counter, his wheeled black carry-on bag in tow, and handed the agent his passport and paperwork. "First time to America?" the agent asked. "Yes," Zubair answered. After a few more questions, the agent stamped the passport and handed it back to Zubair, for the first time giving him a good look. "Are you feeling all right?"
Yes,"
answered Zubair, mopping his brow with his handkerchief.
"I just don't like to travel."
The customs agent studied him for a moment longer. He then handed Zubair his passport and paperwork with his right hand, and with his left, he pressed a button, letting his colleagues in the watchroom know that he had someone they should run through the facial recognition system. It was nothing alarming, just a standard precaution. 4 super-quiet MH-6 Little Bird helicopters wound their way through the craggy canyon at 70 miles per hour in near total darkness. 16 of the most highly trained and seasoned soldiers the world had ever seen rode 2 on each side of the small, agile helicopters, their scuffed and worn combat boots dangling in the cool mountain air, their eyes protected by clear goggles. They carried an arsenal of weapons ranging from pistols to shotguns to sniping rifles to light and heavy machine guns. None of them had bothered to bring silencers. The nimble helicopters ducked and bucked their way through the cool mountain air of Pakistan like some sadistic amusement park ride. But the men sitting on the specially designed platforms were used to it. A voice crackled over their earpieces announcing that they were 1 minute out from the target. General Kevin Harley focused intently on the grainy screen before him as the 4 helicopters came into view at precisely the expected moment. He was wearing a bulky in-flight headset, so he could communicate with his people over the loud General Electric engines growling just a few feet above his head. In the thin mountain air, the engines had to work extra hard to keep the command and control bird from dropping like the 12,000-pound stone that it was. The floor of the bird was covered with bulletproof Kevlar panels, and 5 of the 6 men aboard wore flak vests, even though their intent was to stay out of the action in order to orchestrate the modern military ballet from above. The 6th passenger in the troop compartment was an outsider, but a welcome one, and a man they all respected. Mitch Rapp had heard of this outfit before. Men and women from the CIA's Directorate of Operations would return from Afghanistan and tell stories about Task Force 11, an amalgamation of Special Forces badasses from the various branches of the U.S. military. They were quite possibly the most seasoned, potent, mobile fighting force in action today. Rapp had never met General Harley before, but the two clicked almost immediately. The operation that Harley had drawn up for him was far more than a simple snatch and grab. It was a full-blown assault. It involved a force 5 times what Rapp had imagined, and it was absolutely ballsy. But though General Harley's proposed operation at first seemed a bit much to Rapp, he gradually began to see the true tactical genius behind it. Kennedy had gone to the president and received permission to launch a covert strike across the border into Pakistan. General Harley had decided to use the broadest definition of the word strike, looking at this operation as his one and only chance to clean out a viper's nest, and Rapp wasn't about to stand in his way. Ali Saeed al-Hori was sleeping peacefully for a change. He was only in his mid-50s, but he had endured an incredibly hard life. With his stooped posture, his limp, and his graying beard, he was often mistaken for someone much older. He was Egyptian by birth, but no longer claimed that part of his ancestry. Al-Hori was a Muslim, and Allah had no borders. Nationality was for pagans, and Al-Hori was a true man of God. One of the original members of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Hori had been implicated in the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. In the subsequent crackdown, he was rounded up along with hundreds of other members of the Muslim Brotherhood and tortured mercilessly. But that was all in the past. The torture, the hardship, the expulsion from his place of birth, the last 2 years on the run, were all worth it. Al-Hori and his people were about to strike a mighty blow for Islam. Very soon, America would pay for its colonialism and corruption of the children of Allah. Al-Hori was not normally a sound sleeper, but he found the remoteness and fresh air of this mountain village refreshing. But now, there was a faint rumbling in the distance. In his dream, Al-Hori couldn't quite place it. Was it a train? The noise continued to grow until it was punctuated by several louder cracks. Al-Hori's eyes snapped open, and he struggled to focus. He shook the sleep from his brain and realized what was happening. He looked to the bedroom door, urging it to burst open. Where was his bodyguard Ahmed? The Afghani had been a loyal servant for 7 years. His orders were specific. Al-Hori knew too much. They could not allow him to be captured alive. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom opened with a crash, as if Allah had answered his prayers. It was Ahmed, and not some American mercenary. Ahmed had his weathered Kalashnikov in his hands and was lifting the muzzle. Al-Huri smiled in relief at the man who had become a son to him. He closed his eyes and welcomed his death and destiny, knowing that the Americans themselves were about to be dealt a mortal blow. Approximately 100 yards from the target, the 4 helicopters came under fire. A Delta trooper dangling from the first Little Bird dispatched the shooter with 2 quick shots from his M4A1 carbine. Seconds later, 2 of the Little Birds landed in front of the target, their flexible landing skids carving fresh tracks into the dirt road. A third landed behind the target, and the 4th and final bird came in more slowly to drop its troopers on the roof. Master Sergeant Todd Corrigan was in charge of the 16-man assault platoon. As soon as his bird touched down, Corrigan yanked free his Velcro restraint and was off, his weapon up and trained on his specific area of responsibility. The Little Birds did not loiter. They were too vulnerable on the ground, so as soon as the shooters were clear, each bird increased power and climbed back into the dark night, kicking up a maelstrom of dust and rocks. The team's demo man rushed to the front of the target house and slapped 2 thin adhesive ribbon charges on the front door. The 8 troopers in front of the house lowered their heads as the charges were tripped, blowing the wooden door off its hinges. Then the team moved, storming the house in a well-orchestrated maneuver. Corrigan went straight for the back of the house, not knowing the exact layout, but assuming that's where the bedrooms would be. At the end of the hallway, a man crossed from one room to another. Corrigan squeezed off a burst and kept moving. He wasn't sure if he'd hit his mark or not. Assured that his back was covered, he ran down the hallway and swung his weapon into the room where the man had just gone. Looking through the narrow tunnel of his night vision goggles, Corrigan was surprised to find the man with his back to him and standing only a few feet away. He had his weapon raised in the firing position. Without hesitation, the master sergeant sent a round into the back of the man's head, killing him instantly. Corrigan's muzzle did a quick sweep of the room and settled on an old man in the corner. Even with the relatively grainy image provided by his NVGs, Corrigan had a good idea that this was one of the men they wanted to talk to. The old man suddenly lunged from the bed and let out a banshee-like scream. Corrigan almost fired, but at the last second took a quick step to the side and dispatched the charging man with a butt stroke to the temple. One of the other team members joined the master sergeant in the bedroom. Corrigan turned to the man and said, "Slap a pair of flex cuffs on this one." "And what about the other guy?" asked the trooper, as he pointed to the second man lying face down on the floor. "Dead. Secure his weapon and take a position on that window." The black limousine pulled up to the curb, and a man with a moppish head of brown hair got out. It didn't matter if it was a Monday night or a Friday night. The Smith & Walensky Steakhouse on 19th Street Northwest was always crowded, and not just with any clientele. This was where DC's big hitters came to eat red meat and drink booze and wine. In a town filled with influential people, many of them millionaires, or about to be millionaires as soon as they left their government jobs, Pat Holmes was at or near the very top of the totem pole. He'd made his money running Merrill Lynch's bond department during its heyday in the 90s. His net worth was conservatively estimated at $1 billion. When he entered the steakhouse, there was a flurry of activity. In his early 50s, Holmes was tall, just under 6.5 feet, and in relatively good shape considering how much he liked food and drink. "Patrick!" The general manager thrust his hand forward. "Thank you for gracing us with your presence." "My pleasure, David." Holmes had a gift for remembering people's names. "Still only 2 of you tonight?" asked the general manager. "Yes. In fact, here comes my dinner partner right now." Peggy Steely came walking across the bar in high-heel shoes, chic black pants, and a sapphire blouse. Practically every guy in the place stopped what he was doing and watched her move across the room. Holmes extended his hands and placed them on her cheeks as Steely pursed her lips and offered them to the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. Then the hostess led them to Holmes' usual table. Holmes sat down and looked at Steely's nearly finished glass of wine. "Am I late?" "No, it was a long day, and I needed a drink, so I got here a little early." "Nothing wrong with that." Holmes loved to imbibe. On cue, a waiter showed up at the table with the chairman's usual: a lowball glass filled with ice, Belvedere vodka, and 3 olives. Holmes thanked the man graciously, and then raised his glass. Steely followed suit. To you and your continued success, and to a successful national campaign this year, she added. Holmes rolled his eyes and took a big gulp of the smooth Belvedere. Next year was a presidential election. Fortunately, he had already hit most of their financial targets. Unfortunately, the Republicans had raised more money than they'd projected. So now he had to go back around and start asking the unions and the big hitters for further contributions. Let's get business out of the way, Holmes said. Why did you suggest we have dinner tonight? Steely frowned and shook her head. That damn Patriot Act. This entire war on terror has been blown out of proportion. A gang of ragtag militants got lucky, and now we've picked a fight with half the damn world to prove that we're not going to take it, and in the process, we're crapping all over our Bill of Rights. It doesn't matter if it's the Republicans who dreamed this thing up. We're the ones who are defending it. Peggy, I know you're passionate about this, but the majority of the voting public could give a rat's ass if some suspected terrorist doesn't get read his Miranda rights and is denied a lawyer. But the base does, she insisted. And you know what happens if the base doesn't turn out to vote. He shook his head. You're ruining a perfectly good evening, and we're only 5 minutes into it. Steely remained intense. I'm telling you there's trouble coming, and you and I both know who's going to take the hit. Hayes? No. Steely frowned. He may eventually, but it's going to start with my boss, Attorney General Stokes, and I'm not going to sit back and let it happen. As a not-so-subtle threat, she added, and neither will he. Holmes was slowly beginning to see that he might have a problem on his hands. Attorney General Martin Stokes was a rising star in the Democratic Party. There was even talk of having the president dump his worthless vice president and replace him on the ticket with Stokes. Peggy, I'm not going to say I agree with you on this, but you've at least piqued my interest. Let me hear your idea, and I'll see what I can do. General Harley's command and control bird arrived over the village and began circling at 10,000 feet. Rapp had his eyes closed and his hands cupped over his headset as he strained to hear the chatter between Sergeant Corrigan and his men. They were barely 5 minutes into the op, and it was apparent from the movement below that the town had woken up. As they'd predicted, it was no sleepy mountain village. Rapp looked closely at the image on the screen before him. What looked like chaos to the uninitiated was actually a highly orchestrated battlefield deployment of a reinforced U.S. Army Ranger Company. On the ground, the amount of incoming fire was building steadily. So far, none of Corrigan's men had been hit, but if this kept up, it was only a matter of time. He had put 4 more shooters on the roof to bolster the 2 snipers and 2 light machine guns that were already in place, and all 8 of them were busy. The call came over the unit's internal radio link. Cor, it's Lou. I think you better come back here and take a look at something. What's up, Lou? I think I found something back here. Can it wait? Corrigan asked. Before the man could answer, the thunderous reports of a heavy-caliber machine gun boomed above the din of the steadily building rifle fire. A fist-sized hole was punched in the wall a few feet from Corrigan. The master sergeant hit the floor instantly as chunks of the dry mud brick rained down on him. He crawled back to the front door, swearing under his breath. Thumbing the switch on his radio for the command net, he said in an angry growl, Condor 5, this is Rattlesnake. Where is my air cover? Air cover's on its way in, Rattlesnake. Sit tight. The voice was calm and professional, and it irritated Corrigan to no end. It was easy to stay cool when you were safely above the fray, circling at 5,000 feet. Circling directly over the town at 10,000 feet, Rapp watched the fight taking shape on the screen and resisted the urge to ask Rattlesnake 1 for an ID on his prisoners. General Harley's plan was proceeding as they'd expected, but military engagements had a way of changing in the blink of an eye. Harley knew his enemy and had told Rapp they would do what they had done for centuries. They would flee to the mountains. And that was where the general had one more surprise waiting for them. Rapp couldn't help feeling satisfied at the hand he'd had in bringing this about. The enemy were bullies and thugs, blinded by their misguided righteousness. War was the only thing that would ever dissuade them of their ways, and they'd picked a fight with the wrong enemy. Corrigan relaxed just a notch, taking comfort that things were proceeding as planned. He took a sip of water from his camel pack and walked back to the front door. Hey, boss, it's Lou. What's up? Asked Corrigan. I think one of these tangos was trying to get at a trapdoor in the floor before I pasted him. Corrigan frowned, momentarily wondering if any of these houses were connected by tunnel. That could be a problem. "I'll be right there," he said. Rapp watched as rifle teams moved into the city, leapfrogging their way from one building to the next. The 42 Rangers that made up the first platoon were in the middle, out in front of the other two platoons. Their mission was to head straight for Rattlesnake One's position and secure a perimeter. In the process, they were also supposed to secure a 2-block corridor from the target house to the southern edge of the village. The other two platoons were to act as flanking forces, driving just 1 block into the village and then digging in. The first sign of an exodus was reported by the Apache pilot as he made a quick pass over the northern edge of the town. Men were seen moving on foot for the mountain pass. The general's prediction was proving true. Rapp smiled with satisfaction. If things stayed on course, they would begin evacuating the prisoners shortly. Individual units began reporting in that their sectors were secure, and as the enemy resistance began to fade, the exodus for the mountains gained momentum. Rapp was caught slightly off guard when he heard himself referenced over the command net. It was Master Sergeant Corrigan talking to General Harley. "Eagle 6, Rattlesnake 1 here. We found something down here that I think our visitor might want to take a look at." General Harley looked at Rapp and asked, "What have you got, Rattlesnake?" "We found a room under the house, a couple of computers, a lot of videos, some files, and a couple of maps." General Harley was surprised by none of this. "Why would our visitor be interested in what you found?" Corrigan's answer caused Harley and Rapp to exchange nervous glances. "Say again, Rattlesnake?" The Delta trooper repeated himself more loudly this time. As soon as he was done, Rapp covered his lip mic and yelled at the general, "You need to set this bird down right now." By the time they touched down, 2 fast attack vehicles were waiting for them. Rapp hit the ground, and Harley followed him. The 2 men ran clear of the spinning blades to the waiting vehicles. Rapp jumped into the recently vacated passenger seat of the second one. While he buckled himself in, General Harley leaned on the cage. Shouting above the noise of the idling Blackhawk, Harley said, "No dicking around, Mitch. You get in, take a look, and then I want you to get the hell out of there." Rapp nodded. "Don't worry, General. I have no intention of hanging around." The mortar teams had taken the fight out of the enemy, and they were in full retreat toward the mountain pass, where a very nasty surprise was waiting for them. A platoon of Navy SEALs was lying in wait, ready to spring an ambush. For Rapp and the others, the ride into the village was uneventful. They stopped in front of the bullet-riddled house, and Rapp was immediately met by Corrigan. The master sergeant brought him inside. Rapp ignored the bound and hooded prisoners on the floor and followed Corrigan down the hallway to a bedroom. The Delta trooper turned on a flashlight and pointed it into a subterranean room. "We gave it a quick check for booby traps," he said, "but be careful." Rapp nodded and took the flashlight from Corrigan. Dropping to the floor, he swung his feet into the hole and took one last look before putting the flashlight in his mouth. Leaning forward, he grabbed onto the other side of the opening with both hands and let himself drop down until his feet found the damp earth floor. Rapp grabbed the flashlight and slowly did a full turn. There were several computers, along with a number of boxes and files stacked haphazardly all around the room. He found what he was looking for on the last wall and froze, a combination of fear and disbelief coursing through his veins. He moved closer, studying the map that he knew all too well. The rivers, roads, parks, and landmarks were all infinitely familiar to him. Finding such a map in this remote village was enough to give him pause. But in and of itself, it was not enough to explain his growing alarm. That was caused by what had been drawn over the map. Concentric circles emanated from the center, each one with 2 numbers written next to it. One was a temperature, and the other a body count. The margins were filled with notes written in Arabic analyzing the weather patterns for the region in question. Rapp stepped back, wondering how much time he had, his head swimming with disastrous possibilities. He had seen this type of map before. It was used to measure the destructive power of a nuclear weapon, and it appeared Washington, D.C. was the target. Some 8,000 miles away, as nightfall descended on the eastern coast of Florida, the 44-foot power yacht made its way between the channel buoys and headed for the inlet of Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge. It had been a long day for Al-Yamani. Since killing the captain of the boat, he'd traveled 360 miles, stopping only once in Fort Pierce to top off the fuel tanks. Now, with the boat moving at just under 5 knots through the calm, narrow inlet, he was met with an eerie silence punctuated only by the occasional nocturnal cry of animals he couldn't even begin to identify. Al-Yamani was not a man of the sea. He'd grown up in the Al-Baha province of Saudi Arabia, and until recently, he couldn't even swim. The twin diesel engines purred while the exhaust ports gurgled at the waterline. Al-Yamani kept one hand on the throttle and the other on the wheel while he consulted the GPS readout on the dash. The 140,000-acre refuge was owned and operated by NASA. For years, the KGB had moved people in and out of the place so they could monitor what the Americans were up to in the race for space. Mustafa Al-Yamani was a cautious man by nature, but when he was pitted against an enemy with almost endless resources, like America, his instincts bordered on paranoia. The FBI had increased its surveillance of American Muslims significantly, so he had to be careful. That meant using contacts who did not adhere to the strict Islamic teachings of the Wahhabi sect, which was most unfortunate. Al-Yamani was used to working with those who were truly devoted, men who were willing to martyr themselves without question. He had known many such men over the years, and in the past months he had seen dozens of them forfeit their lives to a silent killer they could neither see nor understand. It had happened in a god-forsaken land on the northern edge of the Caspian Sea, where the earth was so poisonous only a few mutated forms of life could survive. Al-Yamani's days were numbered. He too had been exposed to the lethal levels of radiation, but not to the extent of his brave mujahideen. He took pills that helped fight off the nausea and fever, but there was no cure. Mustafa Al-Yamani was a dead man walking, but he had just enough life left in him to strike a glorious blow for Islam. He consulted the GPS again and pulled back on the throttles, slipping the engines into neutral. The small bridge where he was to meet his contact was not far up ahead. In the faint glow of the moonlight, he could just barely make it out. The boat slowly glided forward, while Al-Yamani strained to hear the noise of an approaching car or anything suspicious. There was nothing, other than the cacophony of nocturnal animals going about their business. The bow slid under a steel girder, and Al-Yamani reached up to grab hold. The windscreen cleared the rusted support with barely a foot to spare. Al-Yamani stopped the slow forward progress of the boat, and then set about turning it around in case he had to race back out to sea. When he had pointed it in the direction he'd come from, he tied the boat up and looked for a spot to go ashore. Standing atop the engine compartment, he took one last look around and leaped into the darkness. He landed on one leg and then stumbled for a second before catching himself. One of the chief reasons why Al-Yamani couldn't simply disguise himself and enter the U.S. by plane was that he wore a prosthetic from the knee down on his right leg. At the age of 16, the young Saudi had gone to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan. After stepping on a landmine, he returned home minus the lower half of his right leg. With the help of a prosthetic, there was little that Al-Yamani couldn't do, but passing through a metal detector at an airport was not one of them. One of their moles inside Saudi intelligence had told him that the Americans knew all about him. Al-Yamani was on all their watch lists, and it wasn't that hard to pick out an Arab man missing part of his leg. After collecting himself, he started up the bank in a low crouch. When he reached the top, he stayed in the tall grass and peered down the road in both directions. He could see the glow of an approaching car, but could not yet hear it. His heart quickened, and his palms became moist. The car rounded the bend and headed straight for him. Al-Yamani lay flat on his stomach and kept his head down. The noise of the vehicle grew, and then it came to a stop. He lifted himself up just enough to get a look through the tall grass. On the opposite side of the road, he saw the silver Ford Taurus he'd expected. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out and lit a cigarette. Al-Yamani watched him for a little while, and then stood, grabbing his bag. The man did not see him at first as he stepped from the grass. Al-Yamani was halfway across the road when he softly said, "Allahu Akbar." The man spun nervously, almost dropping his cigarette. With his eyes wide, he repeated the phrase in a less than steady voice. Al-Yamani was pleased. If the young man was nervous, that meant he was taking this seriously. He asked, "Are you sure no one has followed you?" "Yes, I have not been to my mosque in 2 months, just as you ordered." Al-Yamani nodded with satisfaction and embraced his colleague. For now, he would let him live. Irene Kennedy had just spent the last 2 hours helping her son with his homework. It was late, she was tired, and they both needed to go to bed. She sent Tommy into his bathroom to brush his teeth, and then headed down the hall to draw a bath for herself. All she had to do was get through the next 3 days, and they'd have a nice, relaxing long weekend together. She and Tommy and her mother had plans to visit cousins at the shore. It would be a weekend of sun, surf, and fun, the perfect way to kick off the start of summer. Her pleasant thoughts were shattered by a distinctive ringing noise. Her secure telephone had no voicemail. If she didn't answer it, they would simply call the agent in charge of her security detail, and he would politely come upstairs and knock on her bedroom door. She walked over to her bedside table. Without her glasses, she struggled to read the small display. She made out the first word and decided it was the CIA's Global Ops Center. Kennedy grabbed the handset and in a tired but composed voice said, "DCI Kennedy." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat scratchy and far away. "Irene, it's Mitch." Kennedy looked at the bedside clock. It was nearly 10 in the evening, which meant it was almost 6 in the morning where Rapp was. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "Yeah." "Where are you?" "We're on our way back across the border. Listen, I don't want to alarm you, but we found some serious intel in this village. I need you to get the Southwest Asia CTC people back into the office and call the station chief at Kandahar and tell him to give me complete carte blanche on anything I ask for, especially translators." Kennedy's brow furrowed. "Mitch, you sound a little ruffled. What's going on?" Rapp didn't answer right away. Then he said, "We found a room under the target house. There were several computers and a few maps." "And?" asked Kennedy, knowing there had to be more for Rapp to make this urgent call. "One of the maps was of D.C., and it showed the effects of a nuclear blast." Jesus Christ. Kennedy sat on the bed, her thoughts turning to her worst fear. "Irene, do what you need to do to cover your ass, but give me a few hours to look into this before everything flies off the handle and gets in my way. Just give me some time to study our take and find out if it's all fantasy or if they've actually got the goods." Kennedy stopped listening, her mind stuck on the fact that the President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, Pro Tem of the Senate, Secretary of State, and Secretary of the Treasury were all in town. Some people needed to be moved. "Irene, it's a Tuesday night," Rapp continued. "You know how these guys work. They want maximum exposure. If they do this, it'll be during broad daylight when downtown is filled with people." Kennedy pinched the bridge of her nose. "You might be right, but I can't take that chance. You'll get everything you need, Mitch. Just work fast and call me as soon as you learn more." The President's private study was located on the second floor of the Executive Mansion. President Hayes had his shoes off, his feet up, a drink in one hand and a book in the other. There was a firm knock on the door, and Beth Jorgensen, the Secret Service agent in charge of the shift detail, walked in. "I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but something has come up." Jorgensen strode purposefully across the room to the President's desk and picked up his secure phone. She handed Hayes the handset and said, "Director Kennedy needs to speak with you." Hayes set his drink down slowly and took the phone. "Irene?" "Mr. President, we have a situation that you need to be aware of." Kennedy relayed the intel Rapp had given her and repeated the information that she'd briefed the President on the morning before. When she was done, Hayes didn't answer right away. After some hesitation, he stated the obvious. "This doesn't sound good." "No, it doesn't, sir." Kennedy paused. She knew the President would not like her next suggestion, but she had to make it. "As a precaution, I would like you and the First Lady to spend the evening in the bunker." The President thought about the cement tomb underneath the Executive Mansion. "Slow down a minute, Irene. One map doesn't give us a whole lot to go on." "No, it doesn't, sir. But it's more than just the map." 3 more Secret Service agents entered the room, and Hayes began to get the idea that something was already in the works. "Irene, before you get ahead of yourself, please tell me you haven't authorized any evacuations." "No, I have not, sir, even though I have the authority to do so without seeking your approval." Kennedy chose her words carefully. "What are you saying, Irene?" "Sir, I'm saying that as of yet, I am not prepared to implement Operation Ark, but I think it would be prudent for you and the First Lady to go downstairs and spend the night there. Mitch tells me he'll know more in the next couple hours. Until then, I would feel much better if I knew you were less of a target." After an uncomfortable silence, Hayes responded in a tone that left no doubt that he was in charge. "I'm going to wander down to the Situation Room and keep an eye on this." They'd been over this possibility on their threat assessments. The Situation Room was not a bunker, but it had enough reinforced concrete to withstand a truck bomb parked in front of the building. It was definitely better than nothing. Rapp had asked for more time to sift through the intelligence goldmine they'd found under the house while they were right there, but General Harley had denied his request. Disengaging from the enemy in foreign terrain was not an easy thing, and the general wanted it done right and on schedule. Harley sent one of his all-terrain vehicles into the village, and Rapp, with the help of the Delta boys, filled the undersized trailer with the maps, files, and computers from the small room under the house. Talking to Kennedy had made several things clear. Rapp had to move fast, and that meant he would have to break some rules. With the general's permission, the mission's tapes would be erased, or at a bare minimum sanitized. The 5 men who lay bound, gagged, and hooded on the floor of a Chinook helicopter would no longer exist as far as the U.S. military was concerned. But Rapp had other problems. The sun was barely up when the Command and Control Black Hawk landed at the base back in Kandahar, and he saw the man he was looking for standing in front of a Toyota 4Runner. As soon as the door to the Black Hawk was open, Rapp was out of the helicopter and running across the tarmac. Jamal Erda was a former Marine and 8-year veteran with the CIA. The son of Iranian immigrants and a Muslim by birth, he had exceptional language skills and an intuitive understanding of the Persian and Arab cultures. Rapp had met him only briefly on several other occasions. As Rapp approached, Erda didn't move. Rapp didn't bother offering his hand. "Jamal, thanks for getting out here on such short notice." "Cut the bullshit, Rapp. I heard you were in country yesterday. Thanks for the fucking calling card." "Jamal, I have 5 prisoners in the back of that Chinook over there. One of them is Ali Saeed al-Houri." Rapp watched Erda's demeanor change instantly at the mention of one of al-Qaeda's top lieutenants. He went on, "I flew 8,000 miles and in one day did what you've been trying to do for almost 2 years, so don't give me this shit about professional courtesy. Just do me a favor. Take your 2 trucks, pull them around to the back of the Chinook, and let's load these prisoners up and get the hell out of here." Erda looked at the helicopter and then back at Rapp. "I heard you could be a real prick." "I heard the same thing about you." Rapp gave the man a wry grin and said, "Let's go." The 2 Toyota 4Runners stopped next to a fenced-in pen of some sort. Rapp stepped out of the vehicle and was hit with a pungent smell of animal waste. He looked over the top of the fence and saw several dozen pigs lying in their own excrement. Erda lifted the tailgate of the SUV, revealing 3 bound and hooded prisoners. He then looked at the 2 Afghani bodyguards who followed him everywhere and said, "Hoods off and up and over the top." The 2 Northern Alliance mercenaries grinned at each other and slung their rifles over their shoulders. Rapp looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "Pigs," said Erda. "They freak these guys out. They think if they touch one before they die, they won't go to heaven. You know, the whole 99 virgins and all that shit." Rapp actually laughed for the first time in days. He watched as they tore the hood off the first man and tossed him over the fence with no care whatsoever as to how he landed. Rapp turned to Erda. "Tell them not to drop them on their heads, especially the old man. I need them alive, at least for a while." He glanced into the pen and watched the man struggle against his bonds as pigs sniffed and licked him. Rapp thought he'd seen it all, but this took the cake. He shook his head and walked away from the pen, fishing out his satellite phone. After flipping the large antenna into the upright position, he punched in the number General Harley had given him. A duty officer answered, and Rapp asked for the general. 5 seconds later, Harley was on the line. "Mitch?" "General, have you ID'd the 2 other prisoners?" With reasonable certainty, Rapp had already identified Hassan Izz-al-Din, Wahid Ahmed Abdallah, and Ali Saeed al-Houri. "Not yet, but we're working on it." "What about Langley?" "As per your request, we're scanning documents as fast as we can and sending them back to the CTC." "Good," Rapp said. "Listen, General, I can't stress enough how time-sensitive this information is. I have to start interrogating these guys, so I need your people to work really fast. The second you learn anything, I want you to call me." "Roger." Rapp put the phone away and went back to the pen. His 5 prisoners were all on their backs, writhing in agony as the dirty swine defiled their supposedly purified, martyred bodies. He looked to Erda and said, "Have your boys bring them inside." Rapp then gestured for Erda to follow him. The two men walked a safe distance away from any prying ears. Rapp looked around at the dusty, hard-scrabble landscape and said, "Listen, I'm about to go in there and do something that is so far off the reservation it can never be discussed with anyone. And I mean anyone. This is not going to be your typical interrogation. We don't have the time to do it properly." "Why?" "Because we have reason to believe these guys are planning to detonate a nuclear weapon in Washington, D.C. We're talking casualty rates that you and I can't even begin to calculate, and the clock is ticking." Erda's jaw hung slack for a moment, and then he said, "My ex-wife and kids live just outside the city." Not for the first time, Rapp thought how lucky he was that his wife was visiting her parents in Wisconsin. He pointed toward the pen where the soiled prisoners were being dragged away from the squealing pigs. "I'm going to need your eyes and ears, because we are going to interrogate all 5 of them together. That old guy there is none other than Ali Saeed al-Houri. He helped plan and execute the 9/11 attacks. And if he doesn't start singing like a bird, I'm going to kill him right here and now. And I can tell you honestly that I won't lose a wink of sleep over it." The building was approximately 30 feet wide by 80 feet long, with large doors at each end to accommodate vehicles pulling in to drop off and pick up product. In this case, the product was opium, both the bane and blessing of the Afghani people. Rapp wondered if this was the right place to conduct the interrogation, but he knew he had neither the time nor the resources to do anything else. The job had to be done, and done quickly. Immediate results were paramount. At his request, the 5 prisoners were lined up on their knees in the middle of the warehouse. They were still bound and gagged. Rapp asked Erda to tell the 2 guards to wait outside, then retrieved a pair of earplugs from his black bulletproof tactical vest. He compressed the soft foam and inserted one plug into his left ear. Then he stepped from the shadows. As he approached the 5 kneeling men, he wondered if any of them would recognize him. His photograph had been published on the internet and elsewhere. When he stepped into the faint light, he could tell by the expression on one of the younger man's faces that he did indeed recognize him. Rapp removed the man's gag, and in Arabic told him to tell the others who he was. The man vacillated, and then, after clearing his throat and gaining some courage, he said, "Malakul Maut." Rapp smiled. The man had just told the others that Rapp was the angel of death. "That is right. My name is Azrael, and today is Yawmuddin, the day of judgment." Erda had joined him in front of the 5 captives. Rapp pointed to one of the men and said, "Take his gag off." Erda did so, and then remained standing next to the gray-bearded man. Having looked forward to this day for some time, Rapp studied the grizzled face and said, "Ali Saeed al-Houri, I have seen the Sijin, and your name is on it." The Sijin was a scroll where the names of all those who will be sent to hell are recorded. "You are a liar," al-Houri yelled. "You are not even a true believer. You are nothing more than an assassin." Rapp shook his head sadly. It was all part of an act he planned for the other 4 men. "I am not a liar," Rapp replied without malice. "Allah does not hold in favor men who kill innocent women and children. Your name is on the list, and I am here to send you to hell." Al-Houri laughed in Rapp's face. "The tide is turning. We are about to strike a great blow for Allah, and you will pay dearly." Rapp dropped to a squat so he could look Al-Houri directly in the eye. "I found your little room under the house." Rapp paused to let this little surprise nugget sink in. "Interesting plan. It's too bad it won't work." The old man smiled. "You cannot stop us. There is not enough time." Rapp could tell the smile was not false bravado. No matter what he said to Al-Houri, the man's faith and confidence in his chosen path would remain unshaken. This made him dangerous. His conviction would give the others strength. He had to be removed to get the rest to talk. Rapp stood and slowly walked around behind the prisoners. He approached Erda and whispered something in his ear. Erda nodded and handed over one of his Kimber .45 caliber pistols. Rapp took the heavy and exceptionally loud pistol and stood behind Al-Houri, who was trying to make eye contact with the other prisoners. With the weapon in his left hand, he pulled the hammer back into the cocked position and covered his right ear with his free hand. Rapp placed the stainless steel barrel a mere 2 feet from the prisoner's head and said, "Ali Saeed al-Huri, your deeds have damned you to hell, and that is where I am sending you." There would be no last-minute confession, only orders for the others to stay true to their cause. So before al-Huri had a chance to utter a single word, Rapp squeezed the trigger. Afterwards, Rapp rolled him over so the others could get a good look at what was in store for them. The force of the hollow-tipped .45 caliber round had punched a fist-sized hole through the terrorist's head, leaving a gaping wound where his nose and upper lip once were. Rapp then paced back and forth in front of the remaining 4 prisoners. Not one of them dared raise his eyes and look at him. He knew their ears were ringing from the blast of the powerful .45 caliber Kimber, so he shouted in Arabic, "Which one of you wants to go to hell next?" Rapp told Erda to repeat everything he said in Pashto. He then screamed about the need to be in a purified state to be accepted into heaven. When he had set everything up as best as time would allow, it was time to separate the prisoners and begin questioning them one by one. Erda's bodyguards came back into the warehouse and dragged 3 of the men out, leaving behind the one Rapp had chosen. He was the youngest of the lot, the man who had recognized Rapp. Rapp grabbed a couple of empty white 5-gallon buckets and turned them upside down. As he walked around behind the prisoner, the man flinched. That was a good sign. Rapp took hold of him under the arms and hefted him onto one of the buckets. Moving the other one a little closer, he sat and looked into the eyes of the young man only a few feet away. The lifeless body of al-Huri lay beside them, the blood draining from his head and snaking its way toward the bare feet of the prisoner. For the first time, Rapp scrutinized the man's face. He had a beard, of course, and on the surface did not look Arab or Persian. The young man was probably Afghani or Pakistani, and looked to be in his mid-20s. "Do you speak English?" Rapp asked in an easy tone. The prisoner would not raise his head and look at him. "Yes," he offered quietly. "What is your name?" "Ahmed Halili." "How old are you?" 19. Rapp was surprised to hear how young the man was. It spoke to the harsh life that they lived that he could have easily passed for someone 10 years older. "Where are you from, Ahmed?" "Karachi," the man answered, his shoulders tense with fear. Rapp reached out and lifted the boy's face. "I am not the angel of death, Ahmed, and I'm not going to kill you." Rapp noted the gleam of intelligence in the boy's gaze. Ahmed's hazel eyes began to fill with tears, and he pulled his chin away from Rapp. "You are a liar." His gaze rested on the dead body lying on the dirty floor. He closed his eyes tightly and shook his head in defiance. "I did not say you won't die, Ahmed. You just won't do so by my hand." Rapp nodded toward the door. "Those 2 Afghanis who threw you in the pig pen, their entire families were murdered by the Taliban. They wanted to do awful things to you, even before they knew you were a Pakistani, things that I wouldn't even dream of." Pointing to the bloody corpse on the floor, Rapp said, "That is the easy way out. He will be tormented in hell for eternity, to be sure, but at least he didn't have to suffer the indignity of being forced to eat his own genitalia." The young man began to whimper. "If you do not talk to me, I will have no choice but to turn you over to them, and then you will lose any hope of setting things straight before you pass." Ahmed did not speak. Rapp stood and took a step toward the door. He did not want to give the boy too much time to think things over. Over his shoulder, he said, "I will take your silence as an unwillingness to cooperate." He had barely taken 3 steps when he heard the beaten voice of his prisoner say something that he could barely make out. He forced himself to turn around more slowly than he would have liked. "What did you say?" "They are planning to kill your president." "How?" "A bomb. There has been mention of a bomb." Rapp felt his heart quicken. "A nuclear bomb?" The boy looked up at the question. "I have not heard them talk of a nuclear bomb, but I only arrived the day before yesterday. I have not been involved in this part of the operation." Rapp returned to the bucket and sat. "What else did they say about the bomb? Repeat everything." "I overheard them saying it was very big." Ahmed looked down as if he was ashamed. "They said it would kill thousands, all of your politicians and generals." Rapp's jaw hung slack with disbelief at the revelation. The sheer lunacy of the entire mess left him at a momentary loss. These bastards were finally going to do it. When is the attack to take place?
I don't know. Soon.
Rapp buried his face in his hands. These idiots had no idea of the Pandora's box they were about to open. After a moment, he regained his composure. So far, he believed Ahmed, but he needed to talk to the others and see if he could confirm his story. More importantly, he needed to find out if the others knew more. He was willing to bet that 2 of them did for sure. Rapp grabbed Ahmed under the arm and pulled him to his feet. They walked toward the door, Rapp pulling the shackled prisoner along. When they reached the rickety door, Rapp shoved it open, and they were momentarily blinded by the bright morning sun. Rapp brought a hand up to shield his eyes and pushed Ahmed toward Erda. Gag him and sit him down over there by the trucks. Erda was on his mobile phone. He held up a finger, signaling to Rapp that he needed a second. He walked a few steps away and continued to listen. All right, thanks for the update. Call me as soon as you learn anything else. Erda flipped the phone closed and approached Rapp. The other 3 prisoners were kneeling on the ground, bound and gagged, about 50 feet away. Erda hooked Ahmed by the arm and said to Rapp, "Follow me." The 3 of them walked over by the trucks where Erda deposited Ahmed. He then gestured for Rapp to follow him. He led him around the corner of the building and in a voice barely loud enough for Rapp to hear said, "That was one of my guys calling from the base. They found a couple of interesting dossiers on some guys who we've been looking for. You know those missing Pakistani nuclear scientists we've been trying to track down?" All Rapp could do was shake his head. This just keeps getting worse. After a few seconds, he stepped around the corner and looked at the 3 prisoners he had yet to interrogate. "Follow me," he said to Erda, "and let's get this over with." Rapp dragged Hassan-e Zaldin into the room by his long black hair. The man's personal hygiene left a lot to be desired, and that was before he'd been rolled around in pig shit. Aldin's gag was still in place, so the curses he was trying to fling at Rapp weren't getting very far. Rapp deposited the Yemeni-born extremist like a bag of garbage on top of his dead comrade. The terrorist squirmed his way clear of the corpse, just in time for Erda to deposit Wahid Ahmed Abdallah in the space he had just vacated. Abdallah's reaction to being placed on top of his lifeless friend was much the same as Aldin's. Rapp pulled Aldin to his knees, and as soon as Abdallah had rolled clear, he yanked him off the ground by his hair. The 2 men were left kneeling side by side, with the body of Al-Huri in front of them. Rapp took one man's gag off, and then the other. The curses flew forth in furious Arabic. "Are you done?" Rapp asked after a minute, when he sensed they were running out of steam. He knew a fair amount about each man. He knew from where they hailed, and where they'd received their religious indoctrination. "Okay," Rapp said in a satisfied tone. He drew his FNP-9 from his thigh holster, pulled the hammer back into the cocked position, and leveled it at Aldin. Without a question or word of warning, he squeezed the trigger once, a loud pop and muzzle flash erupting from the weapon. Before Abdallah could react, Rapp brought the weapon to bear on him and fired again. The entire thing happened in less than a second, with both men toppled over, screaming in pain, but unable to clutch their shattered kneecaps. Rapp stepped over the dead body of Al-Huri and looked down at the 2 agonized faces. "You really didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you?" Rapp had decided to take a calculated risk and make an assumption based on what he already knew. He lowered his weapon and said, "So, tell me about the bomb." Abdallah started to speak, but was stopped by Aldin. "Silence! Don't say another word to him!" Looming over the 2 men, Rapp reacted instantly and without malice. He grabbed Abdallah by the hair and shoved his face next to Aldin's. He extended his pistol and pointed it at the head of Aldin, the man who he had already guessed would be more difficult to break. The men had their faces pressed tightly together. Rapp squeezed the trigger and sent a hollow-tipped bullet into the Yemeni's face. Aldin's entire body convulsed at impact and then settled, with only his fingers twitching. Abdallah was left gasping for air, his eyes stinging from the muzzle blast, and his face covered with blood and flesh. Rapp straddled the Saudi and pointed the barrel of the FNP-9 at his head. "So, you and I were talking. Tell me about the bomb. Is it nuclear?" Abdallah's face was twisted in fright. "Yes." "How big?" "I do not know. All I've been told is that it will destroy the entire city." "What city?" "Washington." Rapp squeezed the grip of his FNP-9.
When are you planning on setting it off?
This week sometime. I think. I was only told it would happen this week.
Where's the bomb right now?
I don't know.
Rapp removed the pistol from the Saudi's temple and shoved it into his groin. I'm going to blow your balls off, Abdullah. Where the hell is the bomb?
Don't shoot, the man pleaded. It was supposed to arrive yesterday.
Where? A bewildered expression spread across Abdullah's face.
I truly don't know. I only know that it was coming in by cargo plane.
Rapp kept the pistol firmly in place. It was unclear how much, if any, of what he'd just been told was true, but either way, he had to report it to Kennedy immediately. Irene Kennedy stood at the back of the Global Ops Center on the 7th floor of the old headquarters building at Langley. She slowly placed the handset of the secure phone back in its cradle. She didn't move or speak for close to a minute, trying to comprehend the full importance of what Rapp had just told her. She knew there was no turning back once she took the next step. Somewhat reluctantly, Kennedy again got on the secure phone. She scanned the numerous buttons for the proper speed dial label and found it. Several seconds later, the duty officer for the Secret Service's Joint Operations Command answered. "This is Director Kennedy. Patch me through to Agent Warch ASAP." After several seconds and a few clicks, a tired voice came on the line. "Warch here." "Jack, it's Irene. Sorry to bother you at such an awkward hour, but we have a situation." Warch's voice was suddenly less tired. "What's up?" "I'm about to implement Operation Ark, and it's not a drill." Kennedy imagined that the agent was now sliding out of bed. Operation Ark, the code name for the evacuation of key government officials from the city, had only been set into motion one other time that the two of them could remember. "Okay, what's the threat?" asked Warch. "We have reason to believe a WMD might be in the city. The intel right now points to a nuclear weapon." "Jesus Christ." "Jack, this needs to be done very low-key, but fast. No Marine One. Put him in the limo and take him up to Camp David as quickly as possible without making a scene. Bring the First Lady with, and don't take no for an answer from either of them." When the call came out over the detail's secure radio net, agents and officers alike sprang into action. In the basement of the West Wing, 8 men who were part of the counter-assault team jumped to their feet. Dressed in black tactical jumpsuits and laden with ballistic body armor, the men quickly grabbed their helmets, automatic rifles, and machine guns. They poured out of the West Wing and onto the South Lawn, setting up a perimeter around Stagecoach, the presidential limousine. On the 2nd floor of the mansion, 2 Secret Service agents, one female, the other male, burst into the First Family's bedroom without knocking. The agents apologized to the First Lady for the intrusion, but made no effort to explain further why they were awakening Mrs. Hayes after midnight. The President was in the Situation Room watching SportsCenter and thinking about going to bed when the heavy soundproof door opened with a thud. Beth Jorgensen entered the room with 3 other agents. "Mr. President, please come with us." Understandably so, the President looked a little shaken. "What is going on?" "We've been ordered to take you to Camp David, sir." 2 linebacker-sized agents grabbed the President under the arms and yanked him to his feet. Jorgensen led the way out of the Situation Room, down the hall and up the stairs. The agents burst onto the colonnade outside the West Wing and began jogging down the path to the driveway that arched its way through the South Lawn. The tank-like presidential limo was waiting, engine running, its passenger side doors open. An ominous-looking black Suburban was behind it. An agent stood at each corner of the vehicle. The First Lady was unceremoniously brought out of the basement door, her robe billowing open, her bare legs on display. She arrived at the limousine seconds before the President. Normally they would have the backup limousine and a half-dozen other vehicles as part of the motorcade, but not during a quick evacuation. Those vehicles were at this very moment being fired up at the Secret Service's garage only a few blocks away. Out of necessity, 4 agents piled into the back with the President and the First Lady. Jorgensen climbed into the front seat, and 2 more agents got in the jump seats behind her and the driver. As soon as the doors to the limousine were shut, the counter-assault team piled into the back of the Suburban. The 2 armor-plated vehicles raced out the heavy gate and onto West Executive Drive. The entire evacuation had taken exactly 52 seconds. The warehouse was not located in the best part of town, but that was to be expected. Good real estate in Atlanta was expensive, and the men who had invested in this small trucking company were not looking for a long-term investment. If things went according to plan, they would no longer be in business after Memorial Day. Ahmed al-Adil mopped his brow with a cloth and cursed the oppressive humidity of Atlanta. He was a gifted man in the sense that he was smart and well-educated, even if he lacked physical stature. In his mind, it was infinitely better to have brains, even if his female cousins in the area made fun of him behind his back. Al-Adil stepped out into the yard and walked across the pock-marked asphalt toward his idling truck. Two men were standing by the truck talking to each other. One of them came toward Al-Adil and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Allahu Akbar! God is greater. I checked everything personally. It will take you to your destiny and beyond." "Thank you." Al-Adil clapped him on the shoulders. "Hopefully, we will meet again in our homeland. If not, then in paradise," the man said with a proud grin. The two men hugged one more time, and then Al-Adil climbed behind the wheel of the big rig. The third man got in the passenger seat of the cab, a pistol bulging from the waist of his pants. Al-Adil gunned the engine several times and then forced it into gear. The pager on Peggy Steely's dresser was vibrating. She woke, swung her long, toned legs from under the covers, and walked over to the nightstand. Picking up the pager, she looked at the small readout. When she saw the number staring back at her, she said, "Oh, shit." Steely ran from her room into the kitchen, where she immediately noticed the blinking message light on her answering machine. She pressed play and grabbed her cell phone to turn it on. The Attorney General's voice came out of the small speaker on the answering machine. His only direction was to call him immediately. Even though the message was brief, she could tell that something was wrong. She grabbed her phone and dialed his cell phone number. He answered on the first ring. "Peg, are you on a landline?" No, I'm on a cordless." "Where the hell have you been?" She pulled her hair back, trying to think of an excuse, and finally told him the truth. "Sleeping." "Listen to me, Peg. I can't discuss this with you over an open line. Get to the Joint Counterterrorism Center immediately and call me back." Before she could ask what was going on, the line went dead. Steely just stood there in her kitchen, left dumbfounded and staring at the cordless phone. The gravity of what must be going on began to seep in. She was supposed to keep a go bag packed at all times for just this type of situation. She cursed herself for not paying more attention during all the exercises. She went down the hall to get dressed. She threw on a gray pantsuit and stuffed some toiletries and extra garments into the bag she was supposed to have packed, and then headed back to the living room. She took a quick look at herself in the mirror by the door. Her hair was a mess, and she still had sleep lines on her face. Screw it, she thought. I'll have to do it in the car. The two vehicles arrived back at the base with little fanfare. Rapp started to get out of the truck before it stopped. He was so sick of listening to Wahid Abdallah scream, he'd actually thought of knocking him out. Rapp lifted the back hatch, half hoping Abdallah would roll out and hit the ground hard enough to break his jaw. His wish did not come true. The Saudi screamed even louder once he saw his tormentor. Soldiers began spilling out of the command tent, followed by General Harley. Rapp would have liked to avoid this scene, but there'd been a change of plans. Erda and his Afghani bodyguards grabbed the other two prisoners and leaned them against the SUV. No one, least of all General Harley, noticed, or cared, or more likely dared ask Rapp why he'd left with 5 prisoners and returned with only 3. There were certain things Harley was just better off not knowing. "You want medical attention for this one?" asked Harley, as he pointed to Abdallah, who was between shrieks and breathing so heavily he looked as if he might pass out. Reluctantly, Rapp agreed. A medic showed up and quickly assessed the prisoner's wounds. Erda asked Rapp if they should take the other 2 prisoners away. Rapp told him no. Showing them that their captors could have some compassion was a good thing. Rapp walked over to the medic and bent down so no one else could hear. "Give him just a little bit of morphine, enough to last 30 minutes, tops." He straightened up and waved Erda over. The 2 CIA men huddled with General Harley, and Rapp asked the older man, "You have a place where Jamal can continue interrogating these 3? "It's all set up and ready to go, recording equipment and all. I've also got some Delta boys who are more than eager to assist, but make sure the cameras are turned off." Both Rapp and Erda nodded. "And no executions," Harley whispered. Gossip on a military base was as common as morning PT. You guys need to resort to any of that stuff, you take them off base again. The general glared at both men to make sure they were clear on this point. Understood, said Rapp. Erda nodded. Harley nodded with satisfaction and then turned to one of his men. Captain, would you please escort Mr. Erda to the place we discussed? Yes, sir. The Afghani bodyguards grabbed Abdallah, while Erda took hold of the other two by their elbows, and they were off. A minute later, Harley and Rapp stepped into a large, crowded tent, and the general walked over to a table set up with food and coffee. You must be hungry. Starved. Rapp grabbed a turkey sandwich and tore at the cellophane. When a large enough portion was free, he took a big bite and then poured himself a cup of black coffee. While Harley explained what they were doing, Rapp continued to eat. Large rectangular tables were arranged around the room in a horseshoe pattern. A morass of cables and cords connected the various computers, scanners, flat-panel monitors, printers, and fax machines. Most of the men and women present were wearing Desert BDUs, but a few were in civilian clothes, which meant they were CIA. This first group over here, Harley said, is working with your people back in Washington to decipher the data on the computers. The other two groups are pouring through the files and separating them by language. More of it is in Arabic than we originally thought. Harley walked over to one of the large bulletin boards that ringed the perimeter of the tent. Pinned to its middle was the map of Washington, D.C. that had everyone so worked up. Next to it was another map that Rapp hadn't seen. We found this folded up and stuffed in a file. Harley pointed to the upper portion of the map. Can you read any of it? Some of it. Rapp studied the map. More than anything, he recognized the shape of the large blue body of water in the middle. It's the Caspian, right? Correct, answered Harley. The map was of the Caspian Sea, with Iran to the south and Kazakhstan to the north. Any idea why they would bother with a map of the Caspian? Rapp stared at it for a moment. None whatsoever. Well, neither did we. Harley slid over a bit. These maps need no introduction, he said, pointing. One was of the entire eastern seaboard of the United States, and the other one was of Florida and the northern part of the Caribbean. Harley touched the map and asked, Do you see what's been circled? New York, Miami, Baltimore, and Charleston. That's right. The 4 busiest ports on the East Coast. Shit. That's not even the worst of it, replied the general. Come look at this. He walked Rapp around the outside of the tables to the area where Erda's people were set up. These are our Pashto guys. They were the ones who found the names of the missing Pakistani nuclear scientists. What else have they discovered? Asked Rapp. Detailed descriptions on how to shield a nuclear warhead and sneak it past the sensors we have at all the aforementioned ports. Rapp closed his eyes out of frustration. What else? A laundry list of materials needed to build the fire set and how to assemble and shape the explosive charge to achieve maximum yield. According to this right here, Harley tapped a file lying on the table. The yield is 20 kilotons. Say again? Asked a somewhat shocked Rapp. 20 kilotons. That's no dirty bomb. No. Any idea where they got this thing? Did they steal it from the Pakistanis? So far, we haven't a clue, but all of this is being sent back to the Joint Counterterrorism Center, the Pentagon, and the National Security Council. What else? Asked Rapp. What about something arriving by air yesterday? Harley asked one of the analysts and was told no. Rapp wondered if Abdallah had lied to him and thought it might be a good idea to put a few more questions to him. General, can one of your men bring me to where the interrogations are being conducted? Special Agent Skip McMahon had been with the FBI since the day he graduated from Penn State, 35 years earlier. He'd been involved in more stressful cases than perhaps anyone else at the Bureau, but this one was looking as if it might take the cake. To be rousted in the middle of the night by the shrill ring of his STU-3 secure telephone was never a pleasant experience, but on this particular evening, the message he received from the Counterterrorism Watch Center caused him to bolt from his bed and get dressed as fast as his arthritic knees allowed. Operation ARC had been implemented. The President, his cabinet, the Supreme Court, and the leaders of the House and Senate were all being evacuated from the city. While they fled, it was his job to stay and try to stop whatever it was that the terrorists were attempting. At the moment, he was trying to do just that from an elevated glass-enclosed room at the new Tyson's Corner facility. He looked out onto CT Watch, a 24/7 center that monitored terrorist activities around the world. Something was going on over in Kandahar, Afghanistan. Intel was pouring in so fast the translators were struggling to keep up. McMahon saw Jake Turbs, the director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, enter the room. Turbs walked hurriedly down the side aisle and joined McMahon in the elevated glass room. "This just came in." Turbs handed over a piece of paper. McMahon looked at the list of cities. "These are 4 of the busiest ports in the world." "I know, but it's all we have to go on for now." "In addition to all of the international air cargo flights?" "No one ever said it was going to be easy, Skip." McMahon put the piece of paper in his pocket. "I'd better call Reamer and get his people in on this." He was referring to Paul Reamer, who ran the nuclear emergency support teams for the Department of Energy. "Good idea." Turbs left the room as quickly as he'd arrived. McMahon crossed to his desk. He had 60 speed dial buttons on his secure phone, and Reamer's button was near the top. He pushed it, and a few seconds later, the Vietnam vet and retired Navy SEAL was on the line. Like McMahon, Reamer had also been awakened by the shrill ring of his government-issued STU-3. He had been given instructions to head to the Department of Energy's secure underground facility in Germantown, Maryland. "Reamer here," he answered in a voice that hadn't quite warmed up. "Paul, it's Skip. Are your nest boys ready to go to work?" McMahon was referring to the Department of Energy's nuclear emergency support team. "Affirmative. I've already got one of my search response teams doing a random search downtown." "Great. I've also got some ports for you to take a look at." "How many?" "4 to start with. New York, Miami, Baltimore, and Charleston. I know it's a big job, Paul." "Big job? You've got to be kidding me." "Sorry, but right now it's all we've got to go on." "What if the damn thing's already in the country?" "The consensus is that the censors would have picked it up." McMahon hung up the phone and looked up in time to see a disheveled Peggy Steely come storming through the emergency crisis center. The near-permanent frown on his face deepened. Steely never slowed, laying her shoulder into the heavy door of the bridge. She came up the steps and dropped her bag next to McMahon's desk. "What the hell is going on?" McMahon casually looked at his watch and said, "Peggy, you should have been here an hour ago." He then shifted his gaze from his watch to her deceptively gentle blue eyes. "We're in the middle of a crisis, so check your ego at the door, and I'll bring you up to speed as time allows." "Where is the Attorney General?" she asked. "He's in the secure conference room with Director Roach. They're about to start a National Security Council meeting. So unless you were given some promotion I'm unaware of, sit your ass down and wait for him to come out of the meeting." At 4 a.m., the Ford Taurus exited on U.S. Highway 17 and continued northeast toward Charleston. At a small truck stop just west of the city, it stopped for gas. Mustafa Al-Yamani awoke when the car pulled under the bright lights of the pumps. He dragged himself up from the back seat and looked at the clock on the dashboard. He'd been asleep for nearly 3 hours. The nausea hit him almost immediately. In the final stages of radiation poisoning, Mustafa Al-Yamani did not have long to live. He figured he would be dead in 10 days at the most. All he needed were 6 more days to see everything through. He was at complete peace with the prospect of dying. His faith was strong, so strong that he willed himself to ignore the nausea and intense irritation of his blotchy, burning skin and continue on his mission. He climbed out of the back seat and got in the front with his driver. A few minutes later, they left for the port. The Kuwaiti driving the car, Ibrahim Yaqub, was a student of the University of Central Florida. Like Al-Yamani, Yaqub was a Wahhabi, a proud member of Islam's most radical sect. The man had family in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia that would be thrilled with him when they discovered the path he'd chosen. They continued their drive through Charleston in silence. As they neared the main gate, Al-Yamani asked, "Does anything look unusual?" Trucks were already lined up to enter the yard and pick up their containers. Yaqub shook his head. "No." "Then take us to the spot you told me about," Al-Yamani said, "and we will watch." 4:15 a.m. For the last 2 hours, there had been a constant stream of helicopters and vehicles arriving and departing from the base of Raven Rock Mountain. The mountain straddled the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, about an hour's drive north of Washington, D.C. Buried deeply beneath it was a highly secure, hardened facility known simply as Site R. Site R had opened in 1953 and had been designated an alternate joint communications center by the U.S. military. The more blunt description was that it was a bunker built to survive a nuclear attack against the United States. There were 4 ways into Site R. The most secretive of them was an elevator shaft and tunnel that allowed the president to enter the bunker from Camp David, just a few miles down the road. The president's chief of staff was the last person to arrive at the Camp David entrance, and once she was inside, the immense doors began their unnerving slow grind to their shut position. Once the doors were closed, the inhabitants were safe against all but a direct strike by a large nuclear weapon. Site R was built to house several hundred people for a period of 4 to 6 weeks, depending on how food and water was dispersed. Most impressive, though, was its exact replica of the National Military Command Center, or NMIC, that sits in the bowels of the Pentagon. At 4:18, President Hayes stood at the glass wall of the conference room, looking down into Site R's command center. Irene Kennedy approached the president. "Sir, we're ready to get started." Hayes took his spot at the head of the conference table. At the opposite end of the room, the large video screen was split in 3. The left third showed the Secretary of Defense Culbertson and General Flood, who were in the NMIC at the Pentagon. The middle portion showed Vice President Baxter, Treasury Secretary Keene, and Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security McClellan. All 3 men were tucked away at Mount Weather, another secure bunker west of D.C. The last third showed Attorney General Stokes and FBI Director Roach, who were at the new Joint Counterterrorism Center. In the room with the President were Secretary of State Berg, National Security Advisor Hake, Chief of Staff Jones, and CIA Director Kennedy. President Hayes, knowing that much of the group was in the dark as to what was going on, asked CIA Director Kennedy to bring everyone quickly up to speed. When she had finished, the first question came from the President. "How much possible damage?" "Immediate casualties could be as low as 20,000 if it's a ground detonation," said Kennedy, "and could climb to 500,000 people or more if it's an airburst during the middle of a workday." "How in the hell," asked Secretary of Defense Culbertson, "did these guys get their hands on a nuclear weapon?" "We're looking into that right now," said Kennedy. "Maybe we should start with the Pakistanis," snapped an angry Secretary of Defense. Kennedy looked to the President. They had already discussed this exact point. "I plan on talking to General Musharraf shortly," Hayes responded. "But before I do that, I would like to get a better handle on the intelligence that's coming out of Kandahar." "Mr. President," said the Secretary of Homeland Security, "in about 2 hours this city is going to wake up and rush hour will begin. If Washington, D.C. is in fact the target, we need to consider shutting down all incoming lanes of traffic." The President looked to Kennedy for guidance. "I would advise waiting another hour," answered the Director of the CIA. "With each passing minute we're getting a better handle on this situation. As strange and counterintuitive as it may seem, the best course of action for us right now may be to do nothing." The President didn't wait for anyone else to argue or interject. "We will reconvene at 5:30. In the meantime, I can't stress enough how important it is that we keep a lid on this thing. The last thing we need right now is the press getting wind of this." Rapp stepped into the tent and in the dim light spotted Erda sitting at a small table with Ahmed Khalili, the young man from Karachi. When Erda saw Rapp, the CIA's Kandahar man stood. "I'm going to step outside for a second," he told Khalili. "I'll be right back." Erda accompanied Rapp outside the tent and said, "He's their computer guy. He's been explaining how they contact their people in the States via email. And he said something else very important. Somebody big is supposed to be going to America to help carry out the attack." "Did he tell you who?" asked Rapp. Erda nodded. "Mustafa al-Yamani." Rapp's hands balled into tight fists upon hearing the man's name. "How and when?" "They knew they couldn't get him in on a commercial flight, so they were going to do it by water, but I don't know how yet." Rapp nodded. "Let's get back in there and find out." Back inside the tent, Erda took his seat at the small table and Rapp grabbed a folding chair, flipping it around backwards and sitting down between the 2 men. "Ahmed," started Rapp in a calm voice, "how did Mustafa al-Yamani plan on entering America?" "By boat." The young Pakistani slid his trembling hands under the table. "Do you know when?" "Yesterday." "Was he accompanying the bomb?" Khalili shook his head. "No. He was to fly to Cuba, where he would take a boat and enter Florida somewhere on its eastern coast. Then how was the bomb to enter the country? I'm not sure, the Pakistani answered in a shaky voice, but I think by ship. About 3 weeks ago, it was loaded onto a freighter in Karachi. Rapp rubbed his jaw. If Ahmed was telling the truth, that meant Abdullah was lying to him. Did you hear what port they were going to bring the bomb into? He asked. No, Halili shook his head. I heard them mention several cities. New York and Baltimore were the two I remember. What about Miami and Charleston? I think those two. Rapp leaned back and looked at Erda. I need to ask someone a question. Maybe you two could discuss how Mr. Al-Yamani got into America and who was helping him. Rapp found Abdallah about 50 yards away. They'd placed him in an ammunition storage bunker that was partially underground and surrounded by sandbags. 2 Delta troopers were sitting in front of the bunker playing a hand of cards, while Abdallah lay inside on a stretcher. Rapp went down the steps and stood in front of the terrorist. Wahid. Rapp used his first name. How does your knee feel? The Saudi turned away and bit down on his lip. At the same time, Rapp took the steel toe of his boot and nudged the bloody and bandaged joint. Abdullah let out a scream that was ear-piercing in the confined space. You told me a lie earlier. Rapp lifted up his boot and again nudged Abdullah's bloodied knee. This big plan of yours is unraveling. The others know a lot more than you think. We know Al-Yamani flew to Cuba and then got on a boat for Florida. We're tracing the emails you sent to the cells in America, and the FBI is moving to arrest people right now. This entire thing is falling apart, and you're getting left behind. Rapp stood and studied the Saudi for a moment. Maybe I should give you more time to think about it. I'll be back in an hour. Rapp started to leave, but before he reached the door, Abdullah cried out for him to wait. It's not coming into America by plane. How's it being transported then? By ship. Destined for what port? Rapp moved to stand over him again. Abdullah mumbled an unintelligible answer. I didn't hear you, Wahid. What port? Rapp put his boot on top of the bad knee and pressed down. I'm not taking my foot off until you tell me what port. Charleston! Charleston! The man's face was covered in sweat and contorted in anguish. Rapp let up a bit but kept his boot in place. And when is it due to arrive? Today! You said yesterday when I asked you an hour ago. I lied. It's coming today. I swear I'm telling you the truth. What's the name of the ship? I don't know. He howled with a genuine look of panic on his face. Please. Oh, please. I'm telling you the truth. They parked a half block from the water and got out of the car. The sky was beginning to lighten. Al-Yamani asked Yaqub to grab the duffel bag from the trunk, and the two of them walked to the beach. Yaqub pointed out into the harbor and said, That is Fort Sumter. It is almost 1.5 kilometers from here to there. The boat will pass right between us. This is no boat, Al-Yamani thought to himself. It is a ship. He had been there in Karachi to supervise the packing and loading of the container. Here comes a boat now. Yaqub pointed out to sea. Al-Yamani checked his watch and said, Binoculars. Yaqub zipped open the duffel bag and handed the high-powered binoculars over. Al-Yamani looked through the lenses and found the vessel steaming toward port. A minute later, the ship passed between their position and Fort Sumter. Al-Yamani read the name on the prow. It was not the ship he was looking for, but he was not surprised. His ship was not due for another 10 minutes. Al-Yamani grew a bit nervous as the next ship passed, and it again wasn't the one he was looking for. The ship after that churned its way through the channel, its deck laden with multicolored containers stacked 6 high over every square foot of the aircraft carrier-sized deck. Al-Yamani strained to read the barely lit name on the prow, and in the faint light he made out the first 3 letters and knew it was the one he was expecting, the Madagascar. He lowered the binoculars and exhaled in relief. His ship had arrived. Rapp left the ammunition bunker, grabbed Erda, and quickly explained to him everything he'd just learned from Abdallah. The 2 men double-timed it back to the intel tent where Rapp called for everyone's attention. This time he would hold off on contacting Washington until he could corroborate Abdullah's story. "Everybody listen up," boomed Rapp, with Erda and General Hartley at his side. "We're looking for any reference to a ship that left Karachi approximately 3 weeks ago. We think the ship may have been headed for Charleston, South Carolina, due to arrive sometime today." As Rapp looked out across the silent faces, he saw one of Erda's people sifting quickly through a stack of documents. There was something about the manner in which the man searched the pile that suggested he knew what he was looking for. Rapp's eyes zeroed in on him. The analyst stopped once and licked his fingers. He quickly flipped over several more pages and then looked up triumphantly. "I've got it right here." He pulled a sheaf of documents from the stack and shook them in the air. The National Security Council wasn't due to reconvene for another 15 minutes, but more than half of the principal players were already seated, including the president. Kennedy looked at Valerie Jones, placed a hand on the president's arm, and said, "I need to discuss something with the 2 of you." She leaned in, and the president and Jones followed suit. "I think I know what their endgame is. If they in fact have a nuke, it's only logical that they use it for maximum effect. This will come as no surprise to you," Kennedy looked at the president, "but one of the terrorists told Mitch that their plan is to kill you. The man also said something strange. He said they wanted to kill you and all the generals. I think now that by using the word general, the man may have been referring to leaders in general. They want to decapitate our government in one fell swoop." "How could they be guaranteed to get everyone in the city at the same time?" asked Jones. Kennedy gave a half-smile. "I'm embarrassed I didn't see it sooner, but here it is. Everyone is in town this week for the dedication of the new World War II memorial." The president looked at Kennedy. "Memorial Day." "Exactly. The festivities start on Saturday. It's already Wednesday, and the heads of Britain, Russia, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and a dozen other countries are due to begin arriving on Friday. If you wanted to hit us hard, this would be the time to do it." Hayes looked down and then up. "How could we have not seen this sooner?" "Well," said Jones, "at least we have a few days before we have to cancel the damn thing." "We don't have a few days," Kennedy said firmly. "We're going to be lucky if we make it to noon." With a raised brow, she added, "The press is going to demand to know where you are, sir. I don't believe we can keep this story from the public." Due to the high value of General Hartley's mission, he was set up with a secure video teleconference facility so he could interface with his bosses back in Washington. Rapp wanted to use the facility. He told Kennedy that in 5 minutes he wanted to brief the National Security Council himself. Rapp and the president got along well, and he had no problem with General Flood, Secretary of Defense Culbertson, or National Security Advisor Hake. But when it came to the president's chief of staff, the 2 hated each other. In addition, Rapp had no respect for the vice president, barely tolerated Secretary of State Berg, and did his best to avoid anyone who had anything to do with Homeland Security or the Justice Department. Rapp was the president's man. When Hayes really needed to get something done, he turned to Rapp. He had proven his worth and effectiveness time and time again, and if there was anyone who could get the president to move decisively and shut out the rest of the clamor, it would be Rapp. At Site R, the large screen at the front now added 3 different pictures: Rapp in Kandahar, Skip McMahon and Jake Turbs at the Joint Counterterrorism Center, and Paul Reamer at the Department of Energy's Germantown facility were also included in the meeting. Kennedy quickly announced the addition of the 4 new attendees and then told Rapp to begin. "Several hours ago," Rapp started, "we were led to believe that a nuclear device was brought into the country yesterday by air freight somewhere on the East Coast." Rapp paused and held up some documents. "In the face of contrary intelligence, the terrorist who gave us that information has since admitted this was a lie. We now have good intelligence that the device in question left Karachi, Pakistan, 22 days ago by container ship." "Mitch," said the president, "please tell me this ship hasn't reached our shores." "General Flood has the Coast Guard checking into that as we speak, sir. but I can tell you that according to the bills of lading we discovered, the ship is due to arrive at the port of Charleston sometime today." Before Rapp could continue, Secretary of Homeland Security McClellan cut him off and said, "Mr. President, we need to shut that harbor down immediately." "I would agree," seconded Attorney General Stokes. "Mr. President," interjected Rapp, "that is a terrible idea. The worst thing we could do right now is lock that harbor down." "I beg to differ," said McClellan. "Our first priority is to protect the American public." Rapp wasn't even the slightest bit deterred. And the best way to do that is by letting the Nest people and the FBI locate this device. "Mr. President, if I may." It was Paul Reamer, the former SEAL Team commander who ran the nuclear emergency support teams. "I couldn't agree with Mitch more strongly. Any type of lockdown will only hinder the search." As Reamer was speaking, Skip McMahon, sitting in the FBI's Counterterrorism Watch Center, turned to one of his deputies and told him to get the Charleston port captain on the line immediately. A minute later, McMahon confirmed that the Liberian container vessel Madagascar was in fact docked, and further learned that she was due to begin offloading her cargo shortly. The second person to act was Paul Reamer. Technically speaking, he was not supposed to deploy one of his search response teams unless he received actionable intelligence from the National Security Council, but he wasn't about to wait for the egos to stop their posturing. He called Debbie Hanasek, the team leader of his top search response team, and gave her orders to take off for Charleston Air Force Base immediately. With priority clearance, she and her 6-person team would be in Charleston in less than an hour. Meanwhile, the president was searching the screens for the director of the FBI. "Brian, what's the plan for Charleston?" "Boss, if I may." It was Skip McMahon, asking FBI Director Roach for permission to field the question. "Mr. President, I just got off the phone with the port captain down in Charleston. The ship we're interested in is the Madagascar. I told the port captain that not a single container is to be offloaded until he hears back from me. In addition, our special agent in charge of the Columbia office is already on his way to the port with a team of agents." There was a pause. In an ominous voice, Rapp said, "Mr. President, there's something else I haven't told you. We believe Mustafa al-Yamani, one of the chief architects behind the African embassy bombings, the Cole, and 9/11, entered the U.S. yesterday evening, possibly somewhere along the Florida coast. He came to America in order to personally direct the attack. We have newly discovered evidence of terrorist cells operating in the U.S. We have missing Pakistani nuclear scientists. We have one of al-Qaeda's top lieutenants entering the country. And most importantly, the terrorists have no idea we're onto them." "What do you suggest we do?" asked the president. "I think we should keep a low profile and see who shows up at the port of Charleston to pick this thing up. And then—" "I couldn't disagree more," said the Secretary of Homeland Security. "We could, at this very moment—" "Mr. President," shouted Paul Reamer, "would you mind if I cut through all the bullshit?" Hayes looked up at the screen. He liked the proposal and said, "By all means, please." "The absolute last thing we need right now," Reamer continued, "is for you to lock down Charleston. Let my people and the feds down there do what they're trained to do." The president found himself nodding in agreement. He turned to look at Kennedy, who concurred, and then at his chief of staff, who reluctantly did the same. Hayes stood, signaling to all that the debate was over. "Here's what we're going to do." The pilots of the Gulfstream III ran the engines all out to get to Charleston as quickly as the executive jet could fly. When the plane finally touched down just before 6:30 a.m. local time, 2 extremely anxious FBI special agents were waiting. The first person off the plane was Debbie Hanasek, the team leader. Hanasek was barely 5 feet tall, with kinky short brown hair. She was dressed casually in jeans and a white t-shirt. A lifelong physical fitness nut and marathon runner, she extended her hand and sized up the 2 6-foot-tall bookends. They were dressed in matching FBI windbreakers and looked fresh out of the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. The introductions were quick. Hanasek looked them in the eye and gripped their hands firmly. As the 6 people on her team poured out of the executive jet, laden with equipment, she looked up at the 2 agents and said, "You guys mind doing me a favor?" "Yeah, sure," one of them answered. "Lose the windbreakers, and while you're at it, lose the ties, too. The idea here is to keep a low profile. You got it?" The two bookends nodded. Good. Let's load up and get to the docks. Dick Scheuer, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Columbia, South Carolina field office, looked down at the yard through a pair of binoculars and watched as two U.S. Customs officials approached the Madagascar. He was standing on the observation deck of a 3-story building not far from where the ship was docked. With him were the port captain, the chief of the Port Authority Police, the area port director for Customs and Border Protection, and the commanding officer of the local U.S. Coast Guard station. The customs officials made their way past the police officer and up the gangway into the belly of the giant ship. After 20 tense minutes, they radioed the port captain that the container they were interested in was buried in the stacks. Scheuer made a quick call to McMahon up in Washington, who in turn asked Reamer, over at the Department of Energy, what they should do. Reamer told him it would be easier for his people to assess the situation if they had access to all 4 sides of the container. When pressed by McMahon on what to do, Reamer told him to take the container off the ship so that it was waiting for his team. Special Agent Scheuer knew he was out of his depth. When the search response team showed up at the harbor, he was more than relieved to turn things over to people who actually knew what they were doing. Debbie Hanasek was escorted to the observation deck by one of Scheuer's agents. The introductions were quick, and then, thankfully, Hanasek got right to the point. She pointed beyond the observation deck. I assume this is the high-interest vessel that has everyone so excited? The port captain handed her his binoculars. The container's just been offloaded. It's that red one 6 rows back from the bow sitting all by itself. We didn't want to move it more than necessary until you got here, added Scheuer. Hanasek nodded. Well, if she didn't blow on a transatlantic ocean crossing, she isn't going to blow getting unloaded. Why don't you have the crane grab her and set her down where my people and I will have some room to maneuver? She noted Scheuer's FBI windbreaker, but decided it was probably not a good idea to say anything in front of the others. Right. The port captain put a 2-way radio up to his mouth and called a stevedore. Hank, pluck it, and have one of the longshoremen drive it over to 105 for inspection. The South Carolina Aquarium parking garage afforded the best view of the Columbus Street terminal. Al-Yamani sat in the front seat of the car and watched what was going on below with great interest. Al-Yamani knew that somewhere in the line of trucks waiting to pick up containers were 2 of his fellow warriors. They had no idea that he was watching them, and he had no intention of alerting them to the fact. He looked down at the yard through the binoculars. Since the cranes were snatching containers from the Madagascar, he should relax a bit, but he still couldn't quite shake a slight sense of unease. Something didn't seem right. Al-Yamani's suspicions grew when a police officer took up a position at the bottom of the gangway, and then 2 men boarded the ship. When Yaqub excused himself so he could go to the bathroom, Al-Yamani too got out of the vehicle. From his new position, he could see a bit more of the yard. A few hundred meters beyond where the Madagascar was berthed, Al-Yamani noticed a squat 3-story building. It looked like the building had some type of observation deck on the top floor, and there appeared to be several people up there. Al-Yamani swallowed dryly and counted 5 of them. 3 of the men were in uniforms of some sort, and 2 were in regular clothes. Several of them were talking on phones, and all of them, it seemed, had their attention focused on the Madagascar. Suddenly, everyone turned as a man and woman came outside and joined them. Al-Yamani watched as the woman was introduced to the group. One of the men swiveled his shoulders, and there, on his back, were 3 bright yellow letters that caused Al-Yamani to grip the binoculars tightly. His breathing ceased as he watched the man wearing the FBI jacket point at the Madagascar. Al-Yamani took in a deep, tight breath of humid air. He fought off a wave of nausea and brought the binoculars back up to his eyes. This time, he zeroed in on the ground level of the building he'd been watching. Almost immediately, he didn't like what he saw. A large black SUV was parked in front, along with a black sedan. Suddenly, the woman he had seen on the observation deck exited the building with another man, and they got into the black SUV. Al-Yamani followed them as they drove across the yard to one of the warehouses, the sedan following closely behind. Al-Yamani could scarcely believe what he was watching, but then, in a single moment, he saw his entire plan crumble. A truck with a naked chassis pulled to a stop in the area where the cranes were offloading the Madagascar's cargo. It was the first time Al-Yamani had seen this done all morning. A rusty red container was plucked from the ship's depleted cargo area and delicately placed on the frame of the trailer. A group of men in hard hats locked the container down, and then the truck swung around and eased itself into the warehouse. As Al-Yamani watched the large warehouse doors inch toward each other, he knew with absolute certainty that the container they had just brought in was his. The very device that had stolen years from his life, the device that dozens of his men had died in search for, was sitting in that building. The footsteps of someone approaching from behind pulled him from his morose thoughts. He turned quickly, reaching for the hilt of his knife. But it was only Yaqub, returning from his trip to relieve his bladder. The Kuwaiti noticed the look of concern on the face of this man he had known for less than a day. "Is everything all right?" Al-Yamani didn't answer at first. Then, concealing his fury and his sudden suspicion of the young man, he said, "Everything is fine." Yaqub joined him and looked out across the yard. "It shouldn't be long now. The ship is at least halfway unloaded." "I think you are right." Casually, Al-Yamani stepped behind the younger man and pointed over his shoulder to the building with the observation deck on the top floor. "What is that building right there?" With one hand still pointing, Al-Yamani reached under his shirt and grabbed the hilt of his knife and drew the weapon from its leather scabbard. The hand that had been pointing was gently placed on the Kuwaiti's shoulder, and then, without warning, it clamped down firmly as Al-Yamani plunged the knife into the unsuspecting man's back with great force. The Kuwaiti's body went rigid in response to the unanticipated assault. Al-Yamani loosened his grip and slowly withdrew the knife as the body went limp. He bent down on one knee, wiped his weapon on the dead Kuwaiti's shirt, and took a moment to study the dark, innocent-looking eyes, having not the slightest clue if the man he had just killed was guilty of treachery, stupidity, or nothing at all. It didn't really matter. "What's the status?" asked Paul Reamer from the Department of Energy's facility in Germantown, Maryland. Debbie Hanasek walked into the warehouse as the big cargo doors began closing behind her. "The container was just offloaded and brought into a customs warehouse. We're setting up the secure SATCOM right now and should have a preliminary reading for you in about 60 seconds. Harry, are you ready to go?" she asked the tech wearing the backpack. The man fumbled with an earpiece, then flashed her a thumbs-up sign. It would take a full 15 minutes for the team's high-purity germanium device, or HPGD, to get a thorough read on what was inside the trailer. As the minutes began to tick by, Hanasek stood behind the team's chief scientist and watched the data pour in. Halfway through the process, things were not looking good. "Paul, based on what I'm seeing, I think it might be a good idea if we got ready to X-ray this thing." "I concur. Just keep it low energy, okay?" When Reamer's voice rang out of the conference room speakers at Site R, all conversations ceased immediately. "Mr. President, it's Paul Reamer from Nest. I've got an update for you on Charleston, and I'm afraid it's not good. It appears that the information provided by the CIA is accurate. My team has confirmed that a device of special nuclear material is in fact inside the container in question, and it is large enough to create an estimated yield in the 20 kiloton range." After a tense moment, President Hayes asked the obvious. "Is it secured?" Reamer hesitated for a second and then said, "That's the million-dollar question, sir. Just how stable it is has yet to be determined." Hayes addressed Reamer gravely. "What do you advise we do at this point?" "Before we do anything, sir, we need to find out exactly what is in that container. It's going to take, I would say, about 30 minutes. The dissension originated from Mount Weather, where Vice President Baxter, Secretary of the Treasury Keene, and DHS Secretary McClellan were cloistered. "Robert," said the Vice President to Hayes, "we're up for re-election. If this thing goes off and the press finds out we knew about it and did nothing to secure the safety of the citizens of Charleston, your administration is over." Attorney General Martin Stokes knew Vice President Sherman Baxter well enough to know he wasn't a stupid man, so he supposed it was his pride that had finally got the best of him. The Vice President had chosen this as his moment to be heard. Stokes had his own plans, however, and so, like a loyal knight, he jumped to the defense of his president. In an unusually loud and forceful voice, Stokes said, I think everyone needs to calm the hell down and leave politics out of this." The expression on Vice President Baxter's face said it all. He looked like the captain of a ship that had just been broadsided by a torpedo. Stokes didn't wait long to fill the silent void that followed his admonishment. "If we lock down the damn city, we'll create a panic, and as Reamer just told us, possibly alert the terrorists that we're onto them, which could incite them into detonating this damn thing and vaporizing the place. So," Stokes paused, and in a more composed voice added, "let's just take a deep breath, relax, and let Reamer and his people do what they're trained to do, and stay out of their way." Stokes' reward came only seconds later, when President Hayes smiled approvingly at his Attorney General and said, "Well put, Martin." When the man-portable X-ray machine was finally in place, Hanasek gave her techs the nod to start out at low power, not wanting to affect any electronic circuitry that could be part of the device's fire set. The first shot showed them almost nothing. The two techs looked at Hanasek for permission to increase power. She nodded, and they took a second look. This shot was a little better. She could just barely distinguish the outline of a volleyball-sized object, but that was it. "Paul, I'm going to have them get a cross-section from underneath." "I concur," said Reamer. Based on the shots they'd already taken, the technicians quickly calculated the exact location of the device and crawled under the trailer. They placed the portable X-ray machine within inches of the bottom side of the container and took the first shot. They were right on the mark, and Hanasek had them increase power immediately. After 3 shots, they had what they were looking for. Hanasek asked Reamer, "What do you think?" "I think I need to call the president," Reamer said. The CIA's G-5 had already reached a cruising altitude of 41,000 feet and left Afghanistan airspace. There was no need for Rapp to bring all the files and maps with him. Everything had already been scanned and placed on a disk. He did, however, bring 2 of the 3 prisoners and enough morphine to keep an entire crack house happy for a couple of days. He'd taken Wahid Abdallah and Ahmed Halili, the young man from Karachi. Both were currently bound, sedated, and sleeping. Rapp had accomplished what he'd set out to do, and he saw no need to waste a second more than he had to in Southwest Asia. For now, he was stuck on hold, waiting for his boss to come on the line. Kennedy's voice finally came through. "Mitch, anything new?" "No. What's going on with the ships?" Kennedy told him everything they'd learned since the last time they'd talked, and then she went on to quietly explain the dissension in the National Security Council over how things should be handled in Charleston. Rapp groaned in frustration. "Irene, listen to me. We don't have a lot of time. I need you to cut through all the bullshit and call Skip directly. He needs to get some agents to the ports and find out if anybody is waiting to pick up these containers." "I was thinking the same thing," Kennedy said. "I'll call him right now." Rapp heard a voice in the background, and Kennedy said, "Let me call you back in a minute." Reamer's voice once again filled the room from the overhead speakers, but this time there was something noticeably different about it. His no-nonsense scowl had been replaced with a bit of a grin. "Mr. President, I have some good news to report. We've X-rayed the container and believe the device in question to be a naked physics package." The term was lost on President Hayes, but he assumed by the broad grin on Reamer's usually dour face that there was something positive in this discovery. "Mr. Reamer, I have no idea what a naked physics package is, but since this is the first time I've seen you smile all morning, I'm going to assume that in this case, naked is better than fully clothed?" "You could say that, Mr. President." Reamer laughed. "A naked physics package is a sphere of weapons-grade nuclear material, minus the fire set and explosive material that are used to trigger the implosion." Hayes thought he followed it. "So this thing is basically the core to a nuclear bomb, and nothing else." "For the most part, that is correct, sir. Without the explosives and fire set, there's no way for it to reach any measurable yield." The room burst into celebration over the good news. 30 seconds later, one of Valerie Jones's people entered and walked briskly to the Chief of Staff's side. Jones listened for only a second before looking up at the President. "The Times is about to break the story that you and your entire cabinet were evacuated from the capital last night." As the clock ticked past 9 in the morning, Ahmed al-Adil grew increasingly nervous. He'd been waiting at the yard for almost 30 minutes. Recently, his fastidiousness had been his salvation. As a Saudi immigrant and owner of a trucking company that did international business, Al-Adil had attracted the attention of the FBI. He'd lived in America just long enough to understand what to do. The idea came to him while watching TV one night. There was a panel on one of the cable talk shows, and they were discussing the Patriot Act. One of the guests was a civil rights attorney from Atlanta. Al-Adil had heard of him. The man's name was Tony Jackson, but he was more commonly known by his nickname, the Mouth of the South. A convert to Islam, Jackson loved taking on causes that garnered media attention. After listening to Jackson passionately argue that the Patriot Act was an affront to the Bill of Rights, Al-Adil paid him a visit the next day. He explained his situation, that he was an American citizen trying to run a legitimate business, and that the FBI was harassing him at every turn. Jackson took the case, and instead of using the courts, he used the media to get the FBI off his client's back. Al-Adil was very proud of himself for outsmarting the Americans. This thought was foremost in his mind when he was finally given permission to enter the yard and pick up his container. Al-Adil drove through the yard behind another truck with a naked trailer. Both vehicles eventually came to a stop between some orange cones. Quickly and efficiently, one of the big containers was maneuvered into position, and Al-Adil and his associate watched intently as it was lowered over the chassis of the truck in front of them. Scheuer and his men put their plan together on the fly. McMahon had called from D.C. and reiterated Rapp's concern about someone waiting to pick up the nuke. Upon checking with port officials, they discovered that a truck was in fact waiting to pick up the container that had just arrived from Pakistan. Scheuer saw no reason to complicate the matter. A quick surveillance told him that there were 2 men in the vehicle. Scheuer thought his chances of arresting the 2 men without harming anyone else were best if he let them enter the yard. What the drivers of the truck couldn't see was that as the vehicle in front of them was being loaded, a second crane was swinging in a container and setting it down behind their empty trailer to pen them in. Scheuer waited until the timing was just right, and then told his people to go. The 2 suspects were subdued and cuffed without even the chance to protest. The Sikorsky S-61 Sea King helicopter raced in over Washington faster than usual. The press was onto the story and were running with it. Hayes had been very adamant that the quickest and best way to avoid any type of panic was for him to be seen behind his desk at the White House running the country. He ordered the Vice President and the Secretary of Homeland Security to stay put at the Mount Weather facility, and Treasury Secretary Keene to meet him at the White House. Secretary of State Berg was to remain at Site R with National Security Advisor Hake, and Kennedy and Jones were to accompany him to the White House. Kennedy could tell they were flying faster than normal as they came in low over the National Mall. She looked out the small window at the World War II memorial. Workers were busy erecting bleachers and getting ready for the dedication ceremony on Saturday. The helicopter banked hard, and everyone in back reached for their armrests. Hayes looked over at Kennedy and flashed her one of his engaging smiles. "We stopped the bastards, Irene. We stopped them cold. They took their best shot at us, and we stopped them." Peggy Steele was more than aware that this was her first time in the Oval Office, and she wished her appearance matched the occasion. She was still stuck in the boring gray Talbot's pantsuit that she'd thrown on in the middle of the night. Stokes had told her about his rebuke of the Vice President and the approving look he'd received from the President. The opportunity was there. All they had to do was take it, and Steele had a plan that would suit everyone's needs. President Hayes entered the Oval Office with a spring in his step. Jones followed a few steps behind. Hayes turned to face Stokes and Steele, who were standing by the fireplace. He glanced at Steele, and she noticed the brief questioning look as he tried to place her. The President clapped his hands together and said, "Martin, you and your people did a phenomenal job this morning." "Thank you, Mr. President. It was a great team effort. I'd like to introduce you to my Deputy Assistant Attorney General in charge of counterterrorism, Peggy Steele." Hayes smiled as he walked across the office, his right hand extended. "I think we've met before, haven't we?" "More or less, yes, sir." Jones came over to the group. "Val," said Stokes, "I'd like you to meet Peggy Steele, my Deputy Assistant Attorney General in charge of counterterrorism." Steely shook Jones's hand and noted the dark circles under the Chief of Staff's eyes. Suddenly, she didn't feel so bad about her appearance. Peggy Steely. Jones repeated the name as if she'd heard it before. There was a spark of recognition in her eyes, and she said, "Pat Holmes." "Yes," Steely smiled. "Pat says you're the sharpest person in town." Jones nodded complacently. "You and I need to talk. Pat told me about your dinner the other night, and I couldn't agree more." Hayes decided he wanted to know what the chairman of the Democratic National Committee and these two women were up to. "What are you plotting behind my back now?" Steely didn't wait for Jones to field the question. "There's a consensus over at Justice, sir, that the Patriot Act is too big a reach. We've got some landmark cases working their way through the system toward the Supreme Court. The way the calendar looks right now, those decisions will be handed down late summer through early fall." "In the final months of your re-election campaign," Jones added. "The consensus, sir," Steely said, "is that the court is going to embarrass us, and not just once. We're looking at a series of stunning defeats." The president thought that after what had almost happened this morning, the Patriot Act should, if anything, be strengthened. "Your timing on this isn't so hot," he said. Steely stood tall, fixed Hayes with a look, and said, "Mr. President, I respectfully disagree. The timing couldn't be better to address this issue." Attorney General Stokes took a half step back and watched Peggy Steely go to work. She piled up fact after fact, and in the end brought in the political angle in a very deft manner. While she spoke, Stokes allowed himself to think about the Democratic National Convention this summer. He pictured himself making one of the key prime-time speeches, and then he pictured the president announcing to the fevered crowd his new running mate. It was all there for him to grab. Manny Gomez felt like he was coming down with something. One minute he was sweating, then the next minute he was freezing. He tried to remember if he'd drunk anything while in Mexico, but he could have sworn he hadn't. He now found himself going 80 miles per hour down Interstate 20, with Alabama in his rearview mirror, Georgia dead ahead, and a general discomfort all over. The road sign on the interstate told him his exit was just ahead. He took the exit ramp and turned onto the country road. A mile and a half down, he turned again and saw the construction site just up ahead. He swung the big rig into the semi-narrow lane and pulled to a stop in front of a construction trailer. Two men appeared from the trailer almost immediately. Gomez climbed down from the cab with paperwork in hand and was relieved that his slight nausea had passed. "How y'all doing?" asked Gomez. "Fine," one of the men answered with an accent that Gomez couldn't place. "We have been waiting for you," said the other man, as he looked at the load with a pleased expression. Gomez took this as a sign and handed over his clipboard. "I need one of you to sign at the bottom where the red X is." The taller of the two men took the board and quickly scratched out his name. Gomez took the clipboard back, tore off one of the copies, handed it back to the man who'd signed, and asked, "Where'd you like me to drop it?" "Right there is fine." Gomez looked at the trailer and frowned. It was kind of a funny place to leave it, but he wasn't going to argue. He dropped the load, and a couple of minutes later he was up in his cab and pulling back onto the road. No more than a mile further on, Gomez started shaking. He flipped down his visor and looked at himself in the mirror. There were red, blotchy marks all over his face. The G-5 landed at Andrews Air Force Base just before midnight on Wednesday evening. A few minutes later, the stairs to the executive jet folded down, revealing an extremely tired and unshaven Mitch Rapp. Descending the stairs, Rapp kept his bloodshot eyes fixed on Bobby Akram, the CIA's top interrogator. Rapp had spoken to him at least 4 times on the long flight home from Afghanistan. "Mitch," said Akram, "I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but you look like shit." Rapp walked right past Akram to his waiting vehicle. "I feel like shit. How's it going with the 2 guys they picked up in Charleston?" Akram walked over to Rapp's car. "I wouldn't know. I haven't seen them. The feds have them in custody, and so far they haven't offered us access." Rapp slammed the trunk shut. "What?" "Don't worry about it right now, Mitch. Irene says she'll bring you up to speed in the morning. You're supposed to be at the White House at 9 a.m. for a briefing." The first prisoner came off the plane. It was Ahmed Halili, the young computer man from Karachi. A minute later, Abdallah was carried out of the plane by 2 men. It was obvious to Rapp that since the Saudi wasn't screaming, he was fully dosed on morphine. "Good luck with him," said Rapp. "I think he might be a pathological liar." Akram smiled ever so slightly. He loved a good challenge. Car keys in hand, Rapp pointed at his Pakistani friend and said, "After you've got these two tucked in, I want you to take a crack at the two guys they picked up in Charleston. And if you get any crap from the feds, let me know and I'll expedite things." Akram nodded. A master at concealing his emotions, he gave nothing away. It was the dead of night as the cab drove past a dormant Turner Field and turned into the parking lot of a nondescript two-story motel. The cabbie turned around and looked at his fare through the smudged plexiglass divider. "You sure you want to be dropped off here?" Imtaz Zubair swallowed nervously and nodded. "Yes, this is the right place." The cabbie grabbed the large suitcase from the trunk and set it on the curb. When the fare had paid him, he got back in his car and left. Zubair stood nervously on the curb and watched the cab drive away. The big red Coca-Cola machine was right where it was supposed to be. Following the orders he'd received over the phone, the Pakistani scientist grabbed a dollar bill from his wallet, smoothed it out, and fed it into the vending machine. He pressed one of the 10 buttons and then reached in and grabbed his can of soda, along with a room key that had been left for him. After clearing customs in Los Angeles, Zubair had found the rest of the journey less stressful. Flying to Atlanta had still been nerve-wracking, but the knowledge that he was done having to lie his way through customs made everything easier. His room, number 212, was at the end of the balcony. Zubair slid the key in and held his breath. Perhaps his handler would be waiting for him in the dark, or perhaps the game was up and it would be the police. He had heard on the radio about the interception of the ship at Charleston. He opened the door and turned on the light. No one was there. He sat down on the bed, turned on the TV, and began to wait. Even Mustafa al-Yamani, who always planned for the worst, was shocked by the completeness with which the Americans had thwarted his plan. Since leaving Charleston, he had revisited the issue from every conceivable angle, and he had little doubt that there had been a leak. There was no way the Americans had penetrated al-Qaeda. It was far more plausible that someone had spoken too freely of the plan, and that their words were intercepted by American spy satellites. Everything al-Yamani had put together was now in jeopardy, but at least he had been very careful to keep the mission compartmentalized. The Americans had dealt him a serious blow, but this operation was far from over. When his head had cleared, he had driven to the airport in Columbia, South Carolina, where he had gotten rid of the Ford Taurus and picked up a rental car using a Florida driver's license and credit card. He left Columbia immediately and headed for Atlanta. He had memorized the address of the trucking company his group had fronted, and when he reached Atlanta, he approached the area with great caution. It was only mid-afternoon, and as he rolled to a stop at a light a block away, there was no mistaking what was going on. Police cars had the street blocked. Al-Yamani took his foot off the brake, accelerated through the intersection, and never looked back. There was nothing left to salvage. Al-Yamani did not let his anger get the best of him. There was no time for it. Someone had betrayed them. But he quickly resigned himself to the fact that he would never know who that person was. It was now 2 a.m. on Thursday. Al-Yamani had been extra vigilant in arranging this meeting with the Pakistani scientist, who was crucial to his tattered but still salvageable plans. As he looked through the window of his rental car, he decided it was time. He picked up the cell phone he'd purchased earlier in the day and dialed the number. The nervous little Pakistani answered before the second ring. "Hello?" "I want you to get rid of the large suitcase. Bring only what you need and be down by the soda machine in 5 minutes." 4 minutes later, Zubair appeared outside the room with his shoulder bag and hurried along the balcony. When he reached the soda machine, Al-Yamani watched for a few minutes and started the car. He stopped in front of the hotel and rolled the window down. "Imtaz, hurry up and get in." Al-Yamani could tell by the look on the scientist's face that he did not recognize him without his beard. "It is me, Mustafa." In a more authoritative voice he added, "Get in, you fool." Zubair finally recognized the eyes of the man who had recruited him. He jumped in the front seat and stared at the Saudi in semi-disbelief. You never said you were coming to America? Al-Yamani checked the rearview mirror to see if any new cars had pulled out onto the empty street. Very few people knew of my plans. After tossing and turning for most of the short night, Rapp gave up on sleep and got out of bed at 6 a.m. By 7:40 a.m., he was standing in the office of the FBI's Deputy Director for Counterterrorism. Rapp and Skip McMahon had known each other for only a few years, but they understood one another well. Certainly well enough for Rapp to see that McMahon was behaving a little oddly. "You're back," was all McMahon managed to say. Rapp sat down in one of the two nondescript chairs in front of McMahon's desk. Something was going on, and he thought he might know what. "So, would you mind bringing me up to speed, Skip?" McMahon nodded tentatively, not quite knowing where to start. "Last night, Charleston PD got a call on a John Doe who had been stabbed to death in a parking garage. This parking garage just so happens to look down on the dock where our little package arrived yesterday." "Have we ID'd the guy?" "No, but he's Middle Eastern." Rapp's eyebrows shot up. "Any security tapes?" "Yeah, but they're shit." "What else?" "We think we know where your guy came ashore." "Al-Yamani?" "Yep. On Monday, the Coast Guard plucks this guy out of the drink down near the Florida Keys. He's lost so much blood they don't even think he's going to live. Well, yesterday afternoon, he wakes up and starts telling a pretty interesting story. It seems he was hired to ferry a guy from Cuba to the Bahamas, a guy I'm convinced was Al-Yamani. To make a long story short, Al-Yamani tosses him overboard and leaves him for dead. The Coast Guard put out an alert for the missing boat, and lo and behold, it had already been discovered on Wednesday morning by a game warden at the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge." "Where's that?" asked Rapp. "Near Cape Canaveral. We've alerted NASA and the local authorities, but so far nothing else has turned up. I do have something on another front, however." McMahon started sifting through some files. He found the one he was looking for and opened it. Holding up a black-and-white photograph, he asked, "You recognize this guy?" Rapp looked at the security photo. "No." "Well, you should. We never would have found him without you. That young man, who, incidentally, is passing through customs at LAX, is none other than Imtaz Zubair, one of your missing Pakistani scientists." "When did he enter the country?" "On Monday." "And you have him in custody?" "Unfortunately, no. We have him boarding a Delta flight at LAX and heading to Atlanta." Rapp rubbed his chin. "What about these two guys you picked up in Charleston?" "We have them in custody," answered McMahon, somewhat evasively. "Where?" Rapp tilted his head suspiciously, sensing something in his friend's voice. McMahon got up and closed his door. "They're being held in the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center." "You're not serious. They're here in town?" "Listen, before you fly off the handle, there's a few things you need to know. For starters, both these guys are naturalized citizens." "I don't care if they're the president's long-lost brothers," yelled Rapp. "They should be in the Navy brig down in Charleston or down in Guantanamo." "Mitch, they have a lawyer." "A lawyer?" Rapp was suddenly on his feet. "You're not fucking serious." "He's not just any lawyer. He's a hotshot civil rights attorney from Atlanta with a lot of connections here in Washington. Listen, Mitch, you don't have to play by the rules, but the FBI does. All I'm asking is that you understand the legal and political implications of what happened yesterday. Hear me out and then do whatever you feel is right." Rapp had neither the patience nor the desire to listen to one more word, but for the sake of finding out who was behind this monumentally stupid decision, he was at least willing to keep his temper in check for a few more minutes. Dr. Irene Kennedy closed the file she was reading in the back of her parked limousine and slowly took off her glasses. "I'm glad to see you made it back in one piece," she said to Rapp. Next to Rapp's wife and his brother Stephen, Kennedy was perhaps the most important person in his life, but despite his great affection for her, there were times when her level-headed demeanor drove him insane. "Irene, my head's about to pop off, so let's dispense with the pleasantries. What the hell happened between the time I left Afghanistan and got back here?" "The simple version, Mitchell, is that 2 U.S. citizens were arrested yesterday in conjunction with a suspected terrorist attack. As is their right, they retained an attorney, and—" Rapp closed his eyes and began shaking his head. Don't give me the PC version. I want to know how in the hell you let this happen. To be blunt, I was outmaneuvered. By the time I found out, it was too late. Was this Jones's idea? Rapp detested the president's chief of staff. She was involved in the decision, but I think it originated at Justice. Stokes? Yes, and one of his deputies. Rapp shook his head. I don't get it. I thought we had solved all this nonsense with the Patriot Act. So did I, but I should have known better. This is election year politics. The president wants it both ways. A tough public prosecution of these two guys will give him a lot of good PR, while at the same time assuaging the concerns of the far left over the Patriot Act. Rapp shook his head. Has it occurred to anyone else that the two men who the FBI have in custody just might be able to help us track down al-Yamani and the Pakistani nuclear scientist? Kennedy shared his frustration. Her protege was now officially on the warpath, and she had no interest in stopping him. You'll have to ask the president about it. Just try and be respectful, she said. The second motel wasn't as nice as the first. Imtaz Zubair did not complain. To do so in front of al-Yamani would have been foolish, especially since the man was in the bathroom throwing up. He was dying of radiation poisoning. That was obvious. Zubair sat at the foot of the bed and stared at the TV. When al-Yamani came back into the room, he turned off the TV and said, It's time to go. Are we coming back? No. Zubair offered to drive, but al-Yamani declined. They got in the rental car and left the seedy motel. Al-Yamani was eager to get rid of the rental car. Keep severing ties, he told himself. As long as he did that, the Americans would have no chance whatsoever. The White House was not the type of place where a man of action felt at ease, but it was nonetheless where Mitch Rapp found himself on this Thursday morning in May, sitting in the cabinet room with a painting of Teddy Roosevelt appropriately looming over his shoulder. His surly mood had not abated, but for Irene's sake, he was working to conceal it. All but 4 of the 18 leather chairs were occupied. The national security team was assembled and waiting on their commander-in-chief to join them. President Hayes entered with a smile on his face and a jovial bounce to his step. Everyone immediately stood, even Rapp, though he didn't feel like it. As the president walked past him, he squeezed Rapp's shoulder as a sign of his gratitude. So far, he had not had the chance to thank him personally. Hayes continued around the table to his chair that was positioned facing portraits of Lincoln and Jefferson. Chief of Staff Valerie Jones, never far from her master, took the vacant chair to the president's right. Attorney General Stokes entered next, and was followed by a tall blonde who Rapp assumed was this steely woman McMahon had told him about. So intense was Rapp's resentment of this woman that he failed to notice her obvious beauty. The Department of Justice officials took their seats opposite the president, and then everyone sat. After National Security Advisor Hake announced the agenda, Paul Reamer from the Department of Energy took over. Holding a yellow legal pad in his hands, the man in charge of the nuclear emergency support teams began on a very sober note by saying, Our scientists have concluded that if the various components that we intercepted had actually been assembled, the device would in fact have obtained a yield in the 20-kiloton range. We were running out of ideas as to where the weapon could have come from when one of our senior scientists remembered a series of tests that the Soviet Union conducted during the late 60s and into the mid-70s. Reamer flipped a page and asked, How many of you are familiar with the Kazakh test site? General Flood and Director Kennedy were the only 2 people who raised their hands. Reamer next held up a map. The Kazakh test site is located in western Kazakhstan on the northern edge of the Caspian Sea. From 1949 to roughly 1990, the Soviets conducted 620 known nuclear explosions at this site. That is approximately 2/3 of all Soviet tests. Rapp leaned forward in his chair and raised his hand to get Reamer's attention. Paul, you might be interested to know that when we raided the Al-Qaeda camp in Pakistan, one of the things we found was a map of the Caspian region. Reamer's thick eyebrows arched in surprise. Please send it to me when we're done. He jotted a quick note and then continued. From the late 60s to the mid-70s, the Soviets tested a series of atomic demolition munitions, or ADMs. They were supposed to create extremely cheap and large underground storage facilities for oil, natural gas, and radioactive waste. Did it work? Asked the president. No, A Soviet scientist who was involved in the program defected in 1979 and gave us detailed information about the results. So, how would Al-Qaeda get their hands on this bomb? Hayes wanted to know. I'm not sure, Mr. President. Secretary of State Berg leaned forward and looked at CIA Director Kennedy. We need to get the Russians involved. I agree, Kennedy said. They can lean on the Kazakhs better than we can. Hayes nodded. Right. It goes without saying that we need to keep all of this very quiet. I've talked to Paul about this. The President glanced at Reamer. This device was never fully assembled, and even then it would have had to have been put together by someone highly skilled, or it would have never reached its full destructive power. Therefore, it is highly likely it would have been nothing more than a subatomic yield. So for reasons that should be apparent to all of us, from this point forward, the device will be referred to only as a dirty bomb in official circles. Rapp clenched and then flexed his hands in agitation. A disaster had been averted, but there was still real work to be done, and instead they were playing word games. He couldn't resist pointing out the obvious. Paul, would Dr. Imtaz Zubair be skilled enough to assemble the weapon so that it could obtain its optimal yield? Reamer nodded. Yes. Chief of Staff Jones asked, Who is Dr. Zubair? He's a Pakistani nuclear scientist who entered the country at LAX on Monday using a false passport. Rapp looked directly at the President, and then Jones. You haven't heard of him? Yes, we've heard of him, snapped Jones. We've got a little bit more to worry about than the name of every terrorist who's trying to attack us. After he arrived at LAX, the President asked, Do you know where he went? Atlanta, Rapp replied, turning his attention to the Attorney General and his deputy. Do we know anyone else from Atlanta? He said in an ominously calm voice. Maybe a couple of Saudi immigrants who tried to pick up a nuclear bomb yesterday? Before the Attorney General could answer, Peggy Steele asked, What's your point, Mr. Rapp? Rapp was caught slightly off guard that the blonde had answered for her boss, but he returned her unwavering stare. Do you think that just maybe those two guys you have locked up out in Fairfax might be able to tell us where to start looking for Dr. Zubair? Steele let her irritation show. Surely you are not suggesting torture as a method to get these men to talk. I don't give a shit what you use to get them to talk, said Rapp. Just get them talking, and do it fast. Steele's face flushed, but her piercing eyes never left Rapp's. This is entirely ludicrous. Rapp was beyond the point of caring. I'll tell you what's ludicrous. Mustafa al-Yamani, one of al-Qaeda's top lieutenants, is in America right now, and I'll guarantee you the two men you have in custody have information that could help us capture him. How do you know they don't have another bomb? How do you know they don't have another attack planned? We can't take the chance. Those men you have in jail need to be interrogated. Now. And we'll have a media nightmare on our hands, growled Valerie Jones. I am fed up with these outbursts. She looked to Rapp's boss. If you can't control him, don't bring him to these meetings anymore. Rapp stood up so fast his chair toppled over. He slammed his left hand down flat on the table. Outbursts, he shouted at Jones. These two pricks were planning on wiping Washington, D.C. off the map. I think the American people might cut us a little slack if we decide to deny them their day in court. That's it. The President stood and pointed at Rapp and then Kennedy. My office, right now. Rapp marched down the hall and seriously considered walking right out the door and never looking back. Before he could decide, Kennedy caught up. You said what needed to be said. Rapp shook his head and kept moving. I'm getting sick of this bullshit, Irene. I know you are, but hang in there. In a quieter voice, she added, He needs to hear you. Don't back down. Surprised, Rapp turned his head and stared at her. They turned into the Oval Office, and a moment later were joined by the President and Jones. The four of them faced one another in front of the President's desk. Jones started to speak, and the President held up his hand and stopped her cold. It was obvious he was trying to remain calm. This is the White House. I need level-headed advisors, and I will tolerate nothing less. Rapp was beyond caring. He was incensed at the lunacy of such decisions in the face of something so serious. Level-headed, he repeated. Okay, how about this for a level-headed assessment? He took in a deep breath, and then in a very calm voice said,
The next time a group of Islamic radical fundamentalists try to blow up Washington, D.C., you might want to consult your entire national security team, including the director of the CIA, and place a little less emphasis on the advice you receive from your attorney general, who, by the way, is looking to make a name for himself so he can be your running mate in the upcoming election. Hayes's fair complexion had grown flushed. "You are on thin ice, mister." "Oh, I forgot one other thing," Rapp went on. "You should also place a little less emphasis on what your chief of staff tells you, since she doesn't have the slightest idea what she's talking about when it comes to terrorism." Hayes' face was now beet red. "Mitch, I have a lot of respect for you, but I am getting sick and tired of you walking around here like you're the only person who cares, the only person who's contributed." Rapp's anger reached a steady boil. Barely able to conceal his fury, he kept his eyes locked on the president and said, "The next time you compare the contributions I've made in the fight against terrorism to those of your political appointees, you won't have to worry about firing me. That is for certain." It was mid-morning by the time they reached the construction site. Al-Yamani got out of the car wearing a cheap pair of sunglasses that he had bought to help shield his increasingly sensitive eyes. Two men came out of the construction trailer with broad grins on their faces. Al-Yamani quietly embraced each of them, relieved beyond measure that they had made it. He pointed to the trailer, and all four of them went inside where they could talk more freely. "Imtaz," Al-Yamani said as he took off his sunglasses. "This is Khaled and Hassan." The three men exchanged greetings. Al-Yamani had thought of his two old friends often since he last saw them in Cuba almost a week ago. "Have our shipments arrived?" Al-Yamani asked. Hassan, the taller and older of the two men, answered, "Yes. The main component arrived yesterday." "Take me to it. I wish to see it." All four men went outside. Hassan led them to the back of a pickup truck and lowered the tailgate. A wooden crate, approximately 3 feet square, sat in the middle of the coated bed. Hassan climbed up and offered a hand to his weakened friend. He then pried the top off the crate with a crowbar and unpacked a balled-up canvas tarp. The two men stood there for a moment, looking at the object of destruction that they had worked so hard to acquire. Meanwhile, Zubair, standing on the ground below them, was like a child trying to see what the grown-ups were looking at. His contribution to the project had been to design the fire sets and help shape the explosive charges. For security reasons, he had been kept at a separate location from the nuclear material and had yet to lay eyes on it. Unable to hold back any longer, he climbed up into the truck bed and looked into the crate. What he saw horrified him. Zubair had expected to see a shiny, stable core of nuclear material in a properly shielded case, but was instead greeted with the sight of a corroded hunk of metal the size of a basketball. Zubair leapt down from the truck and ran back toward the construction trailer, leaving the other three men staring after him in surprise. "You need to get away from that object right now!" Al-Yamani glared at the cowardly Pakistani. He was just like the other three. The Saudi had recruited all of the scientists and killed each of them as soon as he had completed his task. "What are you so afraid of?" he asked. "That is extremely unstable material and isn't even shielded. How did you get it into the country?" Khaled, who was standing between the scientist and the pickup, pointed to the trailer that the semi-truck had delivered yesterday. "We hid it in a shipment of granite." Zubair spun around and looked at the truck. Of course, not only would granite shield the device, but it emitted natural radiation that would confuse any sensors. He looked back at Al-Yamani and said, "I'm not joking. You need to get down right now. If you stand up there much longer, you'll be dead before the sun sets. It needs to be properly shielded, or it will kill us all before we reach Washington." It was standing room only in the bar at Smith and Walensky's, and every table in the restaurant was occupied. Pat Holmes sat at his usual corner table with his guests, Valerie Jones and Peggy Steely. The waiter approached, and before he got too close, Holmes gestured for another bottle of Silver Oak. Given the delicate nature of their current conversation, he didn't want anyone coming within 10 feet of the table. "I have no objection to anything I've heard,"
Holmes leaned in a bit closer and lowered his voice. "I think it will energize the party." "I agree," said Jones, as she attacked her steak with a knife. "Vice President Baxter is a dud," Holmes continued. "Stokes is younger, he's better looking, and he's got a pretty wife. He's a little light on experience, but all in all, I think he'd be a nice addition to the ticket." Steely took a sip of water and then stabbed a green bean with her fork. "So, we have a deal?" Holmes looked at Jones and wondered if they'd bothered to include the president in any of these discussions. "Robert's on board with this?" "Absolutely. You know he hates the little weasel." "All right. But the last thing we need is Baxter airing our dirty laundry during the middle of a campaign because he feels we gave him the shaft." "We are giving him the shaft," said Steely, "and I don't see how he'll view it any other way." "The party is bigger than any one person," said Jones. "He'll understand that, and if he doesn't, we'll just have to make it clear that if he decides to go on crying to the press, we'll bury him." Mustafa al-Yamani looked forward to dying with each passing mile of road. There wasn't an inch of his body that didn't hurt, and more of his thoughts turned to giving up, to letting the others see it through to the end. He couldn't quit, though. There was still too much to be done, and he could not trust this weak Pakistani scientist to light the fire. He hated to think what would have happened if he hadn't met up with Hassan and Khaled. His fellow warriors were a great comfort to him. They had been through so much together. Their devotion was unflinching. Even Zubair, despite all of his worrying, had proven useful. Al-Yamani was not a man of science. He had no medical knowledge of how radiation affected the human body, only practical knowledge. He had watched as dozens of his devoted Muslim warriors fell victim to the unseen killer. They had dug for months in that barren wasteland at the north end of the Caspian in search of crumbs discarded by a careless Soviet giant. The cost had been great, but in the end, it would all be worth it. It had taken 6 hours for Zubair to shield the weapon, but Al-Yamani saw the wisdom of this action from more than just a health aspect. He had originally thought that traveling by water would prevent detection by the sensors that ringed Washington, but Zubair had now made it clear that this bomb would never escape detection without proper shielding. Under the direction of Zubair, Hassan had tracked down a sizable amount of depleted uranium in the form of discarded elevator weights. While Hassan went to pick up the depleted uranium, Khaled escorted Zubair to a medical supply store, where the Pakistani scientist purchased 4 lead aprons, of the variety used by X-ray technicians, some heavy-duty chemist gloves, and a batch of dosimeters, or film badges, for measuring the doses of radiation they were receiving. As a further precaution, an enclosed trailer was rented using Hassan's pirated credit card. At a nearby Walmart, they purchased water, soap, new clothes, and a massive white fishing cooler. Back at the construction site, the fishing cooler was lined with the elevator weights, and then Zubair used blocks of foam picked up at a packing store to create a nest for the nuclear material. From a safe distance, the scientist watched as Hassan and Khaled transferred the nuclear material from the crate to the cooler, and then covered it with foam and more depleted uranium. Zubair repeatedly told them to work quickly, but carefully. When they were done, the cooler was placed in the trailer, and everything else was discarded, including their clothes. That had been nearly 12 hours ago. Now, as the sun came up, they were nearing their next destination. It was Friday morning, and they had a little less than a day and a half to get into position. They stopped for breakfast in Bracy, Virginia, and waited until 7 a.m. to make the call. Al-Yamani found a payphone and dialed the number from memory. A man whose voice he had not heard in years answered. Al-Yamani asked, "Is Frank there?" There was a moment of hesitation on the other end, and then the voice said, "I'm sorry, you must have the wrong number." Al-Yamani hung up the phone and walked out to the waiting truck. Zubair and Khaled were in the back seat, and Hassan was in the driver's seat. Al-Yamani climbed in and picked up a map. He pointed to a spot and said, "That is where we are to meet him, at noon, the Richmond National Battlefield Park." Rapp sat in the conference room at the Joint Counterterrorism Center and listened half-heartedly to the briefing. It was nearly noon, and he was thinking about getting out of town early. He planned to catch a 4 p.m. flight to Milwaukee and then rent a car for the drive up to his in-laws' cabin for the Memorial Day weekend. Kennedy had asked him to stick around and help monitor what was going on, at least until his flight left. She was taking off early with her son and mother for a weekend getaway at the beach, her first vacation in more than a year. When the big blonde from Justice announced that they'd take a quick 30-minute break for lunch, everyone got up to return phone calls, check emails, and stuff their faces with whatever they could find down in the lunchroom. Rapp filed obediently out of the conference room, but didn't make it far. Skip McMahon caught his attention and waved him over to his office. Paul Reamer was already there, sitting in one of the two chairs in front of McMahon's desk. McMahon closed the door and walked around to his desk chair. "What's up?" asked Rapp. "You guys comparing notes on cushy jobs you've been offered in the private sector?" "Yeah, we're talking about taking a celebratory cruise together," snarled McMahon. "Hey, don't get defensive. I'm getting a little burnt out myself. Nobody seems to be listening to me." "Well, don't let this turn you sour, Mitch," McMahon said. "You're only in your mid-30s. You got a long way to go before you can say you're burnt out." Reamer looked at his watch impatiently. "All right, now that we've got all the career counseling out of the way, can we get down to business?" "Sure." Rapp smiled. "Paul's got some interesting information, stuff he doesn't want disseminated through official channels, and after you hear it, I don't think you're going to be quitting." McMahon had his attention. Rapp turned to Reamer. "What's up?" "The Russians have been quietly helpful. They agree it's one of theirs, and they have a theory that sounds plausible to me." "Let's hear it." "Well, they think it's one of the atomic demolition munitions they tested at the Kazakh range in the late 60s. Now, here's where things get interesting. The Soviets don't advertise this little fact, and neither do we." Reamer took on a more serious tone. "Not all of the old tests that were conducted worked." "Well, that doesn't shock me," said Rapp. "Isn't that why they're called tests?" "Yes, but it's the next part that will shock you. When I say they didn't work, that means that some of them reached critical mass, but didn't obtain their maximum yield, and that there were also others that simply didn't work properly in another way." "You mean they didn't blow up?" "Not exactly. The duds, as we so scientifically refer to them, often did blow up. They just never reached critical mass." "In English, please." "The physics involved in these weapons is very precise." Reamer made a ball with his hands. "If the explosive charge that is placed around the nuclear material fails to detonate perfectly, critical mass cannot be obtained. Does that make sense?" McMahon and Rapp nodded. "Well, on occasion, the conventional explosive would misfire. With us, if we wouldn't reach critical mass, we'd move on to the next test. If it wasn't too much work, we'd try and retrieve the nuclear material from the hole, but more often than not, we simply left it buried down there. Now, knowing how the Soviets operate, my guess is they never even thought of retrieving the material from their failed tests. It was a lot easier to start with a fresh batch than to go down into a collapsed radioactive hothole to salvage a hunk of junk that was extremely dangerous and that might or might not have been cost-effective to reprocess." Rapp was starting to piece things together. "So this Kazakh test site is littered with how many duds?" "Maybe a dozen. Maybe more." Rapp's mouth opened in disbelief. "Why the hell have I never heard of this threat before?" "Because it wasn't actually deemed a threat. This Kazakh test site is a radioactive wasteland. The idea of someone trying to dig one of these things up is ludicrous. Even if you don't have the proper equipment, you're going to die. And even if you do have the proper equipment, you'd better be quick about it." Rapp buried his face in his hands. "Or you could just promise a bunch of young Islamic radical fundamentalists an express ticket to paradise." Rapp stood and looked at his phone. "Is this test site still in operation?" McMahon asked. "No. Is it guarded?" "Of course not. It's over 200,000 square miles." "Oh, this is bad," said Rapp. "Maybe, maybe not." Reamer tried to keep an upbeat attitude. "The Russians are looking into it. My counterpart is on his way down there right now with a team to investigate." "Skip, what do you think?" asked Rapp. "Did you find anything on that raid that would point to a second bomb?" Rapp thought about it for a moment. "No." McMahon contemplated the manhunt that was already underway. "Virtually every law enforcement officer in the country has seen the sketch of Al-Yamani and the photograph of Zubair. Thanks to the info you got over in Afghanistan, we've got a good lead on the terror cells here in America. We're going to be serving a batch of arrest warrants this afternoon from here to Atlanta and beyond. I say we wait to hear back from the Russians and see if we can catch any breaks on the home front." They got to the rendezvous point early, and al-Yamani had Hassan drop him off. He gave them instructions not to wait for him. If he did not call them back by 12:30, they were to leave for Washington without him and do their best. Al-Yamani honestly didn't know what to expect. His faith told him one thing, but his practical experience told him something else. The Americans had penetrated his organization, but how far, he did not know. Despite his deteriorating health, the walk through the park was strangely refreshing. Just being out of the confined space of the vehicle and away from the nervous chatter of the Pakistani scientists did wonders. Al-Yamani found the bench next to the historical cannon. A short while later, he heard a car pull up and the door slam. Al-Yamani looked over his shoulder and saw a man get out of the green and white cab and begin walking toward him. He was not a passenger. He was the driver, and thankfully, he was alone. Al-Yamani should have gotten up, but he suddenly didn't feel so good. So he sat there conserving energy and waited for his old comrade to come to him. The cab driver stopped about 10 feet away and looked disbelievingly at the man sitting on the bench. "Mustafa?" Al-Yamani took his sunglasses off. Hopefully his eyes would bring a spark of recognition. "It is me, Mohammed. It has been a long time. More than a decade." They had last seen each other in Afghanistan in 1987. After a CIA man had helped Mohammed immigrate to the United States, he had settled in Richmond, Virginia, and had been driving a cab ever since. Al-Yamani had corresponded with him over the years, and sensed that his fellow warrior had kept his fervor. "What is wrong with you?" Mohammed asked. "Nothing that can be cured. Enough about me. How have you been, my friend?" The cab driver fingered his prayer beads. "These are difficult times. Our faith is under attack." "Yes, it is. That is why I am here." "The boxes you sent me?" "Yes. Have you kept them safe?" "I have. Just as I promised." "Did you open them?" Al-Yamani looked his old friend in the eyes. "No." "Good." Al-Yamani believed him. "Take me to them." The storage facility was only 20 minutes away. As they drove through the open gate, Al-Yamani looked behind them for the truck. He had ordered Hassan to follow at a discreet distance. Focusing his eyes, he glimpsed the truck pulling off to the side of the road. They stopped in front of a small storage locker with a 4-foot-wide orange metal door. Al-Yamani and Mohammed got out. While Mohammed inserted the key in the lock, Al-Yamani looked around cautiously. Mohammed slid the door open, and sitting right there on the floor were 3 boxes. Al-Yamani recognized them immediately, for he had been the one to pack them. He grabbed the light one and allowed Mohammed to wrestle with the other 2. In less than a minute they were back in the cab and leaving the storage facility. When they pulled out of the yard, Al-Yamani was once again in the back seat. He told Mohammed to turn left. They had barely made it across the lane of traffic when Al-Yamani noticed something that caused him to stop breathing. Up ahead on the left, he could clearly see the truck and trailer pulled over to the side of the road. Parked behind it was a police car with its lights flashing. Al-Yamani stared out the window as they passed by, searching for a clue as to what might have gone wrong. A police officer was at the window of the truck, with his right hand resting on his gun. If the Americans were on to them, they would surely have more than one police car involved. He made his decision in an instant. Without sounding alarmed, he said, "Mohammed, turn the car around, please. We have a problem." Mohammed drove a little further and swung the cab around. "What is wrong?" There wasn't a lot of time to explain, so Al-Yamani decided on the truth. "Some of my men have been following us, and they have been stopped by the police. I need you to do something for me, and you have to do it immediately and without hesitation." Hanover County Deputy Sheriff David Sherwood was looking forward to his weekend off. His truck was all gassed up and ready to go. All he had to do was pick up a case of beer on his way to Lake Gaston, and he'd be in great shape. The pickup truck and its trailer had caught his attention several miles back down the road. The driver had pulled off in such a way that the tail end of his trailer was practically hanging out in traffic, and of course he hadn't bothered to turn his hazards on. As Sherwood pulled his cruiser to a stop, he hit his lights and radioed in that he was making a routine traffic stop. He noticed the Georgia plates on the trailer and shook his head. He got out and walked up to the already open driver's window of the vehicle. He kept his right hand on the butt of his gun and stopped just short of the driver, as he'd done 1,000 times before. "License and registration, please," he said. "Did I do something wrong?" Hassan tried to stay calm while handing over the papers. "Your tail end is hanging out in traffic." Sherwood would probably let him off with a verbal warning, but he'd make him sweat a bit. "Sit tight while I run your license, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes." Sherwood then took a look at the passenger in the back seat. There was something about the small, nervous little guy, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The deputy sheriff started to turn, but he never made it. Nor did he see what hit him. A passing car swerved from the right lane of traffic and struck him in the left leg, sending him to the ground where his head hit violently. His eyes fluttered briefly, and then closed. The decision to head to the airport had been relatively easy. They were at a standstill in an investigation that Rapp had no real control over. He was just pulling into long-term parking at Dulles when his digital phone rang. He checked the number before answering. It was McMahon at the Counterterrorism Center. "You at the airport yet?" McMahon asked. "Yep, just pulling into the parking ramp." "Well, we've got an interesting development that I thought you might want to hear about. The Virginia State Police called, and we've got a possible ID on Imtiaz Zubair. He was ID'd by a semi-conscious deputy sheriff who had pulled a Ford pickup over for a routine traffic stop. He was about to run a check on the driver when he was hit by a passing car and knocked to the ground." "When and where?" "Just north of Richmond at approximately 1 this afternoon." Richmond was only an hour and a half south of D.C. Why was Zubair headed toward Washington? "Do we have a description of the car?" asked Rapp. "Yes, it's a Ford F-150 extended cab, late 90s model, hunter green and tan. Zubair was traveling with 2 other guys, and the report is that the driver had an accent." "Was there anything in the bed of the truck?" "Well, not that we've heard, but we're getting our information third and fourth hand right now. Listen, I know your wife is going to be pissed at me, but I need you to get back here. There are some things—" McMahon hesitated. "Some things that Paul and I need you to help us with." Just when Mohammed felt that they were going to get away, the voice of the officer he had hit came over the cab's police scanner, giving a description of the truck he had pulled over and rambling on about some man the FBI was looking for. Mohammed had to think fast. The plan was to take Interstate 295 over to Highway 301 and then up to Dahlgren on the Potomac River. That was where he had chartered the boat, paying for it in advance. Mohammed knew from experience, though, that 301 was a heavily patrolled road. His other option was to take Interstate 95, but that was even worse. Mohammed told Al-Yamani that they had to abandon the truck. He was then informed very succinctly that this was not an option. Since they could not get rid of the truck, and knowing for sure that they would be caught if they went north or stayed on the main roads much longer, Mohammed made a quick decision and told Al-Yamani to tell the others to follow him. He led them at high speed over several lightly traveled and tree-lined country roads away from both Richmond and Washington, D.C. Mohammed liked to fish, and he knew of an isolated spot where they could regroup and sort things out. Mohammed and Al-Yamani hung on every word that was uttered over the scanner. By the time they reached the York River, additional information about their caravan was being reported. A description of the trailer as well as the truck was now out, and to make matters worse, the police were also looking for a green and white Metro cab. Finally, after passing through the town of Plum Point, Al-Yamani decided it was time to stop running scared and take a gamble. It was the sight of water through the trees that gave him the idea. "What is that body of water on our left?" Al-Yamani asked Mohammed. "That is the York River. It leads to the Chesapeake Bay and then the Atlantic Ocean." "And these roads we keep passing, do they lead to homes on the river?" "Yes." "Take the next one." They turned off the paved road onto a gravel drive and into the woods. They followed the slightly rutted gravel drive for several hundred feet. They saw a sign saying, "The Hansons," and then they saw the house. It was a two-story Cape Cod with gray siding and white window trim. Next to it was a detached three-car garage with a bunkhouse above it. Beyond both, there was a perfect carpet of lush grass that sloped down to the river and a dock. Al-Yamani smiled when he saw the boat. "Stop in front of the house," he said. Mohammed brought the cab around the circular drive and parked it by the front door. Al-Yamani asked him to get out with him. Hassan and Khaled joined them on the front steps, and Al-Yamani told the scientist to wait in the truck. "Go around back," he said to Khaled. "See if there is anyone down by the water." Then, looking to Hassan, he said, "Go with him, and check the back door. If it's open, wait a few seconds, and then enter." They nodded and took off. Al-Yamani tried the door. It was unlocked, but he did not open it. Instead, he rang the doorbell and waited to see if anyone was home. About 10 seconds later, a woman who looked to be in her mid-60s came to the door in a pair of shorts and a tennis shirt. The woman opened the door, but not the screen. "Yes?" "Hello. You must be Mrs. Hanson? I'm looking for Dr. Hanson." The woman gave him a confused look. "I'm Mrs. Hanson, but my husband isn't a doctor." Al-Yamani put his hands on his hips and shook his head. "That's too bad." He saw Hassan coming down the hall behind the woman and said, "Sorry to have bothered you." A second later, Hassan was within striking distance. Al-Yamani made eye contact with his man and nodded. Rapp found McMahon standing in the elevated glass-enclosed bridge located at the rear of CT Watch. A minute later, the two men entered a small conference room at the back of the bridge and closed the door. Rapp plopped down in a gray fabric chair and rested an elbow on the shiny wood laminate conference table. "I assume from the look on your face that they haven't found the truck," he said. "No, they haven't. And there's something else we didn't hear right away. Something that went out over the police net. This Ford pickup was pulling a trailer. The head of the state patrol tells me there's no way his people or the locals would miss something like that." "Trailer?" I know what you're thinking. What's in the trailer? Paul and I have already talked about it." "Has he heard back from the Russians?" "They're at the test site and beginning their search." Rapp stood and let out a long, exasperated exhale. He studied the map. He thought about the trailer. What if these assholes have another bomb? Mr. Hanson's first name was Tom, and by the time he arrived home, the vehicles had been stashed, and they were waiting for him. It had been fairly easy to subdue Tom Hanson. He was, after all, 70 years old, and not accustomed to having to defend his home. They got him when he opened his garage door. They handled him roughly, one man on each arm, dragging him toward the house and warning him to keep his mouth shut. By the time they reached the front door, Tom Hanson was in cardiac arrest. They dropped him on the floor of the kitchen at the feet of his bound and gagged wife of 46 years. When the color began to drain from his face, as if his very life was being sucked from him, she began to weep. Al-Yamani watched this with the detachment and moral clarity of a true believer. It was 5 in the evening, and according to the woman, she and her now deceased husband weren't expecting any visitors until one of their children was to arrive from Philadelphia at 10 in the morning. So good was their recent turn of luck that it was as clear as always to Al-Yamani that Allah himself was guiding their mission. He asked the scientist, "How long will it take you to get the bomb ready?" Zubair had already taken the packages out of the back of the truck and examined both the fire set and the explosive charges. "Everything looks good. It should take no more than 2 hours to have everything assembled and ready for transport again." Al-Yamani looked to Hassan and Khaled. "Is the boat ready?" "Yes," answered Hassan. "It is fully gassed and in good working order." "Good. Grab a blanket off one of the beds upstairs and use it to wrap up the old man. Then go out to the garage and help Imtaz with the assembly of the weapon. We'll leave as soon as it is dark and dump the old man's body in the river." The 3 men left, leaving Al-Yamani and Muhammad alone. Muhammad looked at his old friend and said, Mustafa, what are you up to? Who are you going to kill? Despite the dull pain coursing through every vein in his body, al-Yamani smiled. The President, he said proudly. The President himself. A video of the hit and run had been captured by the camera mounted on the fallen deputy's dashboard. The license plate wasn't caught, but the cab company was identified. After some quick checking, the dispatcher for the company confirmed that they had one cab that had been AWOL for the better part of 3 hours. When Skip McMahon and his team heard that the driver's name was Mohammed Ansari, the pucker factor doubled. They were starting to fear the worst when Reamer's counterpart in Russia called with some good news. Only one of the 4 holes where failed tests had occurred had been compromised. The Russians were apologetic, but at the same time confident that the Americans had intercepted the only missing piece of nuclear material. What was in the trailer then? Both Reamer and McMahon argued that it was most likely an improvised bomb made out of fertilizer and fuel. The consensus was that Al-Qaeda was trying to carry out an attack despite the setback in Charleston. It was starting to look more and more like the fugitives had pulled off somewhere and were holed up. The FBI's hostage rescue team was on alert status down in Quantico, no doubt pissed off that their Memorial Day weekend was being delayed. But that's what they were paid for. With their helicopter transports, they were only 30 minutes away from the area. Rapp took the opportunity to point out that SEAL Team 6 was even closer, down in Little Creek, Virginia. This comment would have been vigorously challenged if it had been uttered by anyone other than Rapp. American soil was the FBI's territory, not the military's. It was that simple. Usually. Rapp slipped away to consult with Kennedy. She had left town around 4 with her son and mother to spend the weekend at a house they'd rented on the beach in Ocean City, Maryland. "How's Tommy?" Rapp asked. "Great. Couldn't be more excited. He's running around down on the beach with the other kids, looking for wood to build a bonfire. What's up?" Rapp brought her up to speed on the manhunt and told her about Reamer's conversation with his Russian counterpart. Kennedy was relieved to hear the news. But throughout the afternoon, one thing had given her great concern. She knew the president was at this moment returning to the White House aboard Marine One, returning to the White House from Camp David with the British Prime Minister. They were apparently running late for their own state dinner. The Russian president was also running late, having been delayed by some unusually strong headwinds on the way over. Rapp had just finished giving Kennedy the details of the manhunt when she asked, "What's your gut telling you, Mitch?" "I think they're holed up somewhere," he answered. "If they'd stolen a vehicle, we would have heard about it." "And you still think the locals can handle this?" she asked. "They're our best option right now," Rapp answered. "But if we find the vehicles abandoned in the woods, I'd like to bring in the SEALs and track them." "Well, we'll cross that bridge when and if we have to. In the meantime, keep me posted on any new developments." "I will." Kennedy disconnected the line and stood in the kitchen, lost in thought. The head of her security detail was standing in the hallway watching her. "Carl," she said, "would you call Langley and tell them I need a helicopter put on standby?" "Sure." Kennedy dialed the next number from memory and looked at her watch. It was almost 7:30. Special Agent Warch answered after the first ring. "Jack, it's Irene. Are you back at the White House yet?" "Almost. I know, it's a real shock, but we're running late." "So you're on Marine One right now?" "Yep." Kennedy thought about it for a second and said, "Jack, I need you to do me a favor." Peggy Steele arrived at the dinner in a black stretch limousine with DNC Chairman Holmes. 2 minutes later, in the East Room, a senator whose name she couldn't recall approached and extended his hand. Steele returned the gesture and was surprised when the man took her hand in his and kissed it. "Pat," the senator said to Holmes while keeping his eyes locked on Steele's, "please introduce me to this lovely woman." "She's my fiancée, Harry, so take your mitts off her." Holmes grabbed Steele by the arm and led her away. "I'm not one to talk about morals, but that man is the scum of the earth." "Where are you taking me?" Steele asked, as she was whisked across part of the dance floor and between several tables. "I see our next vice president over here with his wife." Steele went rigid, but it was too late. Stokes and his wife, the hated mouse, were both waving at them. "Libby, so good to see you." Holmes was well over a foot taller than the woman. He bent over and gave her a warm kiss on the cheek. "Good to see you too, Pat." She rubbed his arm warmly, then turned her big brown eyes on Steely. "Look at this beautiful woman. Peggy, I swear, you're the only woman I know who gets better looking each year." "Elizabeth, you're too kind." The women exchanged air kisses so as not to disturb their makeup. "For the last time, Peggy, call me Libby." Steely wanted to tell Libby, in the worst way, that she had slept with her husband and be done with this insincerity, but she knew deep down it was impossible. "So," Holmes said in a quieter voice, "has your husband told you the big news?" Stokes looked almost instantly uncomfortable. "I think it's a bit premature, don't you?" "Oh, I don't think so," Holmes said with a big grin. "What big news?" Mrs. Stokes asked excitedly. Stokes took another sip and shook his head. "Oh, come on," Holmes chided him. "Won't you let me tell her?" Stokes nodded. "Good." Holmes offered his arm. "Would you like to accompany me to the bar, Libby? I need to freshen my drink, and along the way, I will share with you the good news." Libby shivered like an excited child, and they were off. Steely felt her boss's breath on her bare neck and slowly turned. He had that look in his eye, that look that he only got when his wife was not around. "You look fabulous," he whispered, "and you smell great, too." "It's too bad you brought your wife tonight," she said. Stokes stood there guardedly, knowing she was toying with him, but unable to help himself. "Why do you say that?" Steely leaned forward, her lips almost touching his ear. "Because I was going to bring you back to my place tonight and tie you up." And just like that, she was gone, leaving her boss and former lover standing alone to sort out the mix of emotion and desire that was coursing through his brain and other parts. It was just after 9 o'clock when Reamer walked into McMahon's office, closed the door, and looked at McMahon and Rapp. "I just got a call from one of my people, and you're not going to like this. Apparently, the CDC in Atlanta called someone over at the Department of Energy this afternoon and reported a death at one of the local hospitals due to radiation poisoning. The guy's a Mexican-American from Laredo, Texas. Apparently, he picked up a load in Mexico earlier in the week and drove it to Atlanta. He dropped off his load and then went to fill up on gas and passed out at the pumps." Rapp asked him, "So, are you trying to tell us that you think there's a second bomb?" "I don't know that for sure, but I sure as hell don't like this coincidence. I've already got one of my search response teams on the way. I think we've got a real shot at finding this thing. If that truck driver died from the exposure he got from this device while it was sitting in the trailer behind him, it's got to be pretty damn hot. That means my people should be able to get a bead on it." "What if somehow they got around this manhunt and are in the city?" Rapp asked. "You know, there's a state dinner tonight." Reamer shook his head confidently. "They'd never get it past the portal sensors." "I sure hope you're right," Rapp said. "Well, this state dinner isn't going to last all night. As soon as it's over, I'll make sure that the president is very quietly taken back to Camp David. And if we don't find this thing by noon tomorrow, he won't be coming back for the dedication." McMahon thought about it for a moment and somewhat reluctantly said, "All right, but there's something else I think we should do." He looked at Rapp, "Something I think you'll have no problem agreeing to." He wanted to kill the scientist, but at the moment did not possess the strength to do so. Al-Yamani was on the couch in the living room resting. The disease was in its final stage. Part of him, the weak part, wanted to simply fall asleep and never wake up, but that could not be allowed to happen. For too many nights to remember, a beautiful vision had come to him in his sleep. He always sailed around the same river bend from left to right. The sky was a glorious clear blue with not a cloud in sight. The mood was festive, and beyond the tree-lined banks he could see the alabaster domes and spires of a great city. The capital of his enemy. That was his destiny. That was why he was fighting to stay alive for just one more day. Hassan and Khaled would have to be his strength. The two of them were now in the kitchen, gathering some food and water for the trip. They had all seen the newscasts. Mohammed had become extremely concerned when the photo and description of him appeared on the television. Al-Yamani began to realize that his friend lacked the conviction he'd once had. The final disappointment, though, was yet to come. Hassan came and told al-Yamani that everything was prepared. Provisions and extra gas were on board, and the boat was ready to go. Since no one else was around, al-Yamani asked Hassan to help him stand. When he was on his feet, Muhammad entered the room and asked to have a word with him. Al-Yamani granted his wish. Muhammad spoke without looking his old friend in the eye. "I know you have said you would like me to come with you, but I think I would prefer to stay here. I think I have gone far enough. You will be in my prayers." "Will you stay the night here?" al-Yamani asked as he very subtly made a gesture to Hassan with his free hand. "Yes, I think so." Al-Yamani stopped and faced him. He placed both hands on the man's shoulders and said, "May Allah watch over you." "And you, my—" Muhammad never finished the sentence. Hassan had just plunged a long kitchen knife into the older man's back. Muhammad slid to the floor and died in precisely the same spot that the owner of the house had earlier in the day. "Go upstairs," al-Yamani said to Hassan, "and kill the woman. Then put the bodies on the boat with the old man. We'll dump them all in the river after we leave." Ahmed al-Adil was in solitary confinement. That was fine with him. He had no desire to talk to anyone. Even his lawyer was irritating him. Jackson was beginning to question his story. The clanging noise of a heavy door opening and closing pulled him from his thoughts. He could hear footsteps coming down the hallway. 2 men suddenly appeared on the other side of his bars. Al-Adil couldn't see much more than their backlit silhouettes, but he could tell by the uniform that one of them was a guard. The guard unlocked the door to the cell and left without uttering a single word. The man who was left did not open the door right away. Instead, he pulled a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Are you in?" the mysterious man asked. He listened for a second and then said, "Cut the video feeds and erase anything that shows us entering or leaving the building." The man put the phone away and began addressing al-Adil in flawless Arabic. His eyes and the jut of his chin spoke of unpleasant things to come. It was after the CDC hazardous material team found the truck from Mexico, and it turned out to be really hot, that McMahon had surprised Rapp for the first time in their long relationship. Rapp knew the veteran agent was capable of looking the other way, but what he had just proposed went way beyond looking the other way. This was breaking the law, something that Rapp was not in the slightest bit opposed to, but there would be no turning back if they decided to move forward. Now it was sometime after 10:30 at night, as al-Adil was put in the back seat of McMahon's sedan, and Rapp got in with him. Less than a minute later, the deputy, who had led Rapp to al-Adil's cell, placed a call to Tony Jackson. He'd been planning to call the man anyway. The mouth of the South was famous. He'd passed his cards around the detention center, telling deputies that he was going to be looking to hire out a lot of off-duty security for al-Adil's trial. $50 an hour for sitting around and reading paperback novels on his days off sounded pretty good. The deputy bet the mouth of the South had no idea his client had just gone for a ride with the CIA. He thought about how nice it would be to make $50 an hour. If he let the mouth know what was going on, he'd have the inside track on that off-duty job for sure. Peggy Steele found herself seated at the singles table in the corner, furthest from where the president and his esteemed guests of honor were seated. The ringing of her cell phone brought her out of her foul mood. She opened her beaded clutch purse and extracted the phone. She was more than a little surprised to see who it was, but she pressed the green send button and put the phone to her ear. "Peggy Steele here." The expression on her face changed almost immediately as she listened to an absolutely apoplectic Tony Jackson, the mouth of the South, explain to her in great detail and with horrendous profanity what he was going to do to her personally and to the Justice Department in general. They left the jail, took US 50 west, and cut off on Highway 28 north. McMahon drove close to 80 miles per hour the entire way. The only thing Rapp had told him was that they were going to a place that didn't exist, that McMahon could never talk about to anyone. The only part of it that was difficult for Rapp was not laying a hand on the man sitting next to him. McMahon had been right in his assessment that al-Adil had an infuriatingly smug air about him. Each time the Saudi asked for his lawyer, Rapp had been forced to resist the urge to break the man's nose. The driveway to the facility was blocked by a 12-foot steel gate with an all-weather camera mounted off to the side. After a second, the gate opened, and they made their way down the long, winding, tree-lined drive. The main house was a 2-story red brick federal style with matching wings on either end. When they pulled up to the front door, Dr. Akram was waiting on the front step, looking dapper in his dark suit and red tie. Rapp, McMahon, and Al-Adil got out of the car. Rapp did not bother to make any introductions. Dr. Akram politely greeted Al-Adil in Arabic, but said nothing to McMahon. He then turned and entered the house, expecting the others to follow. They continued through the house and out the back door to a slightly elevated terrace that looked down on a long, rectangular pool. Rapp's phone rang, and he snatched it from his hip. Before opening it, he looked at the tiny display. He hesitated for a second, and then decided reluctantly to answer. "Yeah?" He held the phone to his ear and listened. After about 5 seconds, he said, "I'm in the middle of something right now. I'm going to have to call you back." Not waiting for the other person to respond, he closed the phone and said to McMahon, "We're going to have to work fast." "Who was that?" "Irene." Rapp winced. "Somehow the word's out that I pulled Al-Adil out of the Fairfax jail." Rapp walked across the terrace and placed a hand on Akram's shoulder. "I'm out of time. What do you suggest?" Akram thought about it for a brief moment. "I suggest you throw him in the pool." Rapp looked at the lit pool and then back at Akram, a questioning expression on his face. Akram explained, "Swimming isn't real popular in Saudi Arabia. If by chance he does know how to swim, you'll just have to get in with him and force him under." Akram looked at his watch and said, "I'll be back in 10 minutes to see how you're doing." Akram turned and left. Rapp walked over to the prisoner, who was seated on a wrought iron chair, and said, "Get up." Al-Adil didn't move. Rapp grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked him from the chair. Al-Adil remained bent over, clutching his stomach, as Rapp dragged him along the terrace toward the steps that led to the pool. "Do you like to swim, Ahmed?" Rapp marched him down 4 steps to the lower terrace and the pool. Al-Adil began to fight fiercely at the sight of the water. "What's the matter?" asked Rapp. "You're not afraid of the water, are you?" Al-Adil leaned back at first, locking his knees in an attempt to stop his progress toward the water. Rapp yanked harder on the man's hair and stood him up. With only a few steps to go, Al-Adil let his legs go limp and collapsed to the ground. McMahon showed up just in time and grabbed him by the feet. Rapp grabbed one hand and then the other, and after 2 swings they launched the terrorist into the middle of the deep end, orange prison jumpsuit and all. Rapp watched him flounder for a while. Al-Adil definitely did not know how to swim. He was thrashing about, flailing his arms in every direction, gasping for air, and getting mostly water instead. "Ahmed," Rapp said in a loud voice, "listen to me very carefully. Where were you taking the bomb that you picked up in Charleston?" Al-Adil sank beneath the surface. When, a few seconds later, he popped back up, Rapp repeated the question. Suddenly, Al-Adil screamed 2 words, spit out a mouthful of water, and sucked in a gulp of air for his starving lungs. 20 minutes later, Rapp and McMahon had a plan. They had spoken briefly to their bosses, Rapp to CIA Director Kennedy and McMahon to FBI Director Roach. They would not tell them where the missing prisoner was. They were on their way to the White House, where they would meet them in the Situation Room at midnight. Neither boss was happy about this, but neither Rapp nor McMahon cared. They would face all their accusers in one room, and truth be told, it wasn't their bosses who had them worried. When they got to the White House, Secret Service agent Jack Warch was waiting for them under the awning on West Executive Drive. As Rapp and McMahon stepped onto the curb, he said, "Just what in the hell is going on?" "Too much to explain, Jack," Rapp told him. "Is the president in the Situation Room?" "He's on his way over." Rapp checked his watch. "I need you to do me one other favor. When the president comes out of this meeting, I want him and his wife, and the British and Russian officials and their wives, on Marine One in 15 minutes. I want them safely out of the city, and I don't want the press to get the slightest whiff as to the real reason why they're leaving. You get my drift?" The head of the president's detail slowly nodded. "I think so." "Good. And Jack, you never heard this from me. This was the president's idea. He thought it would be a good idea to spend some time alone with his fellow leaders in a more low-key environment. Warch put his hand up and touched his flesh-colored earpiece. 2 seconds later, he said, "Let's go. The president is in the Situation Room." When they walked in the room, a torrent of accusations, insults, and threats spewed forth. National Security Advisor Hake didn't say a word, and their bosses were also silent, but by the looks on their faces, they'd just gone through one hell of a tongue-lashing. Attorney General Stokes sat next to the president, and although he wasn't talking, he looked extremely disappointed that 2 men who should clearly know better would be so reckless. The president, for his part, was clearly angry. His tense jaw and the fact that he made absolutely no effort to rein in Jones and Steele on the other side of the table told the whole story. Rapp actually enjoyed it. Knowing what was coming next allowed him to do that. To make matters even more interesting, he was beginning to get the impression that both Jones and Steele were not quite sober. He waited for a pause, and then said in a confident, non-emotional tone, "Okay, amateur hour is over. You two can either sit down and shut your mouths or leave. It's up to you." "Do you have any idea what the media is going to do to us over this?" asked Jones. "Do you have any idea that Al-Qaeda has smuggled a second nuclear weapon into the country?" Rapp leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. "That's right, Mr. President. So before you say something you'll regret, please allow me to save your ass one last time." Earlier this evening, we received a call from the CDC down in Atlanta. A local hospital had called to inform them that they had an out-of-state truck driver who had just died from acute radiation syndrome, an illness that is very rare. The CDC, DOE, and FBI located this man's truck and trailer and found that they were contaminated with Pu-239, which is the isotope used in the production of weapons-grade nuclear material. We found out the truck driver picked up a load in Mexico and crossed over the border on Wednesday morning, headed for Atlanta. Rapp turned his attention on Steele. Atlanta, if you will remember, was also the destination of Imtaz Zubair, the missing Pakistani nuclear scientist. It also happens to be the home of Ahmed al-Adil, who was arrested in Charleston this week. The same man you decided to prosecute rather than deport and hand over to the CIA. Steele faced Rapp eye to eye and started to lecture. "We can't simply deport American citizens and hand them over to the CIA for—" Rapp cut her off. "The debate portion of the evening is over. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you have no idea what it takes to wage this war. Now sit down and don't interrupt me again, or I will throw you out of this room by the scruff of your neck." Rapp pointed his finger at the president's chief of staff and said, "And that goes for you too, Valerie." Steele slowly sat down, and Rapp continued. "As I was saying, considering the gravity of the situation, I took it upon myself to interrogate Ahmed al-Adil. After just 5 minutes of persuasive questioning, Mr. al-Adil admitted that he was in fact part of a terrorist cell that was planning to detonate a nuclear weapon on American soil. There's only one problem, though. The bomb that Mr. al-Adil picked up in Charleston was not meant for Washington, D.C. It was meant for New York City. The second bomb is intended for Washington, D.C., the one that came across the border from Mexico on Wednesday morning." The room was dead silent for at least 5 seconds, and then the president, concern and embarrassment represented equally in his voice, asked, "Do we have any idea as to the location of the second bomb?" "Yes," said Rapp, "but I'm not going to tell you. Not until you're on board Marine One with the British Prime Minister, the Russian President, and your wives, and on your way to Camp David." The president started to protest, but Rapp shook his head firmly. "Not until you're up at Camp David. I know the time and the specific target of the attack. The only chance we have of stopping them is to make everything appear as if it's business as usual. That is why your press secretary is going to announce that you, and your fellow leaders, decided to head up to Camp David tonight, so you could play an early morning round of golf before coming back into the city for tomorrow afternoon's dedication ceremony." Saturday morning dawned with heavy gray skies and a steady rain that peppered the calm surface of the bay. They'd made their way down the York River and out into the Chesapeake under the cover of darkness and were now headed north. The 37-foot cabin cruiser owned by Mr. Hanson was more than up to the task, especially on calm seas. Al-Yamani was at present on his knees, but he was not praying. He was in the head, throwing up yet again, and it was not a pretty sight. This would be his last day on Earth, whether they succeeded or not, but he did not believe they would fail. Allah was guiding them, showing them a safe passage to their destiny. They were all going to die. He had been forced to lie to the scientist about that, to invent a story about escaping, but he felt no shame in doing so. Certain people were not strong enough to handle the truth. The scientist had spent most of the trip sitting in the bed up under the bow of the ship, as far away from the bomb as possible. Zubair had been adamant that the bomb be lashed to the fiberglass swim platform at the aft of the vessel. Even though they'd gone to great lengths to shield it, the weapon was still giving off significant radiation. Because of that, it had to be placed downwind and as far away from them as possible. Khaled came down the stairs into the small cabin and stood over Al-Yamani. "We are nearing the river." Al-Yamani barely had the strength to stand. He held up his arm so Khaled could help him to his feet. "Is it still raining?" "Yes." Even with the help of Khaled, it was a struggle to stand. Al-Yamani began working his way up the stairs with Khaled both pushing and holding him from behind. When they reached the helm, he sat down on the bench next to Hassan, who was driving. Al-Yamani peered through the rain-spattered windshield and waited for the wiper blade to come around and give him a glimpse of what lay ahead. "Any sign of trouble?" "No, but we aren't quite there yet. Maybe we should have the scientist arm the weapon." Al-Yamani had thought of this, but was reluctant. He did not know if the bad weather would end up forcing a postponement of the dedication of the memorial or not, and until he knew for sure, he wanted to wait. Less than a minute later, they came up on the channel marker to enter the Potomac. Both men smiled. "How long until we lay our eyes on the city?" asked Al-Yamani. "We will be there by noon, a full hour before the ceremony is to commence." When the president was safe at Camp David, Rapp honored his word and explained to him over the phone the details of the scenario he'd discovered. The first act was to take place at 1 p.m. today, during the dedication of the World War II memorial. It was designed not only to destroy the city, but to decapitate the federal government by killing the president and the other senior officials and politicians who were to attend the event. The Allied leaders who were set to attend were a bonus. The follow-up attack on New York on Tuesday was designed to make sure the American economy slipped into a depression. As morning approached, the Russians now found a second test site that had been excavated, despite their initial report that only one site had been compromised. This spot in particular had been the location of a failed test for a 15-kiloton warhead to be used in a torpedo. Near the excavation was found a shallow grave, containing at least 50 bodies and probably more. Based on the radiation signatures at the site in Kazakhstan and those found on the trailer and truck in Atlanta, Reamer believed that they were dealing with a very unstable configuration of nuclear material, a warhead that was throwing off large doses of radiation. It would be much easier for his NEST teams to find than he had originally feared. That had been the assessment at 3 in the morning, but now, as the clock inched toward mid-morning, Rapp's assuredness, at least, was beginning to wane. On a more positive note, the rain was keeping people from coming into the city for the dedication of the memorial and the festivities that were to follow. So far, the only people who had showed up on the mall were vendors, event security, and a handful of all-weather diehards. But despite all the news coverage and the blanket thrown down by local law enforcement, McMahon and Rapp had come up with nothing, not a single break since yesterday evening. The president had laid down a noon deadline. If they hadn't found the weapon by then, he would implement Operation Ark to ensure full continuity of government and operations. Rapp was sitting in the conference room off to the side of CT Watch, with his feet up on the table. He'd ditched his suit and was wearing a pair of khaki cargo pants, a dark blue t-shirt, and a tactical vest stuffed with 2 mobile phones, spare batteries, a headset, and other important items. Suddenly, one of McMahon's agents came running in. She announced in an excited voice, "The new Kent County Sheriff's Department just called. They think they've located the cab and the truck." The long Hanson driveway was lined with police cruisers, government sedans, and SUVs. Debbie Hanasek and her search response team arrived in 2 Suburbans and barged their way past the vehicles that nearly blocked the driveway. Hanasek had her door open before the truck came to a full stop. She found her way through the throng of law enforcement officers and saw the trailer. She turned to the group and said, "I need everybody to back up at least 100 feet. All of the men backed up except one. She surmised that he was probably the owner since he was in shorts. "Sir, are you the owner?" "My parents are. I want to know what's going on right now." Hanasek could see this guy wasn't going to simply walk away. She grabbed him by the elbow and walked him over to the first man she saw wearing an FBI windbreaker. "Tell this agent everything you know and answer his questions." Hanasek then marched back to the trailer and hooked up her earpiece and mic for her secure mobile phone. She hit the speed dial for her boss, and a second later, he was on the line. "It appears to be the trailer," she told Reamer. "We're running a quick check with the gamma neutron detector right now." The tech finished his sweep and said, "Gamma 5, neutron 3. Hanasek repeated the reading to Reamer. She added, "It's not as hot as we expected it to be. They've either shielded it, or the device is no longer in the trailer and we're seeing contamination." "Debbie," said Reamer, "get an HAG count and skip the X-ray. Have the FBI drill a hole in the side of the trailer. Do it nice and high." Hanasek relayed the order to one of her techs, who grabbed a black case and ran over to the trailer. Another man pulled out a cordless drill, and Hanasek pointed to a spot on the top third of the trailer. It took little effort for the drill to pierce the thin metal skin. A small fiber optic camera with an infrared light on the end was fed through the fresh hole like a snake. Hanasek cupped the small video screen in her hands, shielding it from the rain with the brim of her hat. She strained to make sense of the grainy black and white image. After a second, she closed her eyes and said, "The trailer is empty." Rapp and McMahon had both been hovering over the speakerphone, one on each side of the conference table. Neither man asked Hanasek to repeat herself. They'd heard the disappointment in her voice as well as her words. The bomb could be anywhere. Rapp looked up at McMahon. They didn't just walk out of there. They had some mode of transportation. Hanasek's voice came out of the speaker. "I don't think so. The son of the owner just told me his parents' car is still here." "Where are the parents?" asked Rapp. "No one knows." "This doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they just take the car and drive out of there?" Rapp turned around and looked at a map on the wall. They were missing something. "Debbie, describe for me what the setting is like there." "It's a nice place," she began. "Big. You cut through the woods and down a sloping drive to the house, and then beyond that there's the river." Rapp froze for a second, and then recovered. Something she had just said struck a note of familiarity. "Did you say river?" "Yeah." "What river?" "The York River." Rapp found it on the map and traced it with his finger. "Debbie," Rapp said earnestly, "ask the son if his dad has a boat." Her reply came 2 seconds later. "Yes, he does. And the funny thing is, the boat is gone." They were only 20 miles from their destination. Al-Yamani had been worrying about the weather all morning. His greatest fear was that the entire event would be canceled. They were now approaching what looked to be a large bend in the river. Hassan, who was driving the boat, pointed to the left. "Up ahead is Sheridan Point. Once we clear it, I think we will be able to see the city." Al-Yamani smiled. "Where is Khaled?" Hassan yelled for his friend, and a moment later he was at Al-Yamani's side. "Get the scientist and have him arm the weapon." Khaled lowered his voice to a whisper and asked, "When he's done, can I kill him?" "Yes, you may." "Thank you." Khaled turned and went below. A moment later he returned with the scientist. Zubair had one of the lead aprons on and was holding his laptop. "Do you need any help?" asked Al-Yamani. "No, I only need to know when you would like the bomb to go off." Zubair checked his watch. "It is 8 minutes past 11 right now." 2 hours from now," Al-Yamani answered. Zubair tilted his head in a questioning manner. Did that leave enough time to get away? He was about to argue and then thought better of it. He walked to the stern, stepping out from under the canvas cover and into the falling rain. He had spent months designing the fire set, so that he was the only person who could both arm and disarm the weapon. With the aid of his computer, it would take only a few seconds to start the countdown. Zubair opened the cooler and briefly admired his work. No longer was the oxidized hunk of poison visible. It was concealed by an outer shell of plastique explosives and a complex maze of blasting caps and 6 separate firing circuits. If by chance anyone found the bomb, there was no way they would be able to defuse it in time. Each firing circuit was independent of the other, and each one used its own unique set of wiring, with multiple false leads built in. The Pakistani scientist plugged a cable into the data port he'd placed near the top of the weapon, and plugged the other end into his laptop. Holding the computer with one hand, he pecked the keys with the other. He entered 2 separate sets of passwords to get to the proper screen, and then punched in the countdown sequence. The numbers 020000 appeared on all 6 detonator screens. Zubair closed his computer, unhooked the cable, and then shut the cooler. He turned around to get out of the rain and ran smack into the chest of the imposing Khaled. "Are you done?" "Yes," Zubair answered, a bit nervously. Khaled reached out and grabbed the Pakistani by his free arm. The other arm plunged up and out with a 4-inch blade that had been at his side. When he withdrew the blade, the entire back of the boat, as well as Khaled, were sprayed with bright red blood. The geyser of blood hit Khaled in the eye, and he lost his balance for a second on the rain-soaked deck. At the same time, the Pakistani jerked wildly, stumbled, and then fell over the side of the boat and into the river. The boat was traveling at 20 miles per hour. Hassan turned to Al-Yamani and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Al-Yamani looked straight ahead and said, "Keep going. Even if they find his body, they won't be able to stop us." Rapp burst through the door and sprinted across the rain-soaked parking lot to the waiting helicopter. The rain would not last much longer, and as soon as it stopped, people would start flocking to the river and the National Mall. Rapp opened the starboard door of the Bell 430 helicopter and jumped in. 4 SWAT guys were sitting in back dressed in plain clothes, just as he had requested. All 4 of their weapons had silencers affixed to the barrels. Rapp would talk to them in a minute when he was done briefing the pilot. Rapp handed the pilot the photo he'd pulled off the manufacturer's website and said, "This is the boat we're looking for. She's 37 feet long and has Scandinavian Princess, York River, VA written in gold letters on the stern." The pilot handed the photo to the co-pilot and asked, "Where do you want to start?" "Let's hit the Key Bridge and work our way downriver from there." The pilot nodded, and the fast executive helicopter lifted off the ground. Rapp looked at the 4 men sitting in the back of the helicopter. "Who's in charge?" he asked. "I am," said the man sitting next to him. Rapp stuck out his hand. "Mitch Rapp." "I know who you are, sir. John Brooks." The man who looked to be about Rapp's age shook his hand. "It's an honor to be working with you today." Before Rapp could respond, his phone rang. It was Kennedy. He flipped it open and said, "Yeah?" "The President wants to implement Operation Ark." This did not come as a great surprise, but it was irritating nonetheless. "Tell the President to honor his word and give me until noon." "I think I can do that, Mitch, but there's something else you need to be aware of. Secretary McClellan and Attorney General Stokes are pushing to have the Coast Guard close the river down and block all traffic coming into the city. Irene, you have to convince the President to wait. If we tip our hand, Al-Yamani will just blow the damn thing. Tell him I'll be over the river in a few minutes and I'll call you back." Rapp ended the call and quickly dialed McMahon's number. When the agent answered, he asked, "What's up?" "We're calling the marinas and getting the word out," McMahon said. "I've got the hostage rescue team on their way back from Richmond. They should be here in about 30 minutes. Skip, I don't want to argue with you over this, but unless this boat is beached somewhere, SEAL Team 6 is going to handle the takedown. Vessel takedowns are their specialty. Okay, call me if you learn anything. We're almost to the river." Mustafa Al-Yamani had tears in his eyes. It was exactly as he dreamt it would be night after night for nearly a year. They rounded a slight jog in the river, the clouds parted, and beams of sun shone down brightly on the massive dome of the U.S. Capitol. He could not see the White House, but he knew where it was, just beyond the Washington Monument. Everything in sight would be leveled in a little more than an hour. Al-Yamani placed a frail hand on Hassan's shoulder. "You have done well. There is nothing they can do to stop us now." Continue to the spot by the tidal basin, and drop the anchor. I am going below to pray." Al-Yamani called out for Khaled. The man came up the stairs to the bridge area and stood by Al-Yamani. "I do not think I have the strength to walk, Khaled. Would you please carry me below?" Khaled nodded, choking back tears. He bent over and cradled the bravest man he had ever known. When the helicopter reached the tall Francis Scott Key Bridge, they slowed from 140 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour and dropped down another 100 feet. They passed over a boat headed north, and Rapp's heart began to race a bit. But the vessel was the Maryland something. It was not the one they were looking for. The helicopter climbed slightly as they passed over a series of 4 bridges and then dropped back down. A park police helicopter entered the picture, flying along the opposite bank about a mile ahead of them. Rapp spotted several boats, one too small and the other too big. 20 seconds later, they passed the Washington Sailing Marina. After another mile downriver, the pilot turned around and said, "The park police chopper just said they have a possible ID on the boat. They couldn't get a read on the name, but they said the length and make appear to match." Rapp looked through the front windshield at the other helicopter and then looked down at the river. There were 2 boats in sight. "Which one is he talking about?" "The one closer to us, right in the center." "Okay, slow up a bit and work your way inland a little more so we don't spook him." With binoculars in hand, Rapp knelt and looked down at the boat. At first, he didn't think it was theirs, and then realized it was the canvas suntop that made it look different. The 2 vessels passed each other, one headed north and the other south. Rapp peered through the binoculars trying to catch the name, but something was in the way. All he could see was the letter S. Almost as an afterthought, he realized what the object was that was obscuring the boat's name. Rapp focused in on the large white cooler lashed to the swim platform, and then lowered the binoculars. He told the pilot, "Start doubling back far enough away from the river so they can't see us." Rapp called Reamer and got him on the 4th ring. "Paul, we found the boat, and I spotted something lashed to the aft swim deck. Would this device fit in one of those big fishing coolers?" "It would depend on what they were using for an explosive charge, but yes, I suppose it would. Where are you?" "The boat's about a mile south of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, traveling north." "That's 8 miles from the White House and the Capitol," Reamer said, "and 7 from the Pentagon. Mitch, we have to stop this boat as soon as possible. I won't waste your time giving you the details, but there is a consensus between our scientists and the Russians that this thing will not reach its full yield of 15 kilotons. If we can keep the device outside a 6-mile radius, I think we can save everything north and east of the National Mall." "What about the radiation?" "Well, the wind is from the east and it's picking up. Rural Virginia and possibly West Virginia would get hit hard with fallout, but if the wind stays constant, downtown Washington should be spared." "So the sooner we stop this thing, the better." "Absolutely." "Where's your search response team?" "One's on their way back up from Richmond and the other one's downtown by the National Mall." "Get the one downtown a helicopter ASAP, and I'll call you back with further instructions." Rapp closed his phone and poked his head up into the cockpit. "Where's the park police chopper?" "He's still headed downriver." "Tell him to turn around and hightail it back up here. I want him flying low and fast, right up the east side of the river." Rapp explained in detail to the pilots exactly what he wanted to do, and then did the same with the 4 men from the CIA's SWAT team. The helicopter landed at Jones Point Park on the western bank of the Potomac, just north of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, where they were well concealed from the river traffic. 2 SWAT guys got out and ran down to the river's edge, while Rapp and Brooks hit the quick-release latches on the helicopter's starboard and port doors so they could take them off and get them out of their way. Rapp then jogged down to the riverbank with the phone to his ear. He didn't have time to call all the people he should, so he decided to just call one. When the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff came on the line, Rapp said, "General Flood, I'm down here under the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and I think I've found our boat." "If you think you have the assets to handle the job, Mitch, then do it, and do it quickly." "I thought that's what you'd say." Rapp reached the edge of the river and looked out past the bridge's concrete supports. "I've got to go now, General. I'll call you back in a few minutes when I'm in control of the vessel." Rapp closed the phone and shoved it into his breast pocket. He could see the boat heading their way, and behind it the park police helicopter was closing fast. He checked his watch, and then said to one of Brooks's men,
I'd grab that spot right over there in those bushes.
I was thinking the same thing, answered the former Marine sniper.
All right, get ready, and don't shoot unless you see a gun or we give you the word.
Rapp ran back to the helicopter, climbed in on the starboard side, and poked his head up in the cockpit.
You guys have any questions?
Both pilots shook their heads.
Good. What's their ETA?
Just under a minute.
Right.
Rapp sat down in the aft-facing portside seat. He loosened the seatbelt as far as it would go, and then fastened it. With a silenced MP5 in hand, he sat on the edge of the seat, shouldered the weapon, and leaned against the seatbelt.
Here we go,
yelled the pilot. The helicopter lifted slowly from the rain-soaked grass and moved into a hover 20 feet off the ground. They moved out over the river, foot by foot, and then stopped a little over a third of the way across. Rapp was leaning out as far as he could to try and get a view of the boat as it came under the bridge. A few seconds later, the bow poked out from the shadows, and then the windscreen. As the boat came into the clear, the helicopter began to descend and then slide sideways. The pilot did a perfect job bringing them in right behind the boat and then matching its speed and course. Rapp looked through the hoop sight of his submachine gun and zeroed in on the head of a man who was staring through the windscreen of the boat at the Park Police helicopter that was racing upriver. The man slowly turned, realizing that something was now behind them. The guy, who was tall and dark-skinned with short black hair, turned and looked directly at Rapp. In that fraction of a second, he did something that was entirely unexpected given the situation. He smiled. Rapp had his weapon pulled firmly against his shoulder, and at the very first hint of the smirk, he squeezed the trigger twice in less than a half second. Both quick shots hit their target just above the left ear. The boat started a lazy right turn that would only get worse if they didn't get control of the helm quickly. Fortunately, the two CIA pilots were good. They adjusted to the new heading and brought the portside door of the chopper right over the aft sundeck. Rapp kept his weapon trained on the cabin, and when they were hovering a manageable 6 feet from the deck, he yelled, "Go! Go!" The first SWAT guy in position, whose name was Sam, leaped and landed as he'd been taught in jump school, with his weight evenly distributed on both feet and his knees slightly bent. He rolled to his left and came up reaching for his pistol. As soon as he was on his way up the steps to the helm, Rapp yanked his seatbelt free and jumped after him. In the cabin, Rapp's thick black silencer probed the shadows first. He could see someone on the floor, but the figure had its back to him. Rapp's foot caught the man square in the stomach and flipped him onto his side and then back. Rapp leveled his weapon at the man's head and studied his face. The first thing he noticed was the blood dripping from the corners of the man's mouth. Then he noticed the bulging, bloodshot eyes and the burned, blotchy, peeling skin. The guy looked like someone had stuck him in a microwave. Even so, there was something vaguely familiar about him. Rapp's brow furrowed, and then he said, "Mustafa al-Yamani." Al-Yamani smiled the vacant smile of a true believer and coughed up more blood.
"You are too late. There is nothing you can do to stop us."
"Where's Zubair?"
Rapp placed the tip of the silencer against Al-Yamani's forehead.
"He's dead."
Al-Yamani smiled, showing his bleeding gums.
"And he's the only one who can disarm the weapon."
Rapp forced Al-Yamani's head into the ground with the tip of the silencer and said,
"Have a nice time in hell, Mustafa."
He squeezed the trigger just once and left the twitching corpse to go back topside. Rapp burst back onto the deck and signaled for the helicopter to back off. He then took over the helm, turned the boat around, and pushed both throttles to the stops. The engines groaned loudly, and the bow came out of the water a few feet. Rapp looked back at the cooler and feared the worst. What a hell of a way to die. Rapp grabbed his secure digital phone and called Reamer. When the voice on the other end answered, he said, "Paul, we've got control of the boat, and we're heading away from the city. You got any bright ideas?" "Is the weapon armed?"
"I think so. You want me to open it up and look at it?"
"No," Reamer shouted. "Whatever you do, don't touch it. I've got a team on the way. They're lifting off from the mall right now. Where are you?"
"We're going back under the Wilson Bridge."
7 miles from the White House, said Reamer. "How fast are you going?"
"Paul, I'm not some damn kamikaze. I hope you have a better plan than me simply taking this thing as far downriver as possible until it blows."
I do, but just getting you 10 miles away could make a huge difference." The marina was almost exactly 3 miles from the bridge on the Virginia side. Rapp came in hot, running the engines at full throttle until the last possible moment. Those who hadn't gone to watch the Department of Energy helicopter land in the parking lot scrambled in every direction. Rapp then eased up on the port engine, while slipping the starboard engine back into the forward gear. The boat began spinning until its aft was pointed toward the shore, and then Rapp reversed the starboard engine, sliding the boat backward toward the boat ramp. Sam tied them up while 3 men came running across the parking lot, each of them loaded down with a case or bag under each arm. One of them walked down the boat ramp and right into the water. By the time he reached the swim platform, the water was almost up to his crotch. He stood sideways in front of the cooler for several seconds and then yelled back to the other 2 men, "Gamma 11, neutron 6. Rapp watched with great interest. What in the hell does that mean? It means it's hot. The tech walked quickly back up the ramp, his pants soaked. Rapp looked up at the still gathering crowd. Sam was trying to push them back. Several people were pointing and asking questions, while others were looking at the CIA helicopter that was now circling overhead looking for a place to land. Rapp pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots into the water. The loud reports got everyone's attention. "I want that parking lot cleared right now, goddammit! This is an emergency!" Everyone finally got the hint and began scrambling for their vehicles. Rapp grabbed his phone and dialed Reamer's number. "Paul, it's Mitch. I have an idea. Why don't we load the device on a helicopter and get it the hell out of here?" "That's not how we do it, Mitch. An aerial burst increases the range and destruction of the blast. Just sit tight and let my people work." Rapp glanced down at the bomb. "Excuse me for not sharing your confidence, but when Al-Yamani said that only Zubair could defuse this baby, I think he meant it." The blue team arrived aboard 2 gray U.S. Navy Seahawk helicopters. The large birds set down in the parking lot, and a half-dozen men piled out of each helicopter. Rapp was still at the helm of the Scandinavian Princess. He watched the SEALs unload their equipment and consult with the members of the DOE search response team. He checked his watch. It was 12:08. Rapp had gotten over the jitters that this thing was going to blow any second. He was sure that Al-Yamani wanted to get it as close as possible to the heart of the capital, and also to kill the president and the rest of the leaders who were to be present at the dedication of the new World War II memorial. That event was to begin at 1 o'clock. So if Rapp was forced to bet, he'd say they probably had another 52 minutes until the bomb was set to go off. In his mind, though, those were crucial minutes that could be used to get the bomb further away from the city. Rapp decided to call Reamer back. "Paul, listen to me. I'm guessing the weapon is set to go off at 1 o'clock. I still think we should put it on a helicopter and get it as far away from the city as possible. Mitch, what if the terrorists placed an altimeter in the fire set, and the second this thing gets 100 feet off the ground, it blows?" Rapp hadn't thought of that. "All right, but what's the plan if the SEALs can't defuse it?" "It's at least 100 miles to the eastern shore," Reamer replied. "The only other option at this point is to take it someplace remote, where the blast and fallout will do the least damage." "That's it?" said a shocked Rapp. "That's our last and best option?" Reamer didn't answer right away. "There is one other option, but it has never been fully studied. I don't think the president would ever authorize it." "Why?" "Because it involves destroying a multi-billion-dollar government facility." One of the SEALs came jogging down the dock toward Rapp. Rapp closed his phone, let out a long sigh, and said, "Yes?" "Lieutenant Troy Matthews. General Flood told me to keep you in the loop." "Lieutenant," one of the men in the spacesuits yelled, "I'm counting 6 separate firing systems." "6?" the officer asked in a shocked voice. "Yes, and I think they've used plastique for a molded charge. It's covered with at least 24 blasting caps." Rapp found none of this comforting. "What's going on?" "I'm not sure." The lieutenant started rolling up his sleeves as he climbed in the boat. As the lieutenant stepped over the dead bodies, Rapp asked, "How long is it going to take you to defuse this bad boy?" "It all depends on how they're wired, but I can tell you it isn't going to be a cakewalk." The lieutenant placed both hands on top of the cooler and slowly lifted the lid. Rapp stood behind him, looking down into the jumbled mass of wires, and counted 6 separate sets of red numbers. They had 53 minutes until the bomb blew. Rapp swore, and then said, "Lieutenant, I need a no-bullshit assessment. Can you and your team disarm this thing in less than 53 minutes?" The lieutenant studied the wiring, looking at it from the left and then the right. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure isn't going to cut it. You see any altimeter in there, or anything else that would preclude us from putting the device on a helicopter and getting it farther away from the city? No. Another minute ticked off on all 6 screens, and it was Matthews who swore this time. They'd never make it to the ocean in time. Rapp's hands were suddenly covered in sweat. Lieutenant Matthews, this is what we're going to do. I want your men to place this cooler in the back of that black and white helicopter sitting in the parking lot. The rope that held the cooler in place was cut, and with Lieutenant Matthews supervising, a lead blanket was draped over the cooler, and it was carried up the boat ramp and placed in the back of the Bell 430 helicopter. Rapp looked at the 2 pilots who were still in the cockpit of the CIA helicopter. He held up his right index finger and began twirling it in the air. The pilots nodded and started flipping switches and checking displays. As Rapp began walking toward the helicopter, he said into his phone, "So, one of your scientists thought this up?" "Yes," answered Paul Reamer. "We've run all the calculations." The engines on the helicopter fired up, and a second later the rotors began turning. "Paul, you get all the facts you need to convince the president. I'll call you back in a minute when I'm in the air." Rapp got in the back of the helicopter, closed the door, and asked the pilots, "What's the top speed of this baby?" "She's rated for 160 miles per hour, but at that speed we can only stay up for approximately 100 miles, depending on wind conditions." "We're not going that far. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. Head due west as fast as you can and as low as you dare. I'll give you the exact heading in a few minutes." Rapp sat down, and as the helicopter lifted off the ground, he did the math in his head. They had to go approximately 60 miles. At top speed, the helicopter would cover 2.66 miles every minute. That meant it would take less than 30 minutes, not counting takeoff and landing, to get there. He rounded it up to 35 just to be safe, and then moved the heavy lead blanket and lifted the lid to the cooler. The closest LED told him the bomb would detonate in 46 minutes. That wouldn't give him much time to handle the rest, but it was doable. His phone rang, and he answered it instantly. "Yep." "Are you ready?" It was Reamer. "I'll patch us through." There were a couple of clicks on the line, and then Rapp heard the president's voice. "Mitch?" Rapp leaned his head against the leather headrest. "Yes, Mr. President?" "Good work today, Mitch. Paul tells me our technical people aren't sure they can stop this thing from going off. What do you propose we do?" "We have 2 options, sir. Option number 1 is we can dump it in the Chesapeake." "How many fatalities?" the president asked. "Initially, probably somewhere around 100, but the fallout could drive that number easily above 1,000 as cancer rates would skyrocket. It would also take decades for the Chesapeake to rebound, as well as the contaminated surrounding areas that take the brunt of the fallout." There was silence. "What's the second option?" "The second option, sir, is a bit controversial, but it is also the one that would result in the fewest casualties and do the least harm to the environment." "Well, let's hear it then." "Take the bomb by helicopter to Mount Weather and put it inside, then close the blast doors to limit the fallout." Mount Weather was a secure, hardened facility built in the 1950s, located 55 miles from the White House. It was designed to house key government employees in the case of a nuclear attack or other emergency. "Mount Weather?" someone shouted. "I'm at Mount Weather! You can't bring the damn thing here!" Rapp recognized the voice as belonging to the Attorney General. Rapp pictured the look of panic in the man's face and smiled. Every cloud had a silver lining. "Mr. President," said the Director of Homeland Security, "Mount Weather is the backbone of our emergency command and control system. The replacement cost would be staggering." "We're a rich country," interrupted Valerie Jones. "We'll build a new one. Mr. President, you can't drop this thing in the Chesapeake Bay." Rapp was slightly taken aback. He thought this was probably the first time he'd ever agreed with Jones on anything. The conference call broke out into a free-for-all, with invective and opinions flying back and forth. Rapp looked at his watch. After another moment of listening to the arguing, he said, "Mr. President, you need to make a decision. I'm already in the air with the bomb headed west away from the city. Now, if you want me to dump it in the Chesapeake, then you'd better tell me quick, because I'm going to have to turn around and haul ass back over the city, and I hope I can get there in time." "You're already on your way to Mount Weather?" asked a shocked Attorney General Stokes. "Yes, and quit your whining," said Rapp. "I'm the one who's been babysitting this thing for the last hour." The president's voice was calm. "I don't want to hear anyone else speak unless I ask for their opinion. Mr. Reamer, how far away would we have to get the people at Mount Weather to protect them from the explosion and fallout?" "Not far at all, sir. There is a slight chance of some venting, but it will be minimal." "How far?" The president sounded impatient. "A mile would be sufficient." "Mitch, how much time do we have left?" Rapp looked at his watch. "We're down to 38 minutes, Mr. President." "How long will it take you to get to Mount Weather?" "Approximately 25 minutes." "General Flood, how long would it take to evacuate the mountain?" "I have no idea, sir, but I do know it takes 10 minutes to close the blast doors." 10 seconds of silence ticked by, and then the president said, "I want Mount Weather and the surrounding area evacuated immediately. And General Flood, I want my cabinet members on the first helicopter out." "Yes, sir." "And make sure Mitch gets whatever he needs." "Thank you, Mr. President," said Rapp. "General, I'll call you back in a minute with an exact ETA." Mount Weather is located in the craggy northwest corner of Virginia, near the West Virginia border, 5 miles south of the town of Bluemont, Virginia, on Blue Ridge Mountain Road. As they approached the mountain from the east, Rapp could see cars moving down the mountaintop switchback road, like ants streaming out of an anthill. 4 military transport helicopters were also taking off from the small landing strip at the top of the mountain, and another helicopter was vacating the helipad by the east portal. A pickup truck was waiting for them next to the helipad, pointed toward the concrete-reinforced tunnel entrance that led into the mountain. Rapp checked his watch. They were down to 12 minutes. Reamer had informed him that the calculations had been based on taking the device into the center of the facility and putting it in an elevator that would drop it down another 100 feet into the bedrock. He promised Rapp there would be plenty of time to accomplish this. Rapp hoped he was right. The CIA helicopter set down in the center of the pad. Rapp pushed the door open immediately and grabbed the handle of the cooler. He dragged it to the edge, and 4 men dressed in blue battle dress uniforms from the Federal Protective Services came to his aid. Like attendants from a mortuary hauling a casket, they took hold of the cooler and loaded it into the bed of the idling pickup truck. 3 of the men then jumped in the back with the cooler, and the officer in charge of the group slid in behind the wheel. Rapp got in the passenger seat, and they took off. The sunny afternoon disappeared behind them as they entered the long tunnel. The tunnel narrowed a bit, and they passed some type of decontamination station. The driver honked the horn and kept his foot on the gas. "We have to start closing the doors now." Rapp looked at his watch and nodded. They were cutting it close. "So what's in the cooler?" the driver asked. Rapp kept his eyes focused on the tunnel. "Here's the deal, Lieutenant. When we get to the elevator, I'll tell you what it is." "Well, whatever it is, it can't be good. Here comes the elevator right up here." The truck began to slow and then skidded to a quick stop on the concrete floor. Everyone piled out. The head of the security detail opened the freight elevator, and Rapp helped the other 3 men carry the cooler. They placed it in the middle of the large elevator, closed the gate, and hit the button for the bottom floor. Rapp watched it disappear and then jumped back in the truck just as it had finished turning around. As they peeled out, he looked at his watch. They had a little over 8 minutes to go. "So, what's in the cooler?" asked the driver. Rapp laughed. He supposed the young man was going to find out sooner rather than later. "A nuclear bomb." They reached the helipad with just under 3 minutes to spare, and everyone piled in. The helicopter lifted off and raced eastward. Rapp looked at his watch, counted the seconds, thought of his wife, and willed the helicopter to fly faster. With 10 seconds left before detonation, he yelled to everyone in the helicopter, "Cover your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you." Rapp counted the seconds in his head. He got to 10 and still hadn't heard anything, so he kept going. After 20 seconds, he opened his eyes, grabbed his phone, and dialed Reamer. "What happened? Did it blow?" "It sure did. We felt the tremor all the way over here across the state line." "Did the mountain contain the blast?" "I don't know. You're in a better position than I am." Rapp asked the pilot to turn around so he could have a look. Rapp gazed out across the beautiful tree-covered range in search of any sign that the bunker had failed to contain the blast. There wasn't a plume in sight, not even a puff of smoke. Rapp smiled and said,
Tell the president we did it. It worked.
I think you should be the one to make the call, Reamer insisted. You're the one who did all the heavy lifting.
It was your idea, Paul. You call him. I'm going to take a quick nap.
The birds were singing, the sun was peeking through the sides of the window shade, and somewhere off in the distance, the thrum of an outboard engine punctuated the still morning air. It was summer. Rapp rolled over, not yet sure if he wanted to keep sleeping or get up. The guest cabin at his in-laws' Northwoods retreat was a great place to sleep. It sat a mere 20 feet from the water's edge. Finally, he threw back the covers and got out of bed. In the small galley kitchen, he found a pot of coffee and a note. It read, "Honey, went skiing. You'd better get your butt down to the dock or you'll never hear the end of it." Rapp smiled, poured himself a cup of coffee and drank it. Then he went back to the bedroom and threw on his swim trunks and an old faded sweatshirt. On his way back to the kitchen, his satellite phone rang. He picked it up and looked at the screen. It was Kennedy. "Hello." "Good morning," Kennedy said. "I'm sitting on the deck watching Tommy build a sandcastle. I called you twice yesterday. Any reason why you haven't been answering your phone?" Rapp stepped outside, the screen door slamming closed behind him. "I wasn't in the mood to talk." He worked his way across the dew-laden grass toward the dock. "And why is that?" Kennedy asked. "Why do you think, Irene?" Rapp stepped onto the dock. "For starters, we came within minutes of losing 500,000 people and the nation's capital." The old dock squeaked under his weight. "But we didn't, Mitch. Thanks to you and Paul Reamer and Skip and a whole lot of other people, we stopped them." Rapp sat down in an Adirondack chair at the end of the dock. "It never should have gotten that far, Irene. We got lucky." "But we stopped them, and the president is extremely grateful for what you did." Rapp looked at the water. He wanted to tell Kennedy that the president could kiss his ass, but he decided to instead say, "At the moment, I don't really care too much about what the president thinks." "That's unfortunate, Mitch, because you are probably the only person who can talk him out of acknowledging you when he addresses the nation tonight." "Irene, tell the president that I do not need or want the public acknowledgement." "I think you'd better tell him yourself." Rapp looked across the length of the lake. "I have no desire to talk to the president. In fact, tell him I'm already thinking about quitting. And if he so much as mentions my name, it's a done deal." "Mitch, I share your frustrations, but you are far too valuable to this fight. We need you." "Then you'd better convince the president to make some changes. I don't want a medal. I don't want any public recognition. I want some people fired. I don't care if they leave on their own or if they're shown the door, but some people need to go." Kennedy didn't answer right away. After a long pause, she said, "Would it help if I told you Valerie Jones will be stepping down within the month?" "I'd say it's a nice start. What about Stokes and Steele?" "I'm not sure about Stokes, but I don't think he's the problem. If we tell him to crack down, he'll do it." "Then what about Steele?" "I think between the two of us, we can make that happen. Mitch, you know this thing is far from over. You know they're going to come at us again, and I can tell you that what almost happened has shaken the president to the core." Kennedy's voice had taken on a surprisingly optimistic tone. "Mitch, if there was ever a time to get him to declare open season on terrorists, this is it." "But will he? When it comes down to it, will he actually turn us loose?" "This time? Yes, I think so." Rapp looked out across the water and sincerely wondered if he could walk away from it all. He doubted it. He was too passionate about the fight. He didn't need to admit that to Kennedy and the president, though. He would push for everything he could get. "Irene, I want carte blanche. Tell the president I'm going to hunt down every last son of a bitch who had a hand in this attack, and I don't want anyone from the White House or the Justice Department looking over my shoulder." "I think there's a very real chance he would welcome that strategy, Mitch." "Good. Then I'll be in sometime this week." Rapp ended the call, his mind already 1,000 miles away, coming up with a plan of attack. A mental list was forming of who and what to hit first. Soon, the religious zealots would regroup and come at them again. The outcome of this war, Mitch knew, was far from certain. There was no walking away from this fight, no sidestepping it. There was only one way to wage it, head on, and with brutal and overwhelming force.